In this video, we're going over all 4 sections of the TEAS test. We're going to be going over 4 full-length individual ATI TEAS practice tests, starting with reading, followed by math, science, and the English section. If you have figured out that you need to take the TEAS and you've done any sort of research online, you're going to see that most people tell you to start by taking a practice test. But the reason why it's important to take a practice test is because the TEAS test has so much information that it goes over, especially for something like math and science. So before you start studying, before you start getting overwhelmed, before you start freaking out, it's important to take a practice test. So one, you can get a feel for what the time is like because the TEAS test is timed. Secondly, you want to get a gauge of what is on the test and what is not on the test. For example, with the math section, you're only going to see math that you learned from K through 12, and you're really not going to see anything above Algebra 1 or geometry. So you're not going to see anything from calculus, algebra 2, statistics, or anything crazy like that. Okay? So a lot of what is covered on this test, you have likely seen it before in your prerequisites, or you have seen it when you were in high school. Granted, maybe some of that is not at the top of mind for you, and that's okay. That's why you start with a practice test, and that's why you give yourself time to study so you know exactly what you need to be focusing on. So, if you decide to take this test using the mobile app or the website version of this test, you can do that, and you can also have the video playing. So, when you get to your diagnostic report, you can go over the questions that you got correct or incorrect. Either way, when you take the test for yourself, at the end of it, you're going to get a diagnostic report. And that diagnostic report tells you exactly what you need to study down to the topics. Okay, so when you go and you get into the T7 online course, or you get your study book, or whatever it is you choose to use in your study plan, you can start with those topics that you got the lowest score on your diagnostic report. Okay, so without further ado, we're going to start with the reading test. Now let's get started.
So here we are about to start the reading practice test. This is a realistic reading practice test for the T7 exam. So we're actually going to have a timer going that will time 55 minutes to complete 45 questions. That's a timing for this section. If you want to work along with me in this video, we're not going to finish in that time because I'm going to take the time to explain the different question types and categories and give you some tips for studying along the way. However, if you prefer to try it on your own first and check out the realistic timing of the exam, you can always head over to the link in the description, that free practice test link, and you'll be able to take the exam in real exam style conditions with the timing. And kind of you can get an idea that way and see, oh, am I speeding? Am I rushing through the test? Or do I need to pick up my pace a little bit? But you can always start on this video with me and go through the test, take a little bit more time to understand the question types and know how to prepare for this part of the exam. So let's get started. Please read the text below and answer the following question. A global temperature change of a few degrees is more significant than it may seem at first glance. This is not merely a change in weather in any one location. Rather, it is an average change in temperatures around the entire surface of the planet. It takes a vast amount of heat energy to warm every part of our world, including oceans, air, and land, by even a tiny measurable amount. Moreover, relatively small changes in the Earth's surface temperatures have historically caused enormous changes in climate. In the last ice age 20,000 years ago, when much of the northern hemisphere was buried under huge sheets of ice, mean global temperatures were only about 5 degrees Celsius lower than they are now. Scientists predict a temperature rise of 2 to 6 degrees Celsius by 2100. What if this causes similarly drastic changes to the world we call home? Let's go to our question now. Which sentence is the topic sentence? So as we go question by question, I'll kind of tell you what kind of question, what subject we're looking at. And this is the part of the exam that tests what is a topic sentence, what is a main idea, what is a topic, what is a supporting detail. So if these terms are not familiar for you anymore, those might be some things to review. Right now, I can say that a topic sentence is a sentence from the text, is basically an umbrella idea that summarizes what the whole text is about. Everything that's addressed in the text should come back to this sentence, should have a connection to this sentence. Let's look at our options. What if this causes similarly drastic changes to the world we call home? So does that seem kind of like the umbrella? Is that the big topic that we're talking about all through here? Drastic changes? So in this, we're talking about kind of the future. What if this happens in the future? But the rest of the paragraph, we're talking about the past. We're talking about the effect of temperature all over the planet. So this question about what could possibly happen in the future doesn't seem to be the overall main kind of topic sentence that we want to have connecting everything in the paragraph. Next, a global temperature change of a few degrees is more significant than it may seem at first glance. So this one looks better to me because the author's really trying to explain that what seems like a small change actually has a big impact. So if we say like the average change in temperatures around the entire planet, it takes a vast amount of heat energy to warm up by a tiny measurable amount. So almost every sentence here is connecting back to this idea that small changes have big impact. If we look here and say, oh, in the last ice age, the temperatures was only about 5 degrees lower. So it was a small, but that's actually a big change. So this is a really good option. I like this one. Let's check out the others though. I think it's always really important to read all of the text carefully, read all of the question and answers. Make sure you're reading carefully, know what the question is asking, know everything about the answer. It's important to read carefully. And that's actually what we're testing on the reading section. I think a lot of people get nervous. They say, oh, I don't love to read. I didn't like literature class in school. This is really about paying attention and reading carefully. So you can definitely do that. Next, choice 3, it takes a vast amount of heat energy to warm every part of our world, including oceans, air, and land, by even a tiny measurable amount. So you might say, oh, but that's the same thing, talking about small changes, big impact. This one is more specific. So when we have something that's too specific, it's not really a topic sentence. That becomes more like a supporting detail, is something specific that supports. So number 3 is kind of a scientific fact that could support the topic sentence of number 2. So number 3, I would say, is too specific in this text to be a topic sentence. The degree of specificity, is it too specific or not, is relative based on the text, because if the topic sentence is really, really general, then the supporting details could be more general than a different text. But here we see that this is more specific compared to number 2. In the last ice age 20,000 years ago, when much of the northern hemisphere was buried under huge sheets of ice, mean global temperatures were only about 5 degrees Celsius lower than they are now. So this is also, I find, really specific. So this is even more specific because we have a lot of numbers and details and temperatures. And never say never, but I find that a lot of topic sentences won't have these specific dates. Topic sentence will be more like something, the Civil War changed America forever, something like that, possibly. And then we have statistics. Oh, in 1865, 20,000 soldiers were killed, something like that. Because it has these details, it's more of a supporting detail. So the one that we're going to use as the topic sentence is number 2. All right, so we're on the same text. I'm not going to read it again, but we will refer back to it. I really like going back to the text if it's possible as you're taking the test and looking at those small details again. That's important. If the mean global temperature during the last ice age was 10 degrees Celsius, which is a possible mean global temperature for 2100 based on the scientists' predictions? So this, for you people who don't love reading literature and you're really strong in math and logic, you can see that there's actually math and logic questions in the reading section. It's about reading carefully, finding details, extracting and analyzing information. So a lot of people who don't love reading can really have those strong skills and use them on this reading section. So let's see what it says about mean global temperature. Okay, so here we see in the last ice age 20,000 years ago, mean global temperatures were only about 5 degrees Celsius lower than they are now. So, if according to the question that was 10 degrees, so that was 5 degrees Celsius lower than they are now. So, if it was 10 then, which was 5 degrees lower, it's 15 now. But is that what they're asking us for? I see 15. Wait. Let's keep reading. Which is a possible mean global temperature for 2100? So we figured out the temperature for now, but the next step to get our answer is to go to 2100, to the future. Scientists predict a temperature rise of 2 to 6 degrees Celsius by 2100. So we said we're at supposedly 15 now. So 15 plus 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. So let's look at our options. 5, no, that's not anything. So we see 5 degrees Celsius in there. So some people might just, if you skim a reading paragraph and you don't read the text or the question carefully, you might just say, oh, I see 5 degrees Celsius, 5 degrees Celsius. So reading carefully is really, really the key. It's not about being a great analyst of literature, a great lover of books, anything like that, reading carefully. So it's not 5. So that was the difference between the last ice age and now. 15 is what we said about it is now, according to this question. So that's not the question either. We need to go to the future. So the future is 15 plus 2 to 6. So 15 plus 2 would be 17. So we're going to be between 17 and, you can tell I'm not a math person, but between 17 and 21, I believe. All you great at math people can correct me. But yeah, so we're going to go 20 will be in that range. So we had last ice age was 10, current is 15, and then the future is 20. So as you can see, all about reading carefully and a bit of math as well. We're on our same passage here, so I won't reread that. Which sentence summarizes the main idea of the paragraph? Which sentence summarizes the main idea of the paragraph? So here we're asking about main idea. You might say, oh, but we just did that 2 questions ago. We did topic sentence. So topic sentence is an actual sentence that we lift from the text word for word. It's the same as in the text. Main idea is very connected to that, but it's almost like a restating or rephrasing. It's the author's argument, the point the author is trying to make in this paragraph. But the wording of the main idea is not the same as something in the paragraph. So it will be kind of restated. So the topic sentence is a sentence that expresses the main idea, but the main idea doesn't have word for word like the text. So let's read these and see. A small change in weather at any one location is a serious problem. Okay, so this sounds a lot like what our topic sentence was. And even as I was rereading this, and I've taken this test before, I said, oh, okay, yeah. Small changes, serious problem, yeah. But what's the problem here? Read carefully, because I didn't at first I didn't. Here they're saying a small change at any one location. And we see here the word any one location. But we're talking about this is not a change in weather in any one location. Rather, it is an average change in temperatures around the entire surface of the planet. That's an important difference, because we're not saying just, it got extra cold in Antarctica. We're saying temperature is changing all around the planet, and that's what's serious. So because of that, A does not work. It's not about one location. Next one, the author is manipulating facts to make global warming sound scary. We don't really see any evidence of manipulation here. We do see facts if we're going to accept this text and this source. We see facts with dates and temperatures and predictions from scientists. Also, when we say main idea, for the most part, it's not us criticizing the author of the text. The main idea is the point the author is making. We could take a different question and say, oh, what do you think about the text? Is the author right or wrong? Blah, blah, blah. But that's not really what main idea is. Next, people should be concerned by even minor global temperature changes. Okay, so that looks good, because that's very similar to what we saw in the topic sentence, this first sentence. A global temperature change is more significant than it may seem. And we also see everything matching back to that. A vast amount of heat energy, relatively small changes have historically caused enormous changes in climate. And then we have a specific fact proving that. And then we say, what if this causes similarly drastic changes? So we see again, that idea of being concerned, that idea that the minor changes can have big effects. Next, it takes an enormous amount of energy to warm the earth even a little. So this is part of the text, but again, would be more a supporting detail, because the bigger the umbrella idea that's expressed word for word in the topic sentence and rephrased here in our main idea is that small changes have big impact. So we're going to go with number 3. So we're on the same text, so we don't have to reread, which is good because it's a bit long. So, which of the following best describes the tone of the text? So, when we talk about tone, we'll have some questions on the reading section: tone and mood. So, tone really comes from the author. Tone is the author's word choice. We could also be asked sometimes, and be careful, about a character's or a speaker's tone, because maybe an author is a journalist writing an article about politics, and then they quote a politician who says, all the voters are stupid. Well, the politician's tone is very dismissive, but maybe the journalist, criticizes the politician. So the tone can come from different people, but generally, if we're talking about the tone of the text, that's coming from the author. So the word choice that the author uses, are they being serious? Are they being funny? Do they really respect what they're talking about? Are they making fun of someone? Are they criticizing someone? So that's kind of the tone. And how we look for it, we look for kind of the adjectives they use, the verbs they use. This one will actually see an interesting thing too. So look at the end of this text. What if this causes similarly drastic changes to the world we call home? So one word I see is drastic. So drastic means very serious with big consequences. And that's kind of a strong adjective. So if I'm writing a funny piece and I want a funny tone, like a happy birthday card to my friend, I'm not going to see drastic. No, I would be like, oh, we had the best time. We had so much fun. I had a blast with you. Drastic would not be in there. So that adjective is one thing that makes me think it's pretty serious tone. And then the fact that they ended on a question. This is an interesting choice, because when someone ends on a question, it's almost like they're letting you wonder, and they're saying that things are unsure and uncertain, and it kind of makes us nervous. So the tone is kind of questioning, unsure, stressed, kind of in that area. So let's look at the different options for tone. Concerned. Okay, yeah, that works, because when we're talking about drastic, we see the word enormous, enormous changes. We're talking about significant. We're talking about, let's see, vast amount. Yeah, all these very serious types of words and descriptive language, plus the question at the end, makes us feel concerned, like what could possibly happen in the future. Next, critical. I don't see that much critical here. I could see a different paragraph on the same topic, because they kept saying, more significant than it may seem at first glance. They're kind of giving the idea that some people don't take these climate changes seriously, but a different paragraph might say, those who dismiss these climate changes are ignorant. That would be a critical tone. That's an example of a critical tone. That's not really here. Next, celebratory. Well, that would be like a celebration. Celebratory tone would be like, we are thrilled that all the graduates of the class of 2024 are going on to bright futures. We don't see that here, unfortunately. And then ironic. Ironic is when something's the opposite of what you expect. So, for example, maybe you could say like a birthday card that's like, one of those joke ones that's like, oh, you're getting older, and oh, it's another birthday and you're still alive. Something like that would be like, you're supposed to say something nice on someone's birthday. So if you say something not nice, that's ironic. It's unexpected. Probably don't buy a card like that for your parents or your teachers, but that would be ironic, the opposite of what you expect. That's not here. We're serious. We're worried. We see this language, enormous changes, drastic. We end with a question. So concerned. And just a little note that we have the tone that comes from the author's word choice. And then we have another concept called mood. The difference between tone and mood: tone is coming from the author and the author's word choice. Mood is how it affects the reader. So something like, it was a dark and stormy night. We could talk about the tone, but we also talk about, ooh, that makes me feel scared as I'm reading it. So that's more, mood is about the reader. Tone is coming from the author's word choice. Let's continue. We're still on our global temperature change. So, which sentence would best function as a supporting detail in this paragraph? So, here, just like we talked about main idea, we talked about topic sentence, this is another concept that goes hand in hand with those. Supporting detail is different from main idea, different from topic sentence. It's something, remember, I said some of them are too specific. Supporting detail is connected to those main ideas, but it's more specific. So, we often see a historical date, a scientific fact. It could be an anecdote, it could be a topic about how children are stressed at school. And there's a little girl named Annabelle saying, I cry at school every day. It doesn't have to be like a fact or a scientific study, but it has to be specific and connected back to the main topic. So let's look at this. Electricity and heat production create 1/4 of all carbon emissions globally. So the problem here, I don't really see carbon emissions. I don't even see the word carbon. Hopefully, I'm reading carefully as I told you to, but yeah, I don't see carbon. The problem is a lot of people have associations in their mind and they go outside the text. So a lot of people say, okay, I know climate change and carbon emissions and the planet and my carbon footprint, those are all linked. So let me choose that. But really stick to the text and what's in front of you. The world was only about 1 degree cooler during the Little Ice Age from 1700 to 1850. Okay, yeah, so we're talking about ice ages in here. When we say only 1 degree, that really connects back to that main idea we had about small changes, small temperature changes having a big impact. So that's really great. It's connected, but it's also specific. Look, we have the name of that time period, we have dates, we have an exact degree difference. It's specific but connected. Those are the 2 checkpoints for supporting detail. China has surpassed the United States as the single largest producer of carbon emissions. Again, carbon, no, I didn't see carbon. So even though it's a connected topic, it's not related to our text in front of us. And methane emissions are in some ways more concerning than carbon dioxide emissions. Methane emissions are in some ways more concerning than carbon dioxide emissions. Again, we're not on the carbon and the methane. We don't see those in the text. So we're going to go with number 2 here, a specific and connected supporting detail. All right, we're on to a new text here. Okay, read the passage below and answer the following question. Publishers typically pay male authors slightly higher advances than female authors. They also price men's books higher, which results in higher royalty payments for male creators. Male authors are more likely than female authors to win literary awards, receive speaking invitations, and gain attention from major reviewers, all of which drive sales. Which phrase best describes the topic of the group of sentences above? So, topic, we already saw this, right? No, we actually didn't, but it's on the same kind of area of study. It's on our online TEAS 7 course. If you do sign up for that course, these are all kind of in the same page of content. They're in the same lesson for you to review. So we did topic sentence, but when we talk about just topic, that means the subject. So more generally, what are we talking about? Are we talking about history, fashion, food? It will be a bit more specific than that, but that's what we're talking about, the subject of this text. So an analysis of literary award winners. Well, we see the word literary awards, but we don't want to be those people who just see, oh, that same phrase. I see it's in the answer and it's in the text. So let's jump and choose that one. No, we don't want to be those people because those people lose points. So we won't do that. We don't have an analysis of literary award winners. We see male authors are more likely than female authors to win them, but that's just one part. I wouldn't say that's the whole topic of all of these sentences together. Gender differences in author income. Okay, so here, this is related to every sentence we see. Paid higher advances, so the payments they get before their books come out are higher. The price is higher. The royalty, the percentage they get for each book, that's higher. All of which drives sales. So we see the last part. They have a bunch of different ways that they're getting more money. And we see that topic is connected to every sentence there. So that's a subject we're talking about. So I do like that one. I'll choose it, but we'll keep looking at the others because always look at all the answers as long as you have time. But I do recommend looking at all the answers. A description of a book reviewer's day. No, we don't see, just because we see major reviewers, we don't see anything from their day or when they wake up or how many books they read a day. No. Resources for increasing author income. Well, the topic is connected to author income, but we don't see anything about how to make it higher or any resources, no associations or no businesses or consultants, no, nothing. So we're going to stick with gender differences in author income because that's the topic, the subject that's addressed in all of these sentences. Some texts it might be addressed in, the majority of the sentences. All right, we're on the same passage about the publishers and the gender differences. The author's purpose in writing the text above was most likely which of the following? What does it mean when we talk about author's purpose? This is another concept that's tested on the reading part of the TEAS 7. So author's purpose is really, there's a few different ones that are the major ones. So to narrate or tell a story is one, which will often have characters. Oh, the girl and her mom set off into the forest and then they met a bear and then the bear turned out to be friendly. Twists, characters, storytelling, that's narration. Then we have the purpose being to persuade, to convince you. This will have a lot of descriptive language. Not only advertisements, but advertisements can have this, or an opinion article in the newspaper that says, oh, children should only go to school 2 hours a day because children's days are stressful and children need the liberation and the freedom of joyful play in the forest. Suddenly, they're using a lot of descriptive language and trying to play on your emotions to persuade you to come over to their side. Then we have inform. So inform is just to educate people, to give them information. There'll be a lot of facts. Sometimes it's scientific studies, historical facts, sociological studies, statistics to inform people. And then do we have anything else? Entertain is kind of connected to narrate. Entertaining is about storytelling. There might be humor, there might be suspense, there might be a twist. So those are some of the major authors' purposes, the reasons why authors write. Let's check out our options here. The author's purpose, was it to persuade publishers to create female-only literary awards? Okay. So do we see any persuasive, like descriptive language or any kind of call to action, as we say in marketing industry too, like, oh, publishers, you must create this now, or save female authors? They typically pay male authors higher. So that's more of a statistic based on averages of payment, not really, male authors undeservedly get ridiculously high payments. That would be more persuasive, descriptive type language. More likely to win awards. So again, those are actually more statistics. So I don't see that much description here. So persuasive would be something like women are unjustly, cast off of the bookshelves and pushed aside cruelly, something like that. But we don't really see that. To entertain fans of fiction, no, this is not entertaining. It might be interesting to you, but when we talk about entertaining as author's purpose, we're really talking about storytelling, humor, twists, suspense, different events, maybe an attachment we have to the characters. Not this. To inform readers about gender-based differences in publishing. Yeah, so when we say typically pay higher, we get the idea that someone's done research on the average numbers, more likely to win literary awards. So someone probably compared the statistics, the Nobel Prize in Literature was 60% men, whatever it is. So yeah, these are statistics, these are facts that are educating us, that are informing us. So that's a really great option. Next, to contradict claims that male authors sell more books. No, I mean, this is on the other side. They're saying, especially in the last sentence, all these factors drive sales for male authors. So we're not contradicting. We're actually more on the side that male authors are selling more books. So we're going to go with number 3. Again, when you see statistics and facts and kind of more neutral language like this, typically pay, likely to win. These are kind of very calm, neutral language that we often see in an informative kind of educational text. Read the sentence below and answer the following question. Onto something new, a new text. Numerous robotic missions to Mars have revealed tantalizing evidence of a planet that may once have been capable of supporting life. Which statement is the most logical conclusion based on the text? This is another type of question that's actually quite a big big concept that is tested on the reading part of the T7, logical conclusion, drawing a conclusion. So not just searching directly in the text and taking out things word for word, but analyzing them. So this skill, it's not something you can really study, but I can say that you can improve this by reading the text carefully, reading the question carefully, reading the answers carefully, and kind of ruling things out by looking at those small details. So let's practice this skill together. Multiple astronauts have set foot on Mars. So can we draw that conclusion based on the text? Let's go to the text. Always go there and look at the details. So numerous robotic missions to Mars. Robotic missions. Did they say manned missions, or it should be a more gender neutral? I'm not sure there's a gender neutral. Astronauted missions or missions with astronauts have revealed tantalizing evidence of a planet that may once have been capable of supporting life. So we don't see anything about astronauts, people, or them walking on Mars. So no, we see robotic missions, but that's likely a robot, not a person. Next, Mars's environment is toxic to all life forms. So I have a little kind of ding, 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 a little alarm here. And I'm not going to promise you 100%, but I will say be careful when you see extreme words like always, never, all, none. Words like that, be careful. Be really sure if you choose an answer with a word like that. So Mars's environment is toxic to all life forms. But they say a planet may once have been capable of supporting life. So if there's a possibility that there was or is life on Mars, then it's not toxic to all life forms. No, no. Humans once lived on Mars. So do we see evidence here? So some people might say life. Okay, life equals humans. Let me jump to that conclusion. Remember, don't jump to a conclusion. Here we say capable of supporting life. But life doesn't mean humans. I mean, maybe depends what you believe about extraterrestrials or just, plants or tiny microorganisms. That could be life. So we don't have enough in the text to say humans. What about next? Researchers have more to learn about Mars. Do I have anything I can point to in this sentence and say that? I do. So what can you point to in this sentence to prove number 4? Take a second and take a look. What would you underline if someone say, why did you choose number 4? What would you underline? So to me, I would underline the word tantalizing, because tantalizing is something that makes you want to know more, or sometimes it can be makes you want to taste the tantalizing food or something like that, but makes you want to know more. And then may once have been capable. So we see that word may means it's possible, but we're not sure. So when we hear tantalizing and may, those are possibilities, and that means we have to learn more. We have more to learn. There's things we don't know. We say, "Oh, maybe there was life there, but I'm not sure, so we need to learn more." So always look for what in the text supports your logical conclusion, because you can't just jump to a conclusion out of nowhere. You really need to focus on the text and then take it a step in your head further. All right, so our same sentence about Mars. Imagine this sentence is a supporting detail in a well-developed paragraph. Which of the following sentences would best function as a topic sentence? So honestly, for me, I find this question a little bit convoluted because you have to okay, so this is our supporting detail. So this is our supporting detail. Okay, I'm clarifying for myself because honestly, some questions can be difficult to read and understand. And then which one would be a topic sentence? So we're saying our robotic missions to Mars, possible life, the robots went to Mars, there were some clues about life. That's a supporting detail. So what do we remember about supporting detail? What did I say before? Supporting details are going to be specific. So now we're going to go up to our umbrella. This is our little raindrop. I guess the raindrops wouldn't be under the umbrella. This is the little specific facts under our umbrella. We're looking for which of the following sentences would best function as a topic sentence. We're looking for the umbrella. So we want something general, something more broad, more general compared to this mission on Mars finding evidence of life. Let's take a look. Venus is an intensely hot planet surrounded by clouds full of drops of sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid. I hope I pronounced that. Venus is an intensely hot planet surrounded by clouds full of drops of sulfuric acid. So this I would say is not broader, but there's a different problem. So if you remember, I had kind of 2 points. Supporting detail has to be more specific, but it also has to connect back to that topic sentence. And this one is not connecting to this Mars. We have two different planets we're talking about. And it's not even a connection like, oh, Venus may once also have had life because it has the same evidence. There's not, the connection is missing here. Of all the destinations within human reach, Mars is the planet most similar to Earth. Okay, so this is interesting. So we have Mars and a similarity to Earth. So what if this is our umbrella? Does that work? Mars is similar to Earth. Let's generalize like that. Mars is similar to Earth. Missions to Mars have shown that there may have once have been life on Mars. Okay, yeah, so that's evidence that it's similar to Earth because they both had life on them, unlike some other planets where maybe there was no life possible. So this is interesting. Yeah, we have our general idea, Mars is similar to Earth, and then our more specific, there's evidence that there was life on Mars, just like there's life on Earth. That works, yeah. Next, liquid water, a necessary ingredient of life, may once have flowed on the planet's surface. Okay, so this one's a bit tricky because you might say this is connected. Yeah, this is connected because water is a necessary ingredient for life, capable of supporting life. It is connected. And you're right if you say it's connected, it's relevant. The problem here, this one is more specific. So this would be like if the mission to Mars has evidence of life is the umbrella, and then under the umbrella is water, is that evidence of life, getting more specific. But for this question, we're looking for an umbrella above the Mars life kind of thing. So this is like the opposite. This would be the supporting detail if this were the topic sentence. Very confusing because this question gets us a little bit turned around and hypothetical, imagine, blah, blah, blah. Number 3, let's just say it's too specific. Next, space research is a costly, frivolous exercise that brings no clear benefit to people on main Earth. Okay. So this one, I don't really see the connection. Maybe if there were more in the paragraph and they could say it's important to research Mars because the life might have a benefit in terms of medicine. But as we have these two sentences here, one's talking about the space program and the expense, and then one's talking about signs of life on Mars. There's not enough of a connection. But number 2, there's a connection, but it's also more general. It can be the umbrella above our sentence here. So that works. Read the sentence below and answer the following question. Numerous robotic missions to Mars have revealed, tantalizing evidence of a planet that may once have been capable of supporting life. So we're on the same text, but I decided to read it again because we've done a few and I want to refresh my memory, especially because we have another wordy question ahead of us. How could this sentence function as a supporting detail in a persuasive text arguing that space research is worth the expense and effort because it teaches us more about Earth and ourselves? Okay, so once again, just like the last one we saw, this was being a supporting detail. This time it's supporting detail in a text saying that space research basically is worth it. So how would that work? Why would that play that role? Let's take a look. By using statistics to back up an argument that needs support to be believed. So does this sentence use statistics? No, so let's cross out one. By showing how a space discovery could earn money for investors here on Earth. So does this text talk about money or any potential for making money? No, let's cross it out. By providing an example of a space discovery that enhances our understanding of life. Well, yeah, tantalizing evidence. They discovered it may once have been capable of supporting life. Yeah, so I like that one. I think that makes sense. Yeah. And then next, by developing the main idea that no space discovery can reveal information about Earth. So again, I hear that ding, ding, ding. So why did the ding, ding, ding go off in my head? No space discovery can reveal information about Earth. That kind of made me say, no, it's never possible, 100% never possible. I don't like these never possible. But also, this one we're talking about Mars, this one we're talking about Earth, so it's not really relevant to each other. And then, that would be, I guess you would kind of say, oh, they're spending money for Mars, but not for Earth. But it's such a stretch when we have this one that makes sense because understanding life, if we see a different planet where living things of some species or plant are existing. Maybe we can learn about, medicine or life or the atmosphere or something like that. So that's number 3. Read the passage below and answer the following question. On to a new passage. Until about 1850, few people living in temperate climates had ever had the opportunity to taste a banana. Only after the invention of the steamship could importers and exporters reliably transport this fruit to North America and Europe. Railways and refrigeration were 2 other vital components in the development of the banana trade. Today, bananas are a major export in several Central and South American countries, as well as the Philippines. Around the world, people in climates that cannot support banana production now have access to plentiful, inexpensive bananas. Around the world, people in climates that cannot support banana production now have access to plentiful, inexpensive bananas. Which sentence provides an effective summary of the text above? So this is another concept that can be tested on the reading section of the TEAS. This is another concept, of course, if you sign up for our online course, if you hop on that mobile app and you get signed up, we have a lesson that addresses what is an effective summary. To summarize the idea of an effective summary for you, summary is not about adding new ideas, it's about restating the main ideas. So we don't want to add new things in the summary. Also, if you're summarizing a text, it's not your job to suddenly say, oh, this text about bananas is really boring. That's not what a summary is. Maybe you can say that to your friend who you're working with on this project, but that's not what a summary is about. It's about restating the main ideas, the big important ideas. So which sentence provides an effective summary of the text above? The author of this paragraph really likes bananas and researched them thoroughly. Well, as I just said, whether you think this author did a great job or, oh, bananas are boring, it's not about you judging the paragraph. That's not what a summary is. So let's cross that out. Shipping and refrigeration technology helped bananas become a major export crop. Yeah, so to me, that's the main idea. Yeah, exactly. We see, okay, railways and refrigeration. So those were vital components, and now people have access to bananas. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. This paragraph should include more details about the development of the banana trade. So again, we have like Judge Judy coming in here judging. I don't know if Judge Judy is still on the air, but some TV judge who's saying this paragraph is not good because it's too much about the bananas and there's not enough detail. Summarizing is not judging. Those are different. Before 1850, most Americans and Europeans had never had the opportunity to taste a banana. So this is, it's like almost the same as the first sentence. The problem here is this is a detail. Remember when we talked about details are being little and specific? Summarizing is not about picking one detail and saying, this is what it's about. Because if you talk about the whole paragraph, it's not about 1850 and who was or wasn't eating bananas. It's about the evolution of banana export. And that's why we're going to go with number 2. Number 4 is too specific and it's not a main idea. It's a small detail. So we have the same text here with our bananas. Read the following summary of the paragraph above. So we're still on the idea of summarizing. What is a good summary? Well, it should be objective. It should be focused on the main ideas. It should not be doing little details or judging, basically. According to John K. Miller, the invention of shipping and refrigeration technology helped bananas become a major export crop. The banana trade is an important source of income for many countries around the world, and consumers can buy bananas easily, even in places where bananas do not grow. What makes this summary effective? It makes a judgment on the original text without being unfair. Well, are we supposed to put on our Judge Judy robe when we summarize? No. Cross it out. It restates the ideas of the original text in completely new words. Yeah, so that's what we want to do in a summary. We're not copying word for word, but we're restating the ideas. It rearranges the ideas of the original text into a different sequence. So that's, that doesn't make an effective summary. The order of ideas is not really important in a summary. Potentially you could change the order, but it's really about choosing the main ideas. The order is not important. It highlights ideas from the original text that were not stated explicitly. So this one, I actually, for a while I gravitated towards this answer. We don't really want to take these implicit, which means these kind of under the surface, between the lines ideas, that's not what we want to use in the summary. So when they say not stated explicitly, well, we do want to use ideas that were stated explicitly, the ideas that were clear, that were the main ideas, the highlights of the text. But we're not going to highlight things that weren't exactly stated, or the author only hinted at them. That's not what a summary is about. Summary should be focused on the main ideas of the original text, but in new words. So we're going to go with number 2. But I do see how number 4, depending on what your perception of explicit, implicit is, it could be difficult. But what they're testing here is that we really want to use the main ideas of the paragraph and not just the little implicit hints or mentions or things that we can read between the lines. That's not what a summary is about. Tricky. I think that one's a bit tricky, though. Okay, so this question, we have a recipe. So the interesting thing about the reading section is actually you can be ready for any kind of text. And if you don't love, short stories or essays, you might have a different type of text, like the back of a medicine bottle, a label, something like that. So one way to prepare for the reading section is just to read things around you. If anyone's as old as me, they used to sit at the breakfast table and read the back of the cereal box because we didn't have cell phones. So reading things around you, learning to read carefully, kind of analyze what you read, ask yourself questions. If you read the back of the cereal box, say, oh, is this healthy? Is this not healthy? What's the serving size? All those kind of things. Those are questions that you might see that type on the reading part of the TEAS 7. So it's not just about essays, literature, short stories. It's about reading carefully, but reading anything carefully. So let's read this recipe carefully. So French style crepe recipe. Ingredients: 1 cup flour, 2 eggs, half cup whole milk, half cup water, pinch of salt, 1/4 cup melted butter. Directions: preheat a nonstick pan over medium heat. While pan is preheating, crack the eggs into a cup and beat with fork. Next, mix eggs and flour in a large bowl. Slowly pour water and milk into the bowl. Then mix in melted butter and salt and stir. When the pan is hot, pour 1/8 of the liquid mixture onto the hot surface, tilting the pan until it is covered. When the edges of the crepe are golden brown, lift the crepe with a rubber spatula and turn it over. Cook for 1 additional minute. Serve crepe warm. What does the fraction 1/8 represent in the recipe? So here we really have kind of a locate the information in the text kind of question, or an analysis of what it is. So let's find 1/8. So as I said, we don't always just say 1/8, 1/8. Okay, that must be this. We need to read the context and get the context. So here, when the pan is hot, pour 1/8 of the liquid mixture onto the surface, tilting the pan until it is covered. When the edges of the crepe are golden brown, lift the crepe with a rubber spatula and turn it over. So we see 1/8 of the mixture going into the pan, and then we see the word crepe in singular, crepe and crepe. So the 1/8 must be the amount to make a crepe. But let's read the options just in case. The amount of batter to make 1 crepe. Well, yes, because we see 1/8 of the mixture, and then suddenly we're talking about a crepe after it's poured around the pan. The amount of batter to make 8 crepes. Well, no, because we pour 1/8 on and we make 1 crepe at a time as it heats up in the pan. Twice the amount of melted butter needed. So let's take a look at that. What's our melted butter? So 1/4 cup. And then some people might be confused with the math. I know I haven't actually reviewed math in a long time, but 1/8 is actually less than 1/4. But some people might say, okay, 4 times 2, that's 8. So that's 1/8. But fractions are different than whole numbers. So we always have to remember that. 4 times the amount of milk needed. Well, let's see. So again, 1/2 is actually more than 1/8. But people who haven't reviewed their fractions versus their whole numbers might be confused there. But luckily we read carefully and we see it's the amount of batter to make 1 crepe. This is going to get us hungry, this text. So same text, same recipe. Let's go to the question. Of course, we'll refer back to the text as we go. Which of the following combinations of the ingredients needed for the recipe equals 1 3/4 cups? Select all that apply. So in addition to being ready for different types of texts on the TEAS 7 reading part, We might see different formats, so you kind of have to be ready for anything. There might be something where you have to write something in. There might be a check like this where there's multiple correct options, and you really have to be careful that you're getting all the correct ones, none of the incorrect ones. So these can be challenging. So let's take a look. So we're trying to add up to get to 1 3/4. So let's look at the flour and the whole milk. So 1 cup flour and 1/2 cup whole milk. So that's 1 1/2 cup. So no, we're not going to check the first one. Next, the flour, the whole milk, and the water. Okay, so 1 cup flour, 1/2 cup whole milk, and 1/2 cup water. Well, 1/2 and 1/2 makes 1, and then we have another one, that's 2. The next option, number 3, the flour, the whole milk, and the melted butter. So 1 cup flour, 1/2 cup whole milk, and 1/4 cup melted butter. Okay, so let's add those fractions together. I'm definitely not the math expert, but I know we need a common denominator to add them up. So the 1/2 cup whole milk, let's turn it into 2/4 because that's the same as 1/2. And then we're going to add 2/4, 1/4, 3/4 plus 1 cup flour. Okay, 1 3/4. Yeah, so that's a correct answer. So do we stop there? No, because we read the question carefully. We know select all that apply. Of course, when you're in a rush on test day, this could be harder to remember. So read carefully, read the question, read all the answers. Please don't forget that. Next, the flour, the water, the melted butter. So 1 cup flour, 1/2 cup water, 1/4 cup melted butter. Actually, because this is the equivalent of the last one, we add 2/4 cup water, 1/4 cup melted butter, 3/4, and 1 cup flour. So 1 3/4, which is what we're looking for. So we have 2 options that are correct there. So really important in any question, but definitely in the select all that apply, read the question carefully, read all the answers. All right, so we're still on our recipe, still getting hungry over here to eat our crepes. According to the recipe, which step does not take place while the pan is preheating? So what type of question is this? So the reading section on the TEAS 7, one of the things they test is your ability to follow directions and the sequence of things. So if we have a first step, a second step, a third step, or if we have things taking place at the same time, as in this case. So those are important because it's important in life to be able to follow directions, to read carefully, to understand the sequence. So that's what they're testing with this question. So which step does not take place while the pan is preheating? So we might have to reread our directions. Preheat a nonstick pan over medium heat. While pan is preheating, crack the eggs into a cup and beat with fork. Next, mix eggs and flour in a large bowl. Slowly pour milk and water into the bowl. Then mix in melted butter and salt and stir when the pan is hot. So everything basically between here, this is happening while the pan is preheating, at the same time the pan is preheating. So we can eliminate those answers because we're looking for not. So basically everything happens from here to here. That's happening while the pan is preheating. And we can actually eliminate those steps because we read carefully. We know the question said which step does not take place in this sequence here. So combining eggs and flour. So we had eggs, mix eggs and flour. Okay, so not that. We're going to eliminate that. Incorporating melted butter. So that means like mixing it in, mixing it into the thing. So mix in melted butter. That's incorporating is a fancy way to say that. Warming the crepe. Do we see warming the crepe here? No. So I see serve crepe warm at the end, cook for 1 additional minute. I see that at the end. So that would be after. So that looks like a pretty good option, but let's double check our last answer. We always check all our answers. Adding the pinch of salt. Okay, then mix in melted butter and salt. That's mix in the salt, add the salt. So all those are ruled out. Warming the crepe comes later. And again, that's testing our ability to read, our ability to follow steps in an order, in a sequence. On to a new passage. Read the passage below and answer the following question. As a parent, I find television and movie rating systems unhelpful. Rating systems are not human. Their scores are based on numbers. How many bad words, how many gory scenes. To me, that makes no sense. Nobody else knows my kids like I do, so nobody else can say what's okay for them to watch. In my experience, the content a government organization rates as PG or PG-13 may or may not be appropriate for my 9, 14, and 16-year-olds. My youngest is quite mature for his age, and I'm fine with him hearing a bad word or two as part of a meaningful story. Violence concerns me more. I won't let even my 16-year-old watch frivolous violence or horror, but I don't shelter him from realistic violence. My little guy still has to stay out of the room for the bloody stuff, but eventually kids need to know what's out there. The primary purpose of this passage is to. Okay. So let's take a look. Again, we have this author's purpose kind of question. So, are we narrating? Are we entertaining? Are we storytelling? Are we persuading? Are we using a lot of descriptive language to get people to one side or the other? Are we informing? Do we have a lot of facts and statistics? Let's take a look. So, the first one is decide. So, are we making a decision? So, in general, when the author's purpose is to decide, we'll have kind of like compare and contrast, or we'll have two different options or multiple options to make a decision. Here, we don't really have that. We're saying the rating system doesn't really work. So that's what the person is really saying. So decision between, it's not really a decision between two rating systems or a numerical versus, a 5-star rating system. So I wouldn't say decide. Next is inform. Okay. So what's a tone here? So it's a little more personal. Before we had a passage that was about informing, and it had a lot of statistics. It said, statistically male authors sell more than female, or have, a higher advance or average, something like that. So this one is using more descriptive language and also personal language. As a parent, I find they're unhelpful. Rating systems are not human. That makes no sense. So is that a fact when this person is writing? That makes no sense. Well, no, it's not a fact. No, it's not a fact. It's an opinion. Someone, for me, maybe it makes sense, but for them, they're saying it doesn't make sense. So this is where we have to decide between fact and opinion, which also plays into inform or persuade. So violence concerns me more. I don't shelter him from realistic violence. So it's very personal. There's also some descriptive language like gory scenes or realistic violence versus frivolous violence. It's really this person's opinion. But when we see descriptive language like this or personal language like this, we know that's often to persuade. And here I would say the goal is really to persuade that, I find these rating systems unhelpful. So it's not a decision between two rating systems, but to persuade people reading that it's more about personal and about your own children compared to just following the government system without thinking about it. Next option, to entertain. So this is not entertaining because we don't have, story. We don't have a beginning, middle, end. We don't have characters that we're attached to or a twist or humor. So this is not entertaining. There's nothing making us laugh or making us gasp or something. And again, we'd probably be down to inform and persuade if you're down to 2. If you get down to 50-50, that's great. Inform, I would want to see some more statistics or some more information. 55% of children report this, or, studies have proven this. And I don't see that here, so I'm going to go with persuade. So we're on the same passage about movie ratings. The author of this passage would be most likely to agree that. So this, again, just like we saw questions about drawing a logical conclusion, this is kind of similar, where we do have to take a little bit step further and analyze what we read, but we also want to look for some clues in the text that support our decision. If you remember before, I think it was the Mars question, we said, the conclusion is that we need more information about Mars. So we underlined, tantalizing, there may have been life. So those words, could justify our decision, our analysis. It's kind of the same when we say, what would this author think about this? So, first option, kids should not watch television or movies at all until they are in their teens. So, do we have evidence to support that this author feels that way? No. So, they're saying, my youngest is quite mature. I'm fine with him hearing a bad word or two as part of a meaningful story. So, they're allowing even their youngest child to watch movies and TV shows. And then the 16-year-old can't watch frivolous violence or horror, but isn't sheltered from realistic violence. So the 16-year-old is watching TV and movies. The youngest is. So no, let's cross out number 1. Government rating systems should have more levels to make them more useful. So is this person looking for more levels? Well, they say rating systems are not human. Their scores are based on numbers. To me, that makes no sense. So adding more numbers or more levels would probably be even worse for this person, but definitely not helpful. They're saying they don't like the system of ratings. It doesn't matter how many levels it has. So let's cross out number 2. It is never appropriate to prevent any human being from watching any show or movie. Let's see if there's any evidence for or against this that we can point to and say the author feels this way. Let's see. Well, they're saying I won't let my 16-year-old watch frivolous violence or horror. So I would cross out this one. It's never appropriate. Again, I hear a little ding, 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 never. We have to be really careful, but we're not going to choose that one because this parent does prevent their kids from watching certain things. So to say it's never appropriate, no. They're saying it's appropriate in certain cases. Next, another parent should have the right to let her own kids watch extremely violent movies. Interesting. So if I just read this and I didn't go to the text, I would say, "Ooh, okay, extremely violent movies. That's a bit strange." But we've crossed out everything else, and let's look for some evidence. Okay. I don't shelter my 16-year-old from realistic violence. Interesting. Okay. Eventually, kids need to know what's out there. So saying, their younger child even eventually will be seeing these movies. Yeah. Their scores are based on how many bad words, how many gory scenes. To me, that makes no sense. Yeah. May or may not be appropriate. So, especially here, I would say, I don't shelter my 16-year-old from realistic violence. So, and really the whole idea of this as well, this is important too. We could point to this also as evidence. Nobody else knows my kids like I do, so nobody else can say what's okay for them to watch. So I think that's another important thing because that shows this parent's values are really based on individuality and knowing your own kids. So we can point to that line and say they would support another parent's right to choose what their kids watch. So all those clues together we can point to and justify number 4. All right, on the same passage about movie ratings. Which of the following words would best replace frivolous in the last paragraph? Here we have a vocabulary question. Both the ELU or the reading sections on the T7 could have vocabulary. It's often in context, so we do have some context about it. So let's take a look at the context. Violence concerns me war. I won't let even my 16-year-old watch frivolous violence or horror, but I don't shelter him from realistic violence. Okay. So one test-taking technique that I used to teach, which could be helpful for you, is not looking at the answers. So cover up. Well, you can't see me covering up, but cover up the answers. And before you look at the answers, try to choose your own definition based on the context. So I won't let him watch frivolous violence, but I don't shelter him from realistic. So maybe if I don't know what the word frivolous, I'm saying, unrealistic or extreme or ridiculous or something that's the opposite kind of realistic, because we have the word but that's contrasting the frivolous violence or realistic. So maybe a word like that, but we also have to take a look at the options because a word we guess might not be exactly the same. So minimal, I won't let even my 16-year-old watch minimal violence or horror, but I don't shelter him from realistic. Those don't seem like too, yeah, I don't think so. That doesn't really fit there. The word but doesn't work because minimal versus realistic, no. I won't let even my 16-year-old watch limited violence or horror, but I don't shelter him from realistic. Again, these two don't really make sense because if you're saying I don't let him watch any kind of horror, minimal, the minimum of horror, or limited horror even, but then to say that he's allowed to watch realistic, it doesn't make sense. It's not consistent. If we go to senseless, okay, I won't even let my 16-year-old watch frivolous violence or horror, but I don't shelter him from realistic. Now we have senseless to replace frivolous. Does this work? So senseless violence versus realistic. So I think this can work because we're saying senseless means it has no point. it's silly, or it's exaggerated, or it's too much, or it's not part of the story. But then if we go to realistic, that is part of the story. So maybe the violence shows, how a character develops, or it's realistic because it's a movie about the Civil War and there was a lot of violence on the battlefield. But frivolous or senseless violence would be a movie that just has people stabbing each other for no reason. That's kind of pointless, senseless, frivolous. Yeah. What about, I won't even let my 16-year-old watch fictional violence or horror, but I don't shelter him from realistic. I think this could be tricky for some people because they might think, oh, but so then fictional and realistic are very different. But they don't say real violence, and there's a difference. So realistic violence could, it's still fictional, I hope, because if we're watching real violence, that's very bad. In a documentary, that would be very hard to watch. Both of these are probably fictional. If we have a movie about the Civil War with soldiers, that's still fictional. It's fiction because we didn't have video cameras during the Civil War. But it's also realistic in the sense that it could have really happened. It's part of history. It's part of the story. So let's go with senseless. Senseless. So senseless, frivolous, what it really means is like extra, unnecessary. And then senseless, it means kind of like pointless. So they're not exactly the same word, but it could fit in the same context. On our passage about movies, what is the most likely reason for the author's decision to include the phrase as a parent at the beginning? So here again, we're kind of drawing a conclusion, or we're putting ourselves in the author's mind and trying to see where they're coming from. So these questions are hard to study for. Again, what we can do is read carefully, look for clues in the text. This phrase provides a reason to support her opinion. She is implying that non-parents cannot know what kids need. This phrase provides a transition from the point she made earlier. She is establishing herself as a knowledgeable source on this topic. Okay, so I'm going to look at number 3 first because I think we can rule it out. This phrase provides a transition from the points she made earlier. Well, all we have is this text, and the first thing she says is as a parent, so it's not a transition because we have nothing before it. So easily we can cross that out. Let's see. What about number 2? She is implying that non-parents cannot know what kids need. So she doesn't say that here, and I think it's quite a jump to say that. They say rating systems are not human, movie ratings are unhelpful, a government organization rates, but she doesn't really address non-parents. She's more saying that the system isn't appropriate because it's just based on numbers. She doesn't say anything like the government doesn't have children or these government officials don't know what it's like to have kids. If she said that, we would have some justification, but we don't see anything there. So let's go to number 1. This phrase provides a reason to support her opinion. Okay, so I think this is not a bad answer. As a parent, I find television and movie rating systems unhelpful. Rating systems are not human. Okay, nobody else knows my kids like they do. And let's go to the last one. She is establishing herself as a knowledgeable source on this topic. To be honest, if I were taking this test, I would have trouble. I would get down to these two. I would be 50-50, and it would be a bit difficult for me to decide. I think because she starts with as a parent, establishing herself kind of works with the fact that it's the opening phrase of the text. And I guess, the first one, a reason to support her opinion, is not quite enough reason to support her opinion because a parent, parents are not perfect. If a parent writes a paragraph that has no supporting details, no evidence from their own kids, here this person gives, examples. My youngest is mature for his age, so he can watch these things. My oldest, I choose more carefully, whatever it is. So they're giving specific examples that support their opinion. It's not just, I'm a parent, so anything I say about this topic must be right. And that's kind of what they're saying here. The reasons to support her opinion or not, she's a parent, okay, automatically we support. Instead, she gives these supporting details about her different kids and their different maturity levels. And those are the reasons we support her opinion, not just following everything she says because she's a parent. So that's why I would rule out the first one. And then also the fact that she starts with as a parent kind of gives her a knowledgeable source. but it's not enough to support her opinion. She does have something to say. So we say, oh, she's a knowledgeable source. Let's listen to what she has to say. But we also need to support her opinion with some of these details and examples about her kids and her experience. So that's the difference. But if you got down to those two and you're 50-50, I'm there with you. I totally understand. And if you can eliminate two and do a 50-50, like on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, go for it. Once you get down to guessing between two, that's better than guessing between four. So, all right. So we'll do knowledgeable source. But that was a tough one. That was a really tough one, I think. When the author says rating systems are based on numbers, she is developing the point that logic and reasoning have no place in parenting. Ooh, for me, that's ding, 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 ding. That's a very extreme answer to say there's no logic in parenting. The word no is very extreme. I don't like that answer. It's very extreme and it doesn't match with what she's saying because she's using logic and reasoning. Here she's saying, my youngest is mature for his age and I'm fine with him hearing a bad word. So she's using the reasoning that my kids' maturity levels are different. What they watch is going to be different. Let's get rid of answer number one. No. The only numbers that matter are her children's ages. Actually, no, because what I just said, my youngest is quite mature for his age. So his age, I guess he's 9, doesn't matter as much as his maturity level and his individual personality and how he reacts to violence. So this we're going to cross out too. Some decisions should be made on a case-by-case basis. So yeah, this is more what she's saying here. My youngest, this could work for him. The 16-year-old, some violence is okay, some violence is not okay. That's case by case. And then she's not good enough at math to rely on rating systems. No, we have no evidence she's not good at math. No, that's not mentioned at all or even hinted. No. So case by case basis. Study the label below and answer the following question. Okay, as I said, we have to be ready for anything on the reading section. So if you're more into nutrition than literature, then this is great for you. I don't think I'll read the whole thing. You should read it carefully, but I don't think I'll read the whole thing out loud. Let's go to the question and then go back up and look for the information. So how many calories are in one serving of this product? So I would recommend for these to go back to the text or the image first before looking at the answers, if that's possible for you while taking the test. Because sometimes when you look at the answers, you can kind of peek and get, oh, okay, it must be that, or it can lead you into a different direction. It's best to kind of figure out your answer and then compare to the answers. So we're looking for calories in one serving. Okay. So amount per serving here. Calories 150. So calories per serving must be 150, right? If it's not in our answers, then we've done something wrong. We haven't read carefully, but let's see. Okay, it's there. So yeah, what is the TEAS 7 testing here? Really just your ability to read carefully. So you will see some questions like this. Sometimes people say, oh, but it's too easy. It's a trick. There are questions where you just have to locate information by reading carefully. And of course, reading the question carefully too. So we're on our nutrition label again. Jermaine ate 60 crackers out of this box, so I'm not going to scroll to the answers yet. Let's not peek at the answers yet. How many servings did he consume? Okay, 60 crackers. How many servings? Let's go up. So serving size, 20 crackers. Okay, and then he ate 60. So how many times does 20 go into 60? 3. So let's hope 3 is an answer. It's always kind of better if you can calculate yourself and then go and check if your answer is one of the answers available. So 3 servings of 20 crackers make 60 crackers. All right, so we're still on our nutrition label here. Fatima is attempting to confine her diet to products low in sodium. How much of this product should she eat? So I think this one, we're not looking for a specific number, but no, I guess we'll look at the label first. So let's see how much sodium. So sodium here, 160 milligrams, 7%. So 7% of daily value. So let's take a look at the options. None, the product is not low in sodium. One serving, the amount of sodium is reasonable. The whole package, the contents are appropriate for a low sodium diet. Less than 3 servings, she needs to keep her sodium intake below 20%. So this one, from what I understand from doing some of these questions, and you'll all be more expert than me, is that a low amount would be less than 5%. So here we have 7%, we're over. So we're not at a low amount. So she's looking for products low in sodium. If this has 7% of her daily sodium, it's not a product low in sodium as given that 5% limit. So we're going to go with number one. So again, this is what I've taken from some different materials that I've been looking at, that 5% would be low, but you can definitely go ahead and check on that one and make sure the levels are appropriate. But yeah, if we see 7%, it's definitely not 0%. So maybe this is not the best snack for her. All right, so we're on to our next text. This is actually a timeline. So a potential text, you have to be ready for any kind of text. So this one involves some dates. Timeline of author Zora Neale Hurston's early life. January 1891, Zora Neale Hurston is born in Alabama. June 1918, Hurston graduates from high school. 1920, Hurston graduates from Howard University. 1921, Hurston publishes her first short story. 1926, Hurston meets Langston Hughes in Harlem. January 1932, Hurston's musical The Great Day opens on Broadway. May 1934, Hurston publishes her first novel, Jonah's Gourdvine. 1939, Hurston joins the Federal Writers Project. So I did just read this timeline, kind of more to give you an idea of what you might see as one of the materials potentially on the test. But I think some of these, like the nutrition label and this one, it might be more valuable for you to just skip ahead to the question and then go back and locate the information. There's kind of two ways of approaching the test. One is reading the passages first. The problem if you read the passage, for example, I was just reading that and it was interesting, but I didn't really register the information because I don't know what I'm looking for yet. So if you're someone like me who maybe the information kind of goes in one ear out the other when you don't know what you're specifically looking for those type of people, I would suggest read the question first. Okay, so which correctly identifies the time span between Hurston's graduation from college and the publication of her first novel? Let's try this one without looking at our options. So the time span, the period of time between her college graduation and publishing her first novel. So where's her college graduation? I see 2 graduates, but this one's high school. The college one is Howard University, so 1920. And then the publication of her first novel. I see the word published, but that's a short story, so we always read carefully. That's not a novel. Publishes her first novel. So we have 1920 to May 1934. So we don't have months. That's okay. We see 1920 to 1934. So it's a big relief when you go and find the answer and then you see that it is one of the answers. If you find an answer and then it's not one of the options, that's not good. But it's sometimes better because you don't get tricked. Like maybe I just see, okay, 1918, that's enough. 1918 graduates. And I'm just reading quickly as I take the test and I don't notice that it's graduates from high school. So the answers are sometimes written to trick you. So if you can kind of, look for the information, then do the answers. But sometimes on test day, you just have to go in order, reading the passage, reading the question, reading the answers, choosing one. It really depends how you're taking the test and kind of how you think. All right, next question. How old was Zora Neale Hurston when she graduated from high school? So I won't look at the answers yet. I want to find my own answer first and then see if that answer exists as an option. So let's see, she graduated from high school in June 1918. Then we have to subtract the year she was born to find her age. So she was born 1891. So we have 1918 minus 1891. I'm definitely not the math expert at Smart Edition Academy, but if you do want math experts, you can definitely take our online course and then you'll get all the sections and you'll get to, have our different experts on different sections. Here, I'm going to do my best and say, okay, 27, right? So 18 plus 9. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So we have 9 years to get to 1900 and then 18 years. Yes. One other thing we have to check, because we do have the 2 months, but it works out because she turned 27 in January 1918 and then she graduated in June. So her birthday was already passed. So it is indeed, she is 27. It's not just the 27th year of her life. So 27, yeah. And this one's a really good example of why we can find our answer before looking at their answers, because they want to trick us. If we don't read carefully, find our answer first, 17, 18, yeah, those are the ages you graduate from high school. But if we found our answer first by going to the facts, by checking the timeline, we know she was actually 27. People graduate from different schools at different ages. I think I just saw someone got their master's at like 90 years old or something. So they're trying to trick us to pick a common age to graduate from high school. We need to go to the text and locate the information ourselves. That's our lesson here. Which statement, if true, is a fact? Okay, so we're on to something different. We don't have a passage. We have some different sentences as our choices. What is the reading section testing here? They're testing fact versus opinion. This is one of the lessons if you do choose to take our online TEAS 7 course, which also has the website and the mobile app. We do have a lesson on what is a fact, what is an opinion. Here we see a fact is going to be something we can prove and we can check. So even if someone says, the study showed that blah, blah, blah. Okay, we can go back and check in the library, online, of course, now, the study and say, oh, yes, that is what the study showed. But if I say peanut butter cookies are the most delicious cookies, that's my opinion, because my best friend might say, no, chocolate chip are the most delicious. Peanut butter is disgusting and I'm allergic, so I can't even eat it anyway. So we have different experiences. Those are our opinions. And we're often used descriptive language and opinion. So let's keep an eye out for that. Number 1, the 1918 flu pandemic killed more people than World War I. So could we go back and check this and see, oh yeah, check, that's true. We can, because killed more people is the higher number. We're comparing two numbers. So if we go back, I don't know the numbers, but if we go back and say the flu pandemic killed 2 million, the war killed 1 million, I think it was much, much more than that. But anyway, we can compare and say 2 is more than 1. That's a fact. Check. So good option. What about number 2? The 1918 flu pandemic was more devastating than World War I. I hear some descriptive language, devastating, like when I say, oh, peanut butter cookies are the best, the most delicious. That's my opinion. Saying it's more devastating than World War I, that's your opinion. Devastating is different for different people. Sometimes a band breaks up and that's devastating for someone, but something else is more devastating. Devastating is relative. Even if you can say, oh, wars are more devastating than, having a hangnail. I think most people would agree, but it's also your opinion. So the idea of devastating as this adjective, as this descriptive word, gives us an indication. It's an opinion. The 1918 flu pandemic was a terrifying display of nature's power. Again, I think majority of people would probably agree, the pandemic is terrifying. But when we hear that descriptive language, we can't go back to a sociological study and say, oh, was it terrifying or was it not? Oh, that study from 1990 proved that it was terrifying. No, it's not a check yes or no. It's a relative thing. The descriptive term terrifying gives us a clue about that. The 1918 flu pandemic caused greater social instability than the plague. So interesting, because we had the word more in the first one. I said that's a fact. So we'll even click it. It's a fact. But here we have greater. In some cases, greater could indicate a fact. You have to be careful with greater, because if we say a greater number of soldiers died in the Civil War than the War of 1812, okay, that's a statistic that we can measure and compare, like this one. But if we say greater social instability, saying there was like more problems in society, or society was more messed up, I guess we could say, that's descriptive language. And that's something that's relative. Social instability. If I say, oh, this society is really, it's really chaotic. That's my opinion. Or if I say this time period was more chaotic and not as stable as this one, That's really my opinion because we can't go back and check and say yes or no. So even though the word greater could be used in a fact with numbers or in an opinion, in this case, it's an opinion because we can't determine which society or which period is stable or unstable. So let's go with number 1. We can check the numbers, 2 million, 1 million, check. All right, so we're also on to another fact versus an opinion. Which statement is an opinion? Freshman Anita Jones states that excessive homework requirements cause her undue stress. Okay, so interesting. You might be saying, okay, I heard your lesson. Descriptive language, excessive homework, that's her opinion. I don't think it's excessive. I can do all my homework in 5 minutes. Excessive, undue stress? No, it's a normal amount of stress. Different. Okay, this is descriptive language. So this is an opinion, right? Right? But what are we going to check in that book or in that study? All we need to check is, did freshman Anita Jones state this or not? And we can check that. If we go to the researchers or the journalist or the principal of the school who took down her report or her comments, we can check that she stated it. So it doesn't matter whether the homework was excessive or not. What we're checking here is, did Anita Jones state this or not? And we can check that. So that's actually a fact. Those ones are tricky, so keep an eye out for those. Students reported symptoms such as headaches, anxiety attacks, and difficulty sleeping. A little more straightforward, but again, we have to be clear. Did students report this? Well, we can go to, the school nurse and say, oh, were there reports of this? Yes or no? She shows us the report. Yes. Okay. Next, excessive homework requirements cause students undue stress and harm their quality of life. Okay. So the homework is excessive. It causes undue stress. So is it someone stating this or is it students reporting this? No, this is a statement that the excessive homework has this undue stress and harms the quality of life. Well, who's to say if your quality of life is better or worse? That's an opinion. This is an opinion. Next, students who do homework more than 3 hours per day show elevated cortisol levels compared to students who do no homework. So this one is pretty scientific and we could go and confirm. So of course we would need a citation. I'm not saying we immediately know how to confirm it, but it's possible to confirm something. Anita Jones states or symptoms students reported, maybe we can't find the records or maybe the principal says, oh, she didn't report that to me. We're really talking about, is it something that can be verified, that can be checked? And in this case, we go to the study, wherever the study is. Did we compare the cortisol levels? Yes. So the only one here, excessive and undue stress, are used as descriptors in the statement. It's not just someone stated that it was excessive, but the statement itself that we're looking at has these descriptive words in it: excessive, undue, harm the quality of life. So that's how we know it's an opinion. We got a long passage. I have to read it. You have to listen to it. Let's go. I hope I just have to read it once. Read the passage below and answer the following question. A growing focus on STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math, has brought funding and excitement for these subjects into schools. Meanwhile, the push for standardized testing is requiring teachers to devote a large proportion of class time to reading and math test preparation. One consequence of these dual trends is that students are skimping on social studies instruction. Mindful world citizens need, at a minimum, a general awareness of foreign cultures, a passing familiarity with geography, and a basic understanding of history. If you're not sure your child's school is instilling these basic foundations of knowledge, you need to support your kids' learning yourself. Daunting as this may sound, it doesn't need to take an inordinate amount of time and effort. A good first step is to keep a globe or world map in a prominent location in your home. Whenever possible, refer to this resource in conversation. For instance, if your child is interested in a particular animal, point out where in the world it lives. If older children ask questions about the news, show them where current events are happening. If your budget allows it, keep a good children's atlas handy too. This will allow your conversations to go into greater depth if your children show interest. This article is written for. So one of these, you have to look at the answers. Potentially you could go through the article and say, who do I think this is written for? And then look at the answers. but it's a bit different than those questions where we had, what is the serving size? I'd rather on the specific type of locating the information, I'd rather check the chart myself and then come back and see if my answer is there. That's a bit more on kind of like math style questions, I guess I would say, or locating information questions. This one, I'm going to read the answers. This article is written for parents, children, teachers, or policymakers. Let's take a look. We do mention teachers, but does that mean the article's for teachers? Okay, I see a clue here. So if you're not sure your child's school, you need to support your kids learning yourself. So they're saying your child, your kids learning at home, if your child, so it's for parents. Talking about your child, it's for parents. The author of this article assumes that. So one of the concepts, the reading part of the TEAS test is an assumption. So that's something that the author doesn't explicitly say in a text, but from the things that we say, we can understand that they have this belief or they have this value or they have this motivation in mind. It's a little bit different than, it's not the purpose, it's not the reason they're writing, but it's something they believe or something that was established in their mind before they started writing. And we can see the evidence of that in the writing, even though they don't state it. So the author of this article assumes that parents are eager to support their children's education. So do we have any evidence about that? Okay. Well, I would say yes. So if you're not sure your child's school is instilling these basic foundations of knowledge, you need to support your kids learning yourself. So they're giving advice. Also, this line I would definitely point to, but also all the advice in here. The author believes, kind of has a foundational belief, like comes from the belief that the parents want to help their children learn. Otherwise, they wouldn't write a whole article about how to help them learn. No, they just say, just send your child to school. And if they don't learn everything, But because they're giving all this advice and because they say this, you need to support your kids' learning, then they assume that parents are eager to support their children's education. And the assumption, we're not going to see an exact line that says, you are a parent, so you are eager to support your children's education. It's more like we see the result of this belief. That's what the assumption means. So that's a good option to start. Parents have unlimited time to support their kids' education. Do they say this? No, actually, kind of the opposite. They're saying it doesn't need to take an inordinate amount of time and effort. So they're kind of reassuring them. You don't need a lot of time to teach them things. It's okay. Next, teachers do not like helping children learn about social studies. Do we see any evidence of this? So STEM has brought funding and excitement for those subjects. Science, tech, push for standardized testing is requiring teachers to devote time to reading and math. And the consequence is that their schools are skimping. But they say requiring teachers. So it's not the teachers choosing, I like reading and math, I don't like social studies. That's not what's happening. So we don't see evidence of that. And teachers all prefer STEM subjects and reading over social studies. So quite similar here. I mean, they're saying the STEM focus has brought funding and excitement for these subjects, but we don't see that teachers prefer it. And here we see requiring teachers to devote their time to reading and math, not the teachers choosing that over social studies. It's just a result, it's kind of unintended consequence. So we're going to go with the first one. We see so much indication in here that we see suggestions how to help the kids learn. We have the line about helping kids learn. So the author must come from this belief that parents want to help their kids learn. A careful reader of this article can infer that the author wants children to grow up to become. So what does it mean, infer? Infer is like kind of read between the lines, get the hint. Again, this is the reading test. Again, a big topic is kind of you read the text and then you extract this information or you analyze this information. Even in some cases we've seen it's written out clearly, just locate the information. What is the serving size? Serving size 20, whatever it was. This is a different kind of question where maybe the information isn't written exactly, but you have to read and analyze to determine the information. So those are two kind of different types of questions we see in reading. You will probably see both of them. So does the author want children to grow up to become STEM employees, successful teachers, prominent news anchors, mindful world citizens? So we mentioned teachers, what they're required to do. But we don't see them talking about children becoming teachers. Children are interested in animals. Children are interested in the news. No, I don't see teachers. What about STEM employees? No, growing focus on STEM. We don't see children becoming STEM employees. I mean, we mentioned STEM here just to say how it affects social studies, and the rest of the text is about social studies. So the author is not about STEM really. Prominent news anchors. Well, we do see the word news, ask questions about the news. We see the map in a prominent location. So some people will just skim. That's a problem if you skim and you read quickly and you just see prominent news. Okay, prominent news anchors. But prominent location means like a central location in your home that everyone can see. And children are just interested in the news. It doesn't mean they're going to grow up and say, this is the 6 o'clock news. So we're going to go with mindful world citizens because we see that here. Mindful world citizens need a general awareness of foreign cultures, geography, understanding. If you don't think the school is doing it, you need to do it yourself. So the author is saying mindful world citizens need all this knowledge. Here's how you can give it to your kids because your kids should grow up to be mindful world citizens. So that one works. Which conclusion is not supported by the article? So again, testing our skill to draw a conclusion out of something that will not be explicitly, directly, clearly written in there, but we have to get the clues of it and we have to point to our evidence that supports our conclusion that we choose. So the author thinks teachers have limited time and energy. Okay. Also, this is an interesting question because they're saying which conclusion is not supported. So we should actually be able to find evidence for 3 of them out of the 4. So let's look for evidence. The author thinks teachers have limited time and energy. Well, the push for standardized testing requiring teachers to devote a large proportion of class time to this. Consequence is that they're skimping on other teaching. So because they have to do reading and math, they don't have as much time for social studies because their time is not unlimited. Their time is limited. Okay. So number 1 is supported. So it's not supported. So we cross it out. These questions with not can be tricky. The author thinks people benefit from understanding history. So let's see. Mindful world citizens need at minimum a passing familiar and a basic understanding of history. Okay. So yeah. So mindful world citizens need to understand history. So people benefit from understanding history. The author thinks children are naturally curious. Do we have any support for that? Well, they mentioned if your child is interested in a particular animal, if older children ask questions about the news. So we could point to those and say the author thinks children are curious. They expect the children to be asking these questions. The author thinks schools need more standardized tests. Do we have any? So the push for standardized testing has required teachers to devote proportional class time to reading and math. They're skimping on other instruction because they're required to teach to these tests. So that's not really supporting there. And then the rest of the text, we don't see the teacher, we don't see the author saying, oh, we need more standardized tests. The author is advocating for a more natural way of learning, like using a globe at home, talking about animals, watching the news, having conversations with the parents. This is kind of the opposite of standardized testing. It's a really natural way to learn. So I would say that one is not supported. Which word below would best replace inordinate in the second paragraph? So here we have a vocabulary and context question. As I mentioned, vocabulary can come up on 2 of the sections. At least, English style vocabulary can come up on 2 of the sections, the ELU or the reading. We often see it in context. So let's go back and read the context for this. If you're not sure your child's school is instilling these basic foundations of knowledge, you need to support your kids learning yourself. Daunting as this may sound, it doesn't need to take an inordinate amount of time and effort. Okay. So we did let's try to come up with our own definition first. We peeked at the answers, but that's okay. So it doesn't need to take an inordinate amount of time and effort. So you can keep the globe out, you can talk with the children. So here, I guess they're saying you need to support your kids' learning. but it doesn't need to take a lot of time and effort. So if we put in the word like a lot instead of inordinate amount, so a big amount, we could even use the word big, a lot. That's kind of the idea here. They're reassuring, the author is reassuring the parents, just a little bit of discussion or some things around the house can really help. So it doesn't need a lot of time and effort. So let's look for something that goes with a lot. So it doesn't need to take a disorganized time and effort. No, is that similar to a lot? Incompetent. Incompetent means we can't do something. So no. Sequential. So that's in like first, second, third. No, we don't see anything about sequential. It doesn't need to take a sequential. No, they don't talk about the order of doing things. It doesn't need to take an unreasonable. So is unreasonable the same as big? No, but it gets to the same idea that it doesn't need to take a super ridiculous. When we say unreasonable amount of time is like too much time or more time than a parent can be expected to spend teaching their child. Unreasonable would be like more time than you expect, considering you also have to make dinner and, take care of other children and work yourself. So unreasonable really works there because they're saying too much. It's not too much. So it's not an unreasonable amount of time and effort. So yeah, if it's possible, I think it's great for the vocabulary questions to first read the question, don't peek at the answers, go to the context, see what word you would substitute, even if it's a really simple word. Like I use the word a lot or big, and I use those, and then kind of see which is the most similar match. It's not always going to be the same. But if we take a big, a lot versus disorganized, no, 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 no. Big, a lot versus incompetent, no. But big, a lot versus unreasonable, a huge amount, a ridiculous amount, that's the one that's the closest, even though it's not exactly the same. A student is assigned a report on Abraham Lincoln. Which of the following sources is the most credible? So this is a question about sources. If you enroll in our online T7 course, or if you're studying on your own, you can review sources, what's primary, secondary, tertiary. But also here we have to determine what's credible. So what's the most legitimate source we can use where we feel like we can trust the information? So let's take a look and talk about these options. First, the Academy Award-winning 2012 film Lincoln. So here some people might say, oh, it won an award. But in terms of writing about a historical figure, a movie will not necessarily be the best one. If you have more information about the movie, like the consultant on the movie was the grandchild of the person, and they used all these primary sources that came directly from the person, and they quoted from their speeches, which would also be primary source, maybe. But here just saying it's a movie, it's not relevant that it won an Academy Award because a lot of movies are fiction or fictionalized history and win awards. So no. An opinion piece on Lincoln's legacy in the New York Times. So again, New York Times is considered a well-established newspaper and a good source, but be careful, we have opinion piece. So it's someone's opinion. So someone could be writing and saying, I think that Lincoln was the worst president. But if you remember what we talked about with opinion, I think and worst is different for everyone. So that's an opinion. It's not a fact. And we want to try to find some facts here. Next is Wikipedia article detailing Lincoln's presidency. Okay, so Wikipedia, because we know Wikipedia, so we know that people can change Wikipedia and anyone can access. And things can be put into Wikipedia without a source, without a real citation. Sometimes it will be marked like citation needed, but this is not a good place, a resource that anyone can change without facts. No. So we're left with the 2009 biography, Abraham Lincoln, A Life by Michael Burlingame. So biography is a secondary source, but secondary sources can be very legitimate because they're based on primary sources. So someone who writes a biography of Lincoln, likely they're looking at his letters, his speeches, those are primary sources, and putting them all together into a secondary source. And if we look at biography in terms of being a genre, we know that's a nonfiction book. So compared to a movie, which is technically, fictionalized, this is a nonfiction book. It's a nonfiction genre of biography. And most biographies use primary sources to write about someone. So that's our most legitimate option there. Which of the following is not a primary source on Charles Darwin? So once again, a question on sources. When we talk about primary, it's directly from the person. So something that the person said or wrote, or their diaries or their letters, or something from direct contact with the person or directly from the person themselves. So Charles Darwin's field notes from his travels, okay, these are his notes. He wrote them, he made the observations. Even if someone, took them down and he was dictating the notes, that works too. That's primary. On the Origin of Species by Charles Darwin, well, that's a book that he wrote. He wrote it, it's a primary source. An online database of Charles Darwin's writings, he wrote his writings, that's a primary source. A blog post about Charles Darwin's contributions. So here this is about Charles Darwin, but it doesn't come from Charles Darwin because he was not alive at the time of blogs. So because it doesn't come from Charles Darwin, it's not a primary source. Read the passage below and answer the following question. Reports of unsafe equipment and environment. RIP Gym employees must always respond promptly and seriously to any customer report of a hazard in our equipment or facilities, even if the employee judges the complaint frivolous. Customers may not use rooms or equipment that have been reported unsafe until the following steps have been taken in order to confirm and or resolve the problem. Number 1, place warning, out of order, or off-limits signs in the affected area or on the affected equipment as appropriate. Always follow this step first before handling paperwork or attempting to resolve the reported problem. 2, fill out a hazard complaint form. Include the name of the customer making the complaint and the exact wording of the problems being reported. 3, visually check the area or equipment in question to verify the problem. If the report appears to be accurate and a resolution is necessary, proceed to step 4. If the report appears to be inaccurate, consult the manager on duty. 4, determine whether you are qualified to correct the problem. Problems all employees are qualified to correct are listed on page 12 of the employee handbook. Employees who have not undergone training for equipment repair and maintenance must, let me trail off. Which of the following is the most likely source of this text? Okay. So in this case, we can look at the answer options. We have to look at the answer options before trying to find an answer in this text. So a user manual for a treadmill. Well, we do mention exercise equipment, but we don't specifically mention a treadmill, and it doesn't tell us how to use it, so no. An employee handbook, well, yes, besides the fact that we say page 12 of the employee handbook, there's also the indication it starts with RIP Gym employees must, and a handbook is like a guide or rules for employees. So if we start with RIP Gym employees must, then it's an employee handbook. Just to look at the others, a fitness magazine. Well, a fitness magazine is not going to have steps for employees of RIP Gym. That doesn't really, make sense for a magazine. They might have an article like, 5 exercises to do to, tone your legs or whatever. And then we have an employment survey. So an employment survey, do we have anything about employee? Well, we have employees, but a survey would be questions like, do you prefer to work from home or at the office? 55% say this. So no, not a survey, employee handbook. RIP Gym employees must. The author most likely wrote this text to, so here we're kind of getting into the author's purpose. What type of text is this? To criticize the lax safety standards of RIP Gym. So do we see criticism here? Do we see any criticism in the text? RIP Gym employees must always respond promptly and seriously. So some people must say, they're writing that because in the past they didn't respond promptly and seriously. But no, we don't see any criticism. We just see, steps to follow. Persuade employees to report more unsafe situations. So do we see persuasive language? We see must, which is kind of like imperative strict language, may not be used. Well, we don't really see like it's important, you're not reporting enough. Another aspect about this answer choice, to persuade employees to report more, must always respond promptly and seriously to any customer report. So this is really talking about how they respond to customer reports, not about employees reporting something. So that's a key difference. Next, provide staff members with a procedure to follow. So yeah, providing staff members with a procedure. Procedure is all about order, about sequence. So step 1, step 2, step 3, So that works here. Yeah, we see a procedure, we see steps. Compare and contrast Rip Gym and its competitor. Well, we don't see the mention of any other gym. Compare and contrast would be if we say what's the same and what's different, but we don't see that here. So we're going to provide staff members with a procedure to follow. Which term best describes the structure of the section under the subheading Reports of Unsafe Equipment and Environments? So we have reports of unsafe equipment and environment, and then we have a small paragraph, and then we have a 1, a 2, a 3, 4, 3AB, 4A. So as I mentioned, sequence. These are steps in order. Step 1, step 2. Let's just go over the different types of structures just so we review that. So this is really kind of text structure, writing structure type of question. So sequence, as I said, is steps. Description would be kind of like painting a picture. So if you say, oh, the park was all green and sunny that day, the trees were swaying in the breeze, the rabbits were jumping in the grass, that's painting a picture. We don't have that here. Cause and effect. We have this in a lot of types of texts. One I can think of is like a history textbook, like, oh, this person, I think someone assassinated the Archduke Franz Ferdinand. And as a result, two countries went to war. And as a result, kind of an incident that has an effect. Compare contrast would be what I mentioned before. If we were saying what's similar and different about Rip Gym versus, Bicep Gym, I don't know. And you're comparing, oh, this one has more machines, but this one has a swimming pool. So we don't see that here. We have a sequence of steps in order. What is the difference between expository and technical writing? So here we're talking about kind of writing structure, kind of types of writing, I guess we would call it. This is something you can review. It's one of the lessons. We have some content in our TEAS 7 course online and in the app. So basically, if we're talking about expository and technical here, expository is a lot of like academic, informative writing, so like essays or textbooks. Technical writing, well, probably what we just saw, what to do when gym equipment is broken, or how to put your IKEA furniture together, or how to, use a machine at a factory, like the user's guide. So technical writing is very, very dry. It's definitely not storytelling. That would be like another narrative writing. So let's compare. Expository writing is always fiction, and technical writing is always nonfiction. Well, expository writing, if we talk about historical essays or textbooks, that's not fiction. That's meant to inform, so it should be nonfiction, actually. Cross that one out. Expository writing is often academic, yeah, and technical writing is usually practical. Yeah, good. So we said practical, like putting your furniture together, academic, like a history essay. The other thing I like about this answer, you'll see the first one, I should have had my bells go off for the always. Here they say often and usually. So we're not saying 100% of something or 100% or always or never, because I do like to avoid those words. I won't say I always avoid them because that would be too strong to say, or I wouldn't say I never pick those answers, but I consider them carefully. So I like number 2. Expository writing is meant to persuade and technical writing is meant to inform. Well, no, persuasive writing is meant to persuade and expository writing is actually meant to inform. So they're kind of mixing things up. Expository writing is dry and impersonal, and technical writing is often entertaining. Well, you could decide what you want about a history type essay being dry and impersonal. Technical writing, what we just saw about how to, mark off the gym equipment is not entertaining. Entertaining, of course, is a subjective term, but when we talk about entertaining in the context of writing for the purposes of this test, we mean there's a story, there's different events, there's a twist, there's humor, there's characters, something like a storytelling type of thing. So we're going to go with number 2. Which of the following is an example of expository writing? So that's the first one we're looking at: a user manual, a history book, an op-ed article, an autobiography. So a review here of some kind of genres of writing. User manual we talked about is very technical. History book we talked about, that is expository writing. So yes, more academic, informative writing, that's expository. If we look at op-ed, so an op-ed article is called I think it's opposite the editorial page. And what it really is an opinion piece. It used to be in the newspaper, now it's more online. But if someone writes online in their blog or in a newspaper like opinion, Whatever, candy should not be sold near schools. I don't know, whatever. Maybe it's a dentist writing about something like that, but that's their opinion. So if we look at expository writing, that's really about informing people using facts or history or statistics or something. That's different than expressing your opinion, because that difference between fact and opinion is important. Then autobiography. So autobiography is when you're writing about yourself. So it's a type of nonfiction where you tell your own story. So comparing that to something academic, autobiography is often more subjective. So we don't always consider that as, academic or informative as expository writing. So we're going to go with history book. Read the passage below and answer the following question. Overworked public school teachers are required by law to spend extra time implementing individual educational plans for students with learning and attention challenges. This shortchanges children who are actually engaged in their education by depriving them of an equal amount of individualized attention. What assumption behind this passage reflects negative stereotypical thinking? So, once again, we're talking about assumption, not something the author writes in so many words, but something we kind of get the impression that they feel because of what they say. So, public school teachers are generally overworked and underpaid. Well, first of all, just looking at the question and answer without even going back, is this a negative stereotype? I mean, I think people who say, "Oh, I work too much and I should be paid more," that's actually kind of that's not really negative. "Oh, I'm not paid enough." If you say they're paid too much, that's negative. So yeah, I wouldn't say that's a negative stereotype. That's more like the reality of the situation, I guess. Overworked public school teachers. Next, students with learning disabilities are not engaged in their education. So yeah, I think this is really important, because if you want to highlight what you find, this shortchanges children who are actually engaged in their education. So first they mention students with learning and attention challenges, then they talk about other children being actually engaged in their education, and using that word actually and kind of assuming that children without these challenges are more engaged. That's a negative stereotype, because they're kind of putting everyone in one box, saying, students with these learning challenges, they're not engaged, but the others actually are engaged. It's really generalizing. It's not based on any reality. It's not based on any statistics, and it's a negative thing to say that some people don't care about their education. Laws require teachers to provide accommodations to certain students. Well, that's just a fact. They're saying required by law to implement these plans. So just the fact that the laws exist, that's not negative or positive. It's just a fact. Teachers have a finite amount of attention to divide between students. So yeah, I mean, this is also not negative. All human beings have a finite amount of attention. So that's just normal. It's not a negative stereotype there. So we're going to go with number 2. So same passage. The above argument is invalid because the author. So when we talk about an argument being valid, invalid, strong, weak, so we talk about, does the person have evidence? So that's where those supporting details come in. Do they have either facts or examples or anecdotes that support their position? Do they explain why they feel that way? And also, kind of, are they biased in some way? If it's, a student who's a junior in high school writing, juniors in high school should all have half days on Fridays. Okay, well, depending on their argument, but why just juniors? Maybe because you are one. So some bias or some kind of negative stereotypes could come in as making an argument invalid, because the person is not neutral, or because the person is not informed. If we have, a dentist writing an article about, I don't know, fashion, what's their qualifications? What do they know about this? Why should we listen to their argument? That could, depending on how much you know about the text and the author, that could come into what is their expertise. So the above argument is invalid because the author suggests that some students do not need as much attention because they learn the material more quickly. Let's see. It deprives them of the amount of individualized attention. I don't know that they don't really talk about learning more quickly. They talk about being engaged or disengaged, which was a stereotype, but that's really more what they're comparing. Using belittling and disrespectful word choice to describe people who think, learn, and process information differently. So, yeah, I mean, they're saying children who are actually engaged in their education. Yeah. So when they say that, they're automatically insulting the other group of students because they're basically saying these students are actually engaged, these students are not. So, yeah, that is disrespectful. Describes public school teachers in a negative way that makes it seem as if they have no interest in helping students. No, I mean, they're saying they're overworked, but they're required by law to do certain things. So I don't really see, negative things. They're saying they're overworked, so they work hard, but that's not negative. Professes an interest in equality for all students while simultaneously suggesting some students are more worthy than others. Let's see. Yeah, they don't, let's see, deprives them of an equal amount of individualized attention. Mm-mm. Yeah, they're not too focused on the equality here. Let's see, more worthy than others. Hmm. I guess they're kind of saying some students were more engaged than others, but they don't necessarily. Yeah, this is not. It's not the clearest answer for me, and they're more talking about the teachers limited to. They're more talking about the teachers limited time compared to the equality for students. So I go with number two because they indicate it's really connected to the other question that they indicate certain students are not engaged in their education. And they don't really say, oh, we're for equality for all students. They say equal amount of individualized attention, but that doesn't necessarily mean equality for all students. Look at the following diagram and answer the following question. Okay, we've got our diagram here. What is the small root-like part of the neuron on the top right called? Fill in the blank. So interesting. So we have a fill in the blank. So we need to write in our own answer. So, reading section or on the T's, you need to be prepared for, as I said, different types of passages, different question formats. So we want something small and root-like on the top right. Okay, already top right. And this looks like roots and it's small, it's thin. So dendrite. I'm going to type in there, dendrite. So yeah, as I said before, some, especially with the graphics or the charts, some questions in the reading section are just about locating information, and that's what it's about. So it's about reading the question carefully and looking at your graphic or your chart carefully. What question can be answered by consulting this diagram? So another thing they're testing here is, they're using practically testing a diagram. The reading section may test some different formats. For example, a diagram here is more about the layout of where things are, where they're positioned. There could be other charts, like a flow chart is about sequence, which steps happen first. A bar graph is about different amounts, comparing them, the average salary in different countries. And then a pie chart, perhaps you could see, is a whole divided up into parts. What percentage of the first grade class has lost one tooth or two teeth, and then the whole together is the whole class, the whole number of students. So in this case, we have a diagram. It's about the location and positioning of things. Which question can be answered by consulting this diagram? Why does the brain contain neurons? Well, no, we can't answer that. Diagram is about the position of things, not why. Where is the nucleus located? Okay, where is the nucleus located? Yes, I see where it is. And diagrams are about location. What is the function of a myelin sheath? So I see that. You could take a guess, but the diagram doesn't tell us the function. And how does a neuron interact with other cells? We don't know from this. If we just have this diagram and we have to focus on what they give us, we don't know. So we just know where the nucleus is located. The bar graph, okay, I mentioned bar graph, another type of graphic. The bar graph below provides information about book sales for The Cummings, the first book in a trilogy. Study the image and answer the following question. Which type of book has sold the most copies? So because this is like a fine, locate the information question that's a little bit mathematical, it has numbers, I'm going to look for the answer before I go to the option. So which type has sold the most copies? So these are the types: paperback, hardcover, ebook, audio. Well, paperback is the highest, 30,000. So paperback. Okay, I found it. It's one of the answer options. That's great news. The marketing director for the Cummings wants to use a different strategy for publishing book number 2 in the series. Which argument does the bar graph best support? Okay, so now we have to, kind of take it a step further to analysis. So let's look at our options. The first book in the trilogy has only sold 10,000 copies. So is that true? So this is the book 1. This is actually all the same book. It's just in different formats. So already, the hardcover is 10,000, the audio is 10,000, that's 20,000 plus another 20,000, 40,000 plus another 30,000. So the first argument is not even true. The first book has sold much more than 10,000. So cross that one out. The second book in the trilogy should not be released in hardcover. So let's look at hardcover. What do we know about hardcover? Well, it's one of the least popular formats. So there's an argument there. You could say, well, it's one of the least popular formats, so maybe it's not necessary to release that. Number 3, the second book in the trilogy should only be released as an ebook. So ebook, yeah. So we see ebook, it's the second most popular format. But if we only released as an ebook, we would be cutting out the most popular format, which is paperback. So I wouldn't recommend this. Next, the second and third books in the trilogy should be combined into one. We just have a chart about book 1. We don't know anything about second and third in terms of the plot or, the story or the character. So we can't draw that conclusion from this graph. But we could justify and say it should not be released in hardcover because hardcover is one of the least popular formats. So we could justify that way. All right. So we've actually finished our test section here. So we're done with this. I won't show my score because I keep taking and retaking because there's a timer. So that's a great thing to remember. We do have a timed free practice test. The link is in the description below. We have timed free practice tests for all the sections of the exam, so you can really prepare for your TEAS 7. Thank you so much for following along with me. Be sure to follow our YouTube channel. Be sure to give this video a like, and then head on over to smartadditionacademy.com and check out our different options. We'll be there with you every step of the way as you prepare for your TEAS 7 exam.
Hey, are you taking the TEAS 7 soon and need some help in math? Well, in this video, we are going to go through a 38-question TEAS practice test, and we will go through each question step by step. Plus, I will share formulas and conversions you need to know, and even show you how to use the four-function calculator. Okay, and before I jump into this test, I want to show you the calculator I'm going to use. It's very similar to what you will see on your TEAS. So a four-function calculator just means we can use basic operations. So I have multiplication, division, addition, and subtraction. You will also have a square root function. So those are the only functions I'm going to use on this calculator. Okay, if you're not taking the test online, you will be provided with a four-function calculator, but I would always double check with your testing center just to confirm that that will be given to you. Okay, so I will leave that here for when we need it. Okay, whenever there is a chance for me to show you how to use the calculator, I will. So we have 38 questions together today. Again, remember to make sure to scan that code or use the links below to follow along with me. All right, so here's our first question. Find the median for the data set. So median means middle, okay? So whenever you see median, I want you to think of like when you're driving a car, the median is in the middle of the lane. So median means middle. In order to find the middle of a set of data, I need for it to be in order from least to greatest. So I'm going to take my time and go through and order these from least to greatest. So 20 is the lowest one I see, and I'm just going to write it 1, 2, 3 times, then 21. Okay, then let's see, 22, 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 4, and this part takes a little while, but you just have to take your time and make sure you don't miss anything. 23, 1, 2. And by crossing them out as I go, I will know if I missed one because I didn't cross it out. 25, 1, 2, 3. And then looks like I just have a 26 left. And also at the end, I can count and make sure that I have the right number of pieces of data. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, now that I have them in order, I'm just going to cross out one from the beginning and one from the end. So the highest and lowest until I get to the middle. And what I have left is 22 and 23. So when you're finding the median, you will either get one number left in the middle, and that is your median, or you will get in between two, and you basically need to figure out what is right in between 22 and 23. So you may know right away, but if you're not sure, you can just add them together and divide by 2. Okay, this is just basically finding the average. So just for some practice, if I wanted to do it this way, 22 plus 23, 45 divided by 2, I would get 22.5. You may have seen that right away, that 22.5 would be right in the middle. But those are two different strategies you can find to get the median when you are left with two numbers. All right, let's try number 2. The graph shows the amount of rainfall in inches for 12 days. Which statement is true for the line graph? So here's our line graph. Okay, rainfall is the vertical axis and day is on the horizontal. So let's see what our options say. It rained more than 1.5 inches more than half of the days. So 1.5 inches, let's see, would be 1.2, 1.5 would be like right here. So did it rain that much more than half the days? Definitely not. It looks like only one is actually higher than that. So let's see, what does the second one say? The average amount of rainfall was 1 inch. So I could totally find if that was the average amount of rainfall. I know that that's going to take a little bit of time, so I'm going to leave that. I know this one is not it. I'm not sure if number 2 is it. I'm going to come back to it. Did it rain every day? Well, if it didn't rain at all, it would be down here on this axis because that's where 0 is, right? But it looked like it never hits 0. It always is above 0. So it definitely looks like it rained every day. And then lastly, the amount of rainfall steadily increased throughout the days. Well, it definitely didn't. It went down, up, 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 down, down. So it's not steady increase for sure. So it looks like this is the only one that we found to be correct. And again, I'm just saving a little bit of time by not doing that second one until, say I got all 3 of the other options not making sense, then I would go through and find the average to confirm. Okay, but that's just a little strategy in order for us to try to save our time and energy where we can. All right, number 3, Megan served a dinner party while at work and earned a 22% tip from the customers. If Megan received $16.50 as her tip, what was the customer's bill? So I have 2 ways I can solve this question that I want to show you. So one way is by setting up a proportion. So essentially a 22% tip can be written as 22 over 100. Okay, 22 over 100 represents 22% because percent means out of 100. So if I set this equal to the tip that she received over the customer's bill, which we'll label X, then I can go ahead and find the X or the total or the customer's bill. So to solve a proportion, I would cross multiply and I would get 22x equals 1650 times 100 would just be 1,650. Again, I could just plug that in my calculator as well. I'll show you on the calculator this next step when I divide by 22. So 1650, oops, try that again, 1650 divided by 22 equals 75. So that is my X value. The amount of their bill was $75. Now, another way I could have done this is by setting up an equation. If I say 22% of the bill has to be $16.50, what that would look like is 0.22, which is 22% written as a decimal. Whenever we're doing algebra with percentages, we have to either put it over 100, like we did in the proportion, or divide it by 100 to get the decimal. So this times X, or the bill, would have to equal the 1650. And to solve this, similarly, we'd be dividing by 0.22, and this would get you the same answer of X equals 75. So there's 2 strategies to try to solve a question like this. The number 20 is approximately 15% of what value? So I think that for this one, I'm going to go with the proportion strategy. So 15% is 15 over 100. That has to be equal to, so then it says the number 20 is approximately 15% of what value? So 20 over the total, or x is what we're trying to find here. So let's cross multiply. And I get 2,000 equals 15 times x. And then all I have to do here is divide by 15. So let's plug that in our calculator. 1,000 divided by 15 equals, there we go, 133.3 repeating. Okay, so approximately that is the closest to 133. Okay, the other way you could have solved this question is just by taking 20 and dividing it by 0.15 or 15% as a decimal. Okay, some people like to just go straight to this step. I like to do the proportion because I don't have to try to remember, am I dividing or multiplying, which goes on the top, which goes on the bottom. It's a little more straightforward, but this would also give you the same answer, which you would then find 133 as the approximate value. Okay, for this question, let's convert 2.5 miles to feet. So how are we going to go from miles to feet? Well, 1 mile is equal to how many feet? I'll show you how I remember. 5,280. What I remember is 5 tomatoes. So when I'm trying to go from miles to feet, I'm thinking 5 tomatoes. 5,280, 5 tomatoes. Okay, so I hope that's helpful for remembering miles to feet. That is a conversion that you will need to know to convert. You may see it come up. So just to go from 1 mile to feet is 5,280. So if we take 5,280, multiply it by 2.5. Okay, let's see if I can do this, right? 5,280 times 2.5, there we go, 13,200. Okay, so that is our answer for this question. And then let me just hop over to this slide here I have ready for you for a few other conversions you will need to know. This would be a great one to screenshot or take out your phone and take a picture of. So we have some temperature conversion formulas. You'll need to know how to go from Celsius to Fahrenheit and Fahrenheit to Celsius. You also have some measurement where you need to know how to use these conversions to go from centimeter to inches and vice versa, meters to feet and vice versa. Okay, all different things here. Some are length, some are weight. And then on the right, we have some more measurements where we're talking about the metric system, and then some volume conversions. So when I am talking about the metric system, which I will do in another question shortly, I will show you another strategy for remembering, because the metric system is nice. It's based on the base 10 number system. A little bit easier to do than some of these other conversions, but you will still need to have these memorized either way. So again, pause the video, take a screenshot, take out your phone, take a picture, and we will do some more examples as we go. All right, a doctor writes a prescription for 0.5 liters of liquid medicine to a patient. How many milliliters will the medicine bottle be filled with? So this is an example of a conversion where we have to go from liters to milliliters. So some of us may know, because we have it memorized, that 1 liter is equal to 1,000 milliliters. Okay, so if I just need half of a liter, it would be half of 1,000 or 500. So if we have our conversions memorized, that can be really helpful. If you struggle with your metric conversions, here's a mnemonic that can help you. King Henry died while drinking chocolate milk. Okay, so what does that mean? Well, this is really just the prefixes for all of our metric units. So kilo, hecto, deca. The W I use to stand for the whole unit. In this example, this would be liters. And then deci, centi, milli. So let's see how this would help us. I am starting with my liters as my unit, and I need to go to milliliters. So I'm going to start in my whole unit, and I have to go 1, 2, 3 jumps to the right. So I'm using that to figure out what I have to do with my decimal. So 0.5 liters, I'm going to go 1, 2, 3 jumps to the right. So that moves my decimal over here. And now instead of 0.5, I get 500 as my answer. So you're just really figuring out how many times to swoop your decimal when we are using this mnemonic. King Henry died while drinking chocolate milk. Feel free to leave a comment below this video if you want a little more practice with these type of questions. I have a bunch of videos going over how to use this mnemonic to help you with your metric units. All right, let's try a little more algebra. 8x squared minus 6x minus 3 minus 4x squared minus 5x plus 4. So in order to subtract these polynomials, I have to make sure to distribute this subtraction sign. So 8x squared minus 6x minus 3, and then distribute that subtraction sign, minus 4x squared. Minus negative 5 really just means plus 5x. Then minus a positive 4 is really just minus 4. So now I just need to combine like terms. 8x squared minus 4x squared is 4x squared. Negative 6x plus 5 is just a negative x, or negative 1x. Minus 3 minus 4 gives me a minus 7. So my final answer, 4x squared minus x minus 7. All right, let's convert 1/8 to a decimal. So because we can use a calculator with this question, what I would do is I would just think about my fraction bar here as a division symbol, okay? This really just means 1 divided by 8. So when I take my calculator out and do 1 divided by 8, 1 divided by 8, I get 0.125. So now looking at my answers, the closest answer to that is 0.13, rounding to the nearest hundredth. That makes sense because I'm going to this decimal place and the 5 tells me to round up. So 0.13. Okay, important to read those final directions so that we don't choose this one on accident. A patient's fever is 102 degrees Fahrenheit. Convert the temperature to the Celsius scale. So this is one of those formulas that we mentioned before on our conversion sheet. So I'm going to write it out for you. Celsius equals 5/9 times, in parentheses, the Fahrenheit temperature minus 32. So this is how we're going to go from Fahrenheit to Celsius, okay? Notice how Celsius is on this side of the equal sign because that's what I want to end with. Now let's plug in what we know. Celsius equals 5/9 times 102 minus 32. So from here, I'm just going to work through order of operations, or you may know that as PEMDAS, doing my parentheses first. 102 minus 32 gives me 70. So now from here, I just have to know how to multiply 5/9 times 70. So if you think about 70 as 70 over 1, multiplying fractions, what I really have to do is 5 times 70 over 9 times 1. So 5 times 70, we can just plug that in our calculator and get 350 over 9 times 1, which is just 9. So now if I do 350 divided by 9, that'll simplify my fraction. Oops, let me clear this out. 350 divided by 9, 38.8 repeating. Now looking at my answers, what is the closest answer to that? 39 degrees Celsius. A pizza shop sells individual pizza slices throughout the day in addition to whole pizza orders. The shop sells 3/8 of a cheese pizza, 3/8 of a pepperoni pizza, and 2/5 of a specialty pizza. How many pizzas did they sell in individual slices? So we need to take each of our different types of slices and add them together. So 3/8 plus 3/8 plus 2/5. So when I'm doing this, I need to have a common denominator to add, which I do have for these two. So I'm just going to add those together and get 6/8. 6/8 plus 2/5. Now a common denominator between 8 and 5, I can just multiply them. That would be 40. And now to go from 6/8 to something over 40, I'm just going to think about 8 times 5 got me to 40. So let's do 6 times 5, and that would be 30. 5 times 8 is what got me to 40. So 2 times 8 would be 16. Okay, so I am just converting my fractions into equivalent fractions that I can now add together. 30 plus 16 gives me 46. You can absolutely be plugging this into your calculator to simplify, but make sure that you add the tops and then keep the denominator. 30 40ths plus 16 40ths would give me 46 40ths. And now I just need to simplify. So these are both even. I could divide by 2, 23 over 20. And then to turn this into a mixed number, 20 goes into 23 once, with 3 left over. So this would be 1 3/20. That is how much pizza they sold in individual slices. What is 32 out of 160 as a percent? So essentially all we have to do is take 32 and divide it by 160. You can absolutely set up your proportion like this, equals x over 100, because we're trying to find the percent. Okay, if we do it this way, this would be 3,200 equals 160x, and then just divide by 160. So if I have 3,200 divided by 160, I get x equals 20. Cool. And also, this is really just the same as doing 32 over 160 and then just multiplying it by 100, because you would get a decimal and then you just want to convert it into your percent by multiplying by 100. Two friends got the same percentage of math questions right on their tests. One friend got 96 questions correct out of 120 questions. If the second friend took an exam with only 75 questions, how many did she answer correctly? So if they got the same percentage of math questions right, then I can set up a proportion to figure out how many the second friend got. So 96 out of 120 would give me the first friend's proportion. And then this would be equal to, how many did she answer correctly? Well, 96 is how many the other friend got, correct? That's on the top. So I have to make sure I put the X on the top for this one out of the 75 questions. So from here, I'm just going to cross multiply. So notice a lot of proportion examples, okay? And then we're solving with cross multiplication. This is a really great strategy to have. So 96 times 75, 7,200 equals 120 times X. So I'm just solving using opposite operations. 7,200 divided by 120 gives me 60. So this second friend got 60 questions correct. All right, let's solve the equation for the unknown. So when I'm solving for the unknown, I'm trying to get the variable by itself. So the first thing I can get rid of is this 3. So I'm going to use the inverse operation. Instead of plus, I'm going to do minus. That'll get those to cancel out. If I do it on one side, I have to do it on the other side. So on the left side, I still just have 4x. But on the right side, I had 8 minus 3 to get 5. Now 4 times x, if I divide by 4, I'm going to get x equals 5 over 4. I just leave it as a fraction because if I look at my answer options, it's either a whole number or a fraction. So I can just leave it as 5 over 4. All right, let's multiply 4/5 times 1/5. To multiply fractions, we are just going to multiply across the top. 4 times 1 is 4. And across the bottom, 5 times 5 is 25. So 4 over 25 can't be simplified. So my first answer is the correct answer. All right, let's see what else we got. The following circle graph shows what a family spends their income on each month. If the family earns $6,500 a month, how much money are they spending on their bills? So bills is down here at 25%. So we need to find 25% of 6,500. The easiest way to do that is to either take 6,500 and multiply it by 0.25, making sure you turn your percent into a decimal. Or if you know 25% is really just 1/4 of their money, you could also think about this as doing 6,500 divided by 4. Both of these will get you the right answer. If you have a calculator handy, feel free to try one or the other. I'm just going to multiply it by the decimal, and you should get 1,625. All right, a homeowner is renovating their kitchen and needs 75 square feet of tile for the backsplash. The tile contractor requires a 15% overage of tiles to complete the job. How many square feet of tile does the homeowner need to purchase? So we're filling in the blank here, rounding the answer to the nearest tenth. So we need 75 square feet of tile with a 15% overage. So that means they need extra. Maybe if they make a mistake, they want to have, extra on hand. So how many do they actually need to purchase? Either you could take 75 square feet and multiply it by 15% or 0.15 to find the overage and then add it back together. Or if you wanted to do this all in one step, you could actually multiply by the 75 by 1.15. So what this does is the 1 accounts for essentially 100% of the 75. So all 75 plus the 15% overage. You could also think about it like this. Okay? This allows me to do it all in one step. So 75 times 1.15 gives me 86.25. So that is how much square feet they need. And we need to round our answer to the nearest tenth. So to the nearest tenth is this place, but the 5 is what tells me to round up. So this would be 86.3. So we're just going to type in 86.3 as our solution. A yield sign is in the shape of a triangle with a base length of 90 centimeters and a height of 80 centimeters. What is the area in square centimeters? So here's another formula you really want to be comfortable with. The area of a triangle is equal to the base times the height, and then divide that by 2. Also, sometimes it is written as 1/2, the base times the height. These are the same thing, just written a little bit differently. Now, if we plug in what we know, we're trying to find the area, and we know our base is 90 and our height is 80. And then we're going to divide by 2. 90 times 80 on the top gives me 7,200, and divide that by 2. I get 3,600 as my area. Okay, Trisha put $1,800 down on a new car and paid $375 a month for 6 years. How much did Trisha spend in total for her car? So she put $1,800 down, plus she's paying $375 a month for 6 years. So 375 times 12 would be how much she's paying in a year. And then you have to multiply that by 6 to find out how much she's paid in 6 years. And then we can add that back to her down payment. So I'm going to plug in to my calculator 375 times 12, and then multiply that by 6, and I get 27,000. And when I add 1,800 to that, the total she has spent is $28,800. All right, here's another conversion question. A nurse provides 0.25 liters of fluid to a recovering patient every 4 hours. The doctor wants to restrict the fluid intake and says to stop it after 1,500 milliliters. And then the doctor will check on the patient. How many times will the patient receive fluid before the doctor checks on him? So 0.25 liters is what they're getting every 4 hours. And they want to restrict the fluid after 1,500 milliliters, and that's when the doctor will check on them. So we have to take this liters and convert it into milliliters, and then we can figure out how many times this is happening. So we need to have the same units before we can do any sort of operation or algebra with these measurements. So again, If we know that in 1 liter, there are 1,000 milliliters, 0.25 liters would just be 1,000 divided by 4, essentially, or multiplied by 0.25. Either way is fine. Okay, so if I'm going to do that, I'll get 250 milliliters. Okay, essentially, I'm just doing liters times 1,000, so 0.25 times 1,000. Okay, again, you can also try using King Henry died while drinking chocolate milk. That will go from liters to milliliters, swooping 3 times to the right to get 250 as well. So if I take 1,500 milliliters, which is my total, and divide it by the 250 in each dose, that will tell me how many times the patient is getting fluid, which is 6. So how many times will they receive fluid before the doctor checks on them? That answer is 6. All right, let's change 0.89 to a fraction. So 0.89 is really read as 89 hundredths. So if you know your place value, tenths, and then hundredths place, you can just take that decimal, take the 89 out of there, and put it over 100, whatever the ending place value is. And then if I could simplify, great, but in this case, I cannot. So it would just be 89 over 100. Okay, students were surveyed about their favorite pet, and the bar graph shows the results. Select the best statement for the bar graph. Okay, so here's our bar graph. We have quantity here and the favorite animal here. So let's see what our options are. The most number of students consider dogs their favorite pet. So dog is here, but notice how cat is actually higher. So that one is not true. Cats are the favorite pet. Total number of students who prefer fish and pigs is equal to the total number of students who prefer gerbils. So fish and pigs, let's see, fish is 4, pigs should be 3, it looks like, and gerbils is 7. So 4 plus 3 is 7, so that makes sense. Let's just double check our other options. Total number of students who prefer fish and pigs, again, that was 7, is equal to the number of students who prefer birds. Birds is actually 8, so not quite. And then lastly, fish are the least preferred pet. Well, if we're looking here, pigs are actually the least preferred pet. So the second option is the only one that works. Awesome. So before I move on to the next question, I just wanted to remind you about the resources that are available to you while you are studying for this TEAS exam. Okay, so you don't have to study all alone. You don't have to prepare all by yourself, right? There are a lot of resources for you. So make sure you check out the links to join the study group and learn more about the interactive TEAS 7 online course. Smart Edition Academy's TEAS 7 course has lessons, 500 plus videos, 8 practice tests, and flashcards for every subject on the test, so you can do your very best on the TEAS 7. So if you're enjoying this video, definitely check out those other resources in order to get the support that you need. All right, so we're a little over halfway through here. Thanks for sticking around and working hard with me. Let's try to solve this inequality. 5 minus x is less than or equal to 2. Okay, so first thing I want to do is try to get x by itself. I'm going to subtract the 5. So 2 minus 5 is negative 3. If you're not so good with negatives, if we plug this in our calculator, it'll give us our answer, okay? What I have to do now is to get the negative sign away from the negative x, right? It's attached here. So one way we can do this is divide by negative 1. That'll get those to cancel out. Okay, but at this step, I want alarm bells ringing off in your head. Whenever we're dealing with an inequality and we have to divide or multiply by a negative, we have to flip the sign. Okay, so this would be negative 3 divided by negative 1, which is a positive 3, but I have to flip this sign here to get my answer. X is greater than or equal to 3. So this is something I really want you to be careful of, okay? So when solving an inequality, if you divide or multiply by a negative, what do you have to do? You have to flip the inequality sign or symbol, okay? So I'm just gonna leave that there for you. Screenshot it, do what you need to do, write it down. But this should be sending alarm bells off in your head when you're trying to solve an inequality and you have to divide or multiply by a negative. All right, let's see what we have next. Let's add some fractions, 2/7 plus 1/10. Remember, when we're adding fractions, we need a common denominator. So easiest way to do that is just multiply what you have. 7 times 10 is 70. So 7 times 10 got me to 70. So 2 times 10 will give me 20 on top. 1 times 7, 10 times 7, I'm sorry, gives me 70. So 1 times 7 is 7. And when I add the tops, I get 27 over the denominator of 70. A circular dinner plate has a diameter of 13 inches. A ring is placed along the edge of the plate. Find the circumference of the ring in inches. And we're going to use 3.14 for pi. So we are needing to find the circumference of a circle. So circumference of a circle can be found by doing pi times the diameter. Okay, so this is the formula that you need. Circumference equals pi times diameter. Now let's plug in what we know. Diameter is 13, and we're using 3.14 for pi. So I'm going to do 3.14 times 13 to get my circumference. 3.14 times 13 gives me 40.82 as my circumference. All right, let's multiply some fractions. So now with multiplication, all we're doing is multiplying across the top and across the bottom. So we have 3 times 1 on the top, which is just 3. 10 times 7 on the bottom is 70. So that can't be simplified. Our final answer would just be 3 over 70. So notice when we're multiplying fractions, we can just multiply across the top and the bottom, no matter what that denominator is. Solve the equation for the unknown. So again, trying to get the variable by itself, I have to get rid of this negative 10. So a minus 10, I'm going to do the opposite, which would be adding 10. So a has to equal 20, negative 20 plus 10. So let's see what we do here. Can we do negatives on this? Negative 20. Okay, that's one way to do it. 0 minus 20 gives you negative 20 plus 10 equals negative 10. Cool. A equals negative 10. Okay, so a lot of different calculators have different ways that you can do negatives. So you just want to be careful when you're plugging it in that your answer makes sense. Negative 20 plus 10 would still have to be a negative answer. So you want to be careful about that. So negative 10 it is. All right, candy shop charges 50 cents a piece, knowing it costs 22 cents to make. The shop has other costs to the business that total $4,200 a month. Select the equation that would represent how many pieces of candy, C, the shop would make if the candy shop were to break even in operational costs for a month. So I'm going to allow my multiple choice options here to guide me. And notice how I'm having to take something times C, which again is the number of pieces of candy, and then either plus or minus this operational cost here of 4,200 to equal 0. So I want to break even. So if I'm subtracting the 4,200, which is a cost, would make sense, I basically have to do my profit or my revenue, minus expenses would equal my profit, in this case is 0. So my revenue would be how much am I bringing in? And in this case, we're told that we charge 50 cents a piece, but you have to take away the 22 cents it costs to make. So 50 cents minus 22 cents would give me 28 cents. So this is how much they're making off each piece of candy. So 0.28 times C minus the 4,200 in operating costs equals 0. That would be how we would find if they were to break even. For a recent mending, a seamstress used buttons from 2 separate boxes. After completing the job, she had 3/5 of a box of buttons left from one box, while she used 1/4 of the other box. If both boxes contained 200 buttons each, when they were originally bought, how many buttons did the seamstress use for her recent mending? So she used let's see, after completing it up, she had 3/5 of a button left. So that means that she used 2/5, right? If the box was full, that would be 5/5. You could think about 1 as 5/5. She had 3/5 left, so she would have used 2/5 of 200. That's one box. And then she used 1/4 of the 200 in another box. Now, in order to solve this, I can just multiply across the top. 2 times 200 is 400 over 5. Across the bottom as well, 1 times 200, 200 over 4. And now I just need to divide. 400 divided by 5 is 80. 200 divided by 4 is 50. Now, what is the total? I just have to add these together. 80 plus 50 gives me 130. Okay, so how many buttons did she use? She used 130 total buttons. Okay, a doctor writes a prescription for his patient for 200 milligrams, but the pharmacy tech only has the medicine available in grams. How many grams will the pharmacy technician need to fill the order? So we need to take 200 milligrams and turn it into grams. Okay, so either you need to know that 1,000 milligrams equals 1 gram. So you can essentially just divide by 1,000. Or you can think about King Henry died while drinking chocolate milk. And we're going from milligrams to our whole unit of grams 3 times to the left. So if I'm doing 1, 2, 3 to the left, that would give me 0.2 grams. And notice how I'm dropping those zeros here. These zeros don't matter once I swoop. This is the same thing as 0.200, but it's more confusing, right? In our application of this mathematics, it is confusing to have those trailing zeros, so we just drop them at the end. All right, let's solve for y when x equals 3. So what this means is that I'm going to insert 3 where I see x. So y should equal, instead of x squared, I'm going to write it as 3 squared plus 4 minus 2. And then I just need to do order of operations or PEMDAS. So I'm going to simplify what's in the parentheses, but I actually have to do this exponent first, and then I can add the 4 to it. So 3 squared is 9. So I have to do 9 plus 4, and then I can minus 2. So 9 plus 4 is 13, minus 2 tells me that y should equal 11. Okay, so just plugging 3 in for x and then simplifying using order of operations. All right, let's divide fractions. 3/4 divided by 1/2. So when I'm dividing fractions, KCF is what helps me remember what to do. It might remind you of fried chicken. In this case, KCF instead of KFC. So what this stands for is keep, change, flip. So I'm going to keep my first fraction, change division to multiplication, and flip 1/2 to be 2 over 1. Now that I'm multiplying, I know how to do this. I just go across the top. 3 times 2 is 6. And across the bottom, 4 times 1 is 4. And now to simplify, I can divide each of these by 2, 3 over 2. And now to turn into a mixed number, notice all of my answers are either regular fractions or mixed numbers. I have to turn 3 over 2 into a mixed number. 2 goes into 3 once with 1 left over. This is the same thing as 1 and 1/2. All right, this line chart shows the number of cars sold each month. Which statement is true? So number sold is on the vertical axis and the month is here. So June has the most cars sold. If I go to June up here, is that the most? Nope, it looks like this one is the most. So option number 1 is not it. Let's see. There were 2 months where 30 cars were sold. So let's see. 30, there's 1. That's it. Looks like only 1 month where 30 cars were sold. So I'm just kind of going through and doing process of elimination. The months with the smallest decrease all sold 5 fewer cars. So we're looking for when it goes from 1 month to the next and decreases. So 20 to 15, this is minus 5. Now from here, this is 35 to 25, that's minus 10. Here, 45 to 40 minus 5. 50 to 35 minus 15. 35 to 25 minus 10. 25 to 20 minus 5. So again, let's just see what this one said. The months with the smallest decreases all sold 5 fewer cars. So this is true. The smallest decrease is always 5. The difference between the highest and lowest month is 30. So let's just double check this one just to be sure. The highest month and lowest month. So the highest month here is 50. The lowest month down here is 15. 50 minus 15 would be 35. But this one said 30. So yes, option number 3 is it. Okay, so process of elimination for these questions is probably the best strategy. All right, let's order all the numbers from least to greatest by dragging the numbers into the boxes in the correct order. So I have 4/12, -4/5. I'm just going to rewrite these because once I start dragging, they're going to disappear. 2/8, 15/16, and -1/8. So we need to do from least to greatest. So the first thing I want to do is get these into numbers I can compare rather easily. So if these all had a common denominator, I could compare them. They don't. So I'm going to turn them into decimals because all that means is I'm just dividing the top by the bottom. So 4 divided by 12. Okay, I'm just going to write this as 0.3 repeating. 0.333. -4/5. So 4 divided by 5 is 0.8. So -0.8. 2 divided by 8. 0.25. 15 divided by 16. 0.9375. And then lastly, -1/8. 1 divided by 8 is 0.125. So -0.125. Okay, so order from least to greatest. So I'm looking at my negatives first. So which one of these is smaller? -0.8 or -0.125? When we're talking about negatives, think about your whole number. So -1, -2, -3. -3 is smaller than -1. Okay, so it's kind of like the greater magnitude, the farther away it is from 0 when we're talking about negatives, the smaller it is, right? The more negative it is, the smaller. So -0.8, or that is written as -4/5, is our least fraction that we have, and then -1/8 would be next. So now I have my whole my positive numbers. So the smallest one here, I'm just comparing the tenths place. So 3, 2, 9. So this would be the smallest. So that's 2/8. And then after that is the 4/12, and 15/16 would be the largest. Okay, so taking a fraction, turning it into a decimal just by dividing the top by the bottom is a really great strategy when you have to compare fractions. A teacher buys 4 bottles of water for class. Each bottle of water contains 3 liters, and each cup holds 2/5 of a liter. How many cups will be filled? So let's find the total amount of water we have. 4 bottles, and each bottle has 3 liters. So 4 times 3 would give me 12 total liters. Now each cup holds 2/5 of a liter. So if I take the total and divide it by how much each cup holds, which is 2/5, I will find how many cups can be filled. So remember, keep, change, flip. We're going to do that again. Keep the 12, change division to multiplication, and flip this to be 5/2. So 12 times 5 on the top is 60. 1 times 2 is just 2. 60 divided by 2 would be 30. So I know I'm not showing you how to do all of this in the calculator, but this is just a matter of plugging in using the correct operation. So feel free to pause the video and try that in your calculator. But also, some of these are just some multiplication or division that you might already know, but it's not a bad idea to plug into your calculator to double check. All right, a service group collects trash from area roadways for 4 straight weeks. The amount of trash they pick up is about 19.5, 15 1/3, 20 7/10, 16 3/5 pounds. Estimate the total number of pounds collected. So notice how when it says estimate, I don't have to actually add all these fractions together. All of my answers here are nice whole numbers. So I'm going to round to the nearest whole number in order to add these together. So 19 1/2, If you think about that as a decimal, 19.5, the 5 tells me to round up. So this is 20. 15 and 1/3 is closer to 15. 20 and 7/10 closer to 21. And then 16 and 3/5 is closer to 17. So these are really the numbers that I'm trying to add together. So I'm just going to do 20 plus 15 plus 21 plus 17 to get my total of 73. So 73 total pounds would be the estimated amount of trash that they collected. Okay, let's convert 8 liters to quarts. Okay, so this is one of those conversions we need to have memorized. I need to know that 1 liter is equal to 1.06 quarts. So again, let me just show you this conversion chart one more time, just a few conversions that you need to know. Feel free to take a screenshot or pause and take a picture with your phone again. But this is an example of when we would need to know this conversion, which you see right here, or I wouldn't really know how to solve this problem. So I need to go from 8 liters to quarts. So essentially all I'm doing to go from liters to quarts is multiplying by 1.06. So let's just take 8 and multiply by 1.06. And I will get 8.48. So 8 liters is equal to 8.48 quarts. A picture frame is in the shape of a right triangle with legs 9 centimeter and 12 centimeter. What is the hypotenuse in centimeters? So a visual might be helpful here. Okay, so we have a right triangle. The legs are 9 and 12. So that means that these sides here are 9 and 12, and the hypotenuse is always across from the right angle. And let's just call this x. We're going to try to solve for x. So in order to solve for the sides of a right triangle, you need to know how to use the Pythagorean theorem. A squared plus b squared equals c squared. So what I do here is I plug in for the legs. Okay, these are the legs. 9 squared plus 12 squared has to equal c squared is the hypotenuse, and I just called that x. So let's just write that as x squared. So 9 squared is 9 times 9, which is 81, plus 12 squared. 12 times 12 is 144 equals x squared. So let's try to do 81 plus 144, and I get 225 equals x squared. So you should be able to use your square root function here to find the square root of 225 is equal to 15. Okay, if you struggle to figure out how to use your square root function, you can also use your options here to help you. If you know you get to this step, x squared equals 225, then you could just plug in, well, is 15 squared equal to 225? And that one does happen to work. But you could also check 17 squared, 13 squared, 12 squared. Okay, so that's another option if you struggle with the calculator at times. Okay, and we have made it to our final question here. The area of a circle is 256 pi square inches. What is the circumference of the circle? So I need 2 different formulas here. Area of a circle is pi times the radius squared. And we already talked about the circumference being pi times the diameter. Sometimes it is also written as circumference is equal to 2 times pi times the radius, because diameter is really just 2 times the radius. So these are the formulas we may need. I know area is 256 pi, so let me plug that in. And if this is all I know, I can actually find my radius. So I'm going to divide by pi, and that's just going to cancel that out. And if 256 equals the radius squared, well, this is where that square root function will come in handy again. 256, if I take the square root of that, I get 16. So my radius is 16. Notice how that is not the answer to this question. The question is asking me to find the circumference. So since I know the radius, I'm going to choose to use this formula. But if you know that the diameter is just twice the radius, you could just find the diameter and then use the other formula here. But I'm just going to plug in radius since I know this formula as well. 2 pi times 16. Well, 2 times 16 gives me 32. And the pi just comes along because notice how my answers all have pi in the answer. Okay, so 32 pi would be my final answer. Okay, so we made it through this whole practice test. Thank you so much for following along with me. I hope you found this helpful.
Okay, so let's dive right on into our first question, which looks like it's going to be on A and P. A patient presents with excessive bruising, excessive bleeding, and slow wound healing. Which of the following does the patient's blood test reveal? A low platelet count, high antibody count, high red blood cell count, or low white blood cell count? The right answer is going to be A, low platelet count. So let's talk about why the correct answer is low platelet count. So as you probably remember, platelets are tiny cell fragments in the blood that help form clots to stop bleeding. So in this question, when someone is experiencing excessive bruising, excessive bleeding, and slow wound healing, that's because their blood is not clotting as well as it should be, which would indicate low platelet count. So this is a great question to get the test started with because you will definitely see questions like this. So it's not always a matter of knowing your vocabulary words and memorizing. This is a great example of why it's important to understand context. Let's go to our next question. Blood oxygen levels are most likely low when blood does which of the following? Leaves the aorta, fills the right atrium, reaches the body's tissues, or flows through the arteries. The right answer here is fills the right atrium. So the right atrium is one of the 4 chambers of the heart, and it's where blood returns from the body after it has delivered oxygen to the tissues. So the blood is now lower in oxygen because it has already been used by the body cells. So when the blood fills up the right atrium, it's carrying less oxygen and is on its way to the lungs to pick up more. So let's talk about why the other answers are incorrect. Leaving the aorta. So the aorta is the largest artery in the body, and it carries oxygen-rich blood directly from the heart to the rest of the body. And blood in the aorta has just come from the lungs where it was just reoxygenated, so now it is high in oxygen, not low. Reaches the body's tissues. So this is incorrect because when blood reaches the body tissues, it is delivering oxygen to them. This means that it is still high in oxygen when it arrives at the tissues. It only becomes low in oxygen after it has delivered the oxygen and is on its way back to the heart. And lastly, flows through the arteries. So arteries generally carry oxygen-rich blood from the heart to the different parts of the body. The only exception to this is the pulmonary arteries, which carry oxygen-poor blood from the heart to the lungs. However, in general, blood flowing through the arteries is usually high in oxygen. An intracellular chemical signal can be produced in the cell membrane. Once it is produced, it goes to which of the following? A, to a different cell, B, to another part of the same cell, C, to a region right outside of the cell, or D, to an area with high ion concentration. The correct answer to this is B, to another part of the same cell. So, an intracellular chemical signal is a signal which is produced inside of a cell. That's what the intra part means. And what it does is it communicates information within that same cell. So, when this signal is created, usually that happens inside of the cell membrane, it travels to another part within the same cell to carry out specific functions. An example of a function might be something like activating enzymes. All in all, Intracellular signals are designed to act within the same cell where they are produced and traveling to different areas of that cell to carry out their task. All of these other answer options here are talking about intercellular signals, which would mean that the signal would have to leave the cell or go to unrelated areas. Which of the following enzymes breaks down proteins? Is it A, amylase, B, lactase, C, pepsin, or D, sucrase? So this is a great question because on the TEAS exam, you're going to have questions that come up on macromolecules kind of in two different ways. So you're going to see questions like this where it's really related to A and P, specifically the gastrointestinal system. And then you're also going to see questions about macromolecules asked of you in more of the sense of a biology question. So it's really important that you really understand your macromolecules, also known as your biomolecules, really well through and through, because there's a good chance that you're going to be asked an A&P as well as a biology question about them. So in this case, the correct answer is C, pepsin. So the reason that pepsin is the correct answer is because pepsin is an enzyme that specifically helps break down proteins into smaller pieces, making it easier for the body to digest them. Pepsin is produced in the stomach, where it works best in the acidic environment to start protein digestion. Let's talk about why the other three are incorrect. So amylase is the enzyme that breaks down starches, meaning complex carbohydrates, into simple sugars. It basically doesn't have anything to do with proteins at all. Lactase. Lactase is an enzyme that breaks down lactose, that's the sugar found in milk, into simpler sugars. So lactase works on lactose, not proteins. That's why it's incorrect. And lastly, sucrase is an enzyme that breaks down sucrose, which is basically table sugar, into simpler sugars, which are for example, like glucose. Therefore, pepsin is the right answer because it's the only enzyme, at least on this list, that breaks down proteins. The diffusion of nutrients through the walls of the digestive system is critical to homeostasis in the body. The majority of this diffusion takes place in which of the following areas of the digestive system? The large intestine, the colon, the liver, or the small intestine? The correct answer here is the small intestine. Okay, so the small intestine is where the majority of nutrient absorption takes place in the digestive system. The walls inside of the small intestine are lined with tiny structures called villi and microvilli, and that increases the surface area, making it highly efficient at absorbing nutrients and passing them into the bloodstream. This is obviously essential for homeostasis as the body needs these nutrients to function properly. Well, let's talk about why the other options are incorrect. So, large intestine. The large intestine mainly absorbs water and some minerals, but it does not play a major role in absorbing nutrients from food. By the time food reaches the large intestine, most of the nutrients have already been absorbed. The colon is part of the large intestine and has a similar role in absorbing water and minerals. It helps to form solid waste, but it's not involved in the significant absorption of nutrients. And lastly, the liver does not absorb any nutrients from the digestive system. Instead, it processes and it stores nutrients after they have been absorbed by the small intestine. So the small intestine is the primary site for nutrient absorption in the body, while the large intestine, colon, and liver have very different functions in the digestive system, and they do not absorb nutrients. As soon as this invader enters the body initiates immunological responses. Which of the following is the name of this invader? Is it A, foreign particles, B, pathogen, C, toxin, or D, vaccine? The correct answer is B, pathogen. So a pathogen is a harmful microorganism. This can be anything such as a virus, a bacteria, or a fungus, and a pathogen can cause disease. So when a pathogen enters the body, it triggers an immune response because the body is recognizing it as a threat. On the TEAS exam, you're going to want to make sure that you study microorganisms. You're going to want to make sure that you understand different types of transmissions of diseases, immunity responses, as well as you're going to want to have a really good understanding of the different types of microorganisms, the harmful kinds like a pathogen, and also the beneficial kind. Which of the following muscles do circulating hormones stimulate? Extension, flexor, skeletal, or smooth? Okay, the answer for this question is D, smooth muscles. Okay, so smooth muscles are found in places like the walls of the blood vessels, the digestive tract, as well as the bladder. And they respond to circulating hormones in the body, which can cause them to contract or relax to help control processes like blood flow, digestion, as well as waste elimination. These muscles work automatically, meaning involuntarily, and are directly affected by hormones. The other three answer choices are incorrect. So let's talk about why. So extension is a type of movement. It's not a type of muscle. Flexors are a type of muscle that causes bending at the joints, like when you bend your elbow. Flexor muscles are usually skeletal muscles that are controlled by the nervous system, not by hormones. And then skeletal muscles are the muscles attached to the bones that control voluntary movements like walking or picking up a piece of apple pie. These muscles are controlled by nerve signals rather than by hormones. If this practice test is making you feel like you definitely have some studying to do in the science section, just know that you are not alone. And that is exactly why the T7 online course exists. The T7 online course helps you relearn and freshen up your knowledge about everything that we've seen so far on the science topics. That's A&P, chemistry, scientific reasoning, and biology. In addition, the T7 online course goes over everything you need to know for reading, English, and math. You're going to have way more than just practice questions. You're also going to find flashcards, educational video lessons, and interactive study modules, and get everything you need to pass your TEAS exam with Smart Edition Academy's T7 online course. Check it out at www.smarteditionacademy.com. Okay, so this is our first question on scientific reasoning. You are going to have 8 scored scientific reasoning questions. When you take your real TEAS exam, scientific reasoning is anything like designing an experiment, the scientific method, inductive, deductive reasoning, as well as things like conversions and scientific measurements. So, which of the following actions contribute to minimizing bias when selecting a sample for an experiment? Selecting participants based on personal beliefs, using convenience sampling methods, ensuring that the sample represents the population of interest, or choosing participants from a single geographic location. Okay, so the correct answer for this is going to be C, ensuring that the sample represents the population of interest. So with this question, it's asking you about eliminating bias. So when you're conducting an experiment, it's important that you have a sample that accurately represents the larger population in which you are studying. This helps ensure that the findings are reliable and they can be applied to the whole population, not just a specific group, like question D, talking about a specific geographic area. By selecting a representative sample, you minimize bias, meaning your results are going to be more fair and accurate. If a person smells something sweet, which of the following forms of information is this initially perceived as in the nervous system? Cognitive, integrative, motor, or sensory? The correct answer is sensory. So when a person smells something sweet, the information is first picked up by the sensory receptors in the nose. And these receptors send signals to the brain about the smell, which is an example of sensory information. Sensory information can be defined as data gathered from the senses like smell, taste, touch, hearing, and sight. Here's why the other answers are not correct. So, a cognitive process includes things like thinking, reasoning, and understanding. Recognizing and thinking about a smell might come later, but the initial detection of the sweet smell is sensory, it's not cognitive. Your integrative processes, they happen when the brain combines sensory information with other information to make sense of it. But since we're talking about the initial perception of the sweet smell is purely sensory, the integrative aspect of it would happen after the sensory data is received. And motor information involves movement, like moving your muscles to walk or grab something sweet. Smelling something is not related to movement, so it does not involve motor information. While hiking, a person is startled after encountering a bear. Her palms get sweaty and her heart starts racing. Which of the following parts of her nervous system was directly stimulated? Central, parasympathetic, somatic, or sympathetic? The answer is D, sympathetic. So the sympathetic nervous system is part of the autonomic nervous system, and it is responsible for that fight or flight response that we are all so familiar with. So when a person is encountering something scary or stressful, like a bear on a hike, the sympathetic nervous system would be activated, causing physical changes such as sweaty palms and a racing heart. These reactions are basically preparing the body to either fight the bear or flee from the danger of the bear. So central nervous system would be incorrect because the CNS consists of the brain and the spinal cord. And while the CNS processes the information and sends the signals, the physical reactions like the sweaty palms and the racing heart are controlled by the autonomic nervous system, not in the CNS directly. The parasympathetic nervous system is the rest and digest system, which just helps the body relax and return to a normal state after a stressful event. So in this case, it would slow down the heart rate and calm the body down. The somatic nervous system controls voluntary movements like moving muscles to walk or pick up something, but it doesn't control the autonomic or automatic reactions like sweating and heart rate changes in response to stress. Which of the following types of tissues include cells of the immune system and of the blood? Connective, epithelial, muscles, or neural? The answer is A, connective. Connective tissue is a broad category of tissue that includes several types of cells, including cells of the immune system like white blood cells and cells of the blood like red and white blood cells. So blood is considered a type of connective tissue because it connects and it transports essential substances throughout the body. So epithelial tissue covers the surfaces of the body. This is things like the lining of the organs or the skin. It acts as a protective barrier but does not contain immune or blood cells. Muscle tissue is responsible for movement, and it is made up of muscle cells. And neural tissues make up the brain, the spinal cord, and of course the nerves. It's involved in transmitting nerve signals, but it does not include blood or immune cells. So that's why connective tissue is the correct answer. So which of the following correctly describes homeostasis? A functional system of the body, blood flow to every cell in the body, a relatively constant environment within the body, or neural pathways that have integrated into the body. The correct answer is C, a relatively constant environment within the body. So homeostasis refers to the body's ability to maintain a stable internal environment despite changes in the external environment. So this can include things like keeping the body temperature regulated, blood pressure, and pH levels within a narrow and optimal range for proper functioning. The body uses feedback mechanisms to regulate these processes and ensures that everything stays in balance. When you take your TEAS exam, not only should you expect to answer questions for each of the systems within the A and P questions, you'll definitely be presented on questions on homeostasis. So make sure that you have a really good understanding of homeostasis. So fertilization, which is the fusing of one sperm and an ovum, results in which of the following? Embryo, fetus, an infant, or a zygote? The correct answer here is a zygote. So, fertilization occurs when a sperm cell from the male fuses with an ovum, also known as an egg from a female. This union forms a single cell called a zygote. The zygote contains all of the genetic material needed to develop into a new organism. It is basically the very first stage after fertilization. So an embryo, a fetus, and an infant will all happen after that. After the zygote is formed, they're basically just later stages of development. Which of the following are included in the male reproductive system? The penis and the epididymis, the vas deferens and uterus, the penis and the fallopian tubes, the penis, scrotum, and cervix. The answer is A, the penis and the epididymis. So the penis and the epididymis are both inside of the male reproductive system, which are the organs responsible for producing and delivering sperm for reproduction purposes. The penis is the external organ used for sexual intercourse and the delivery of sperm, while the epididymis is a coiled tube located behind the testes where sperm mature and are stored. Technically, the scrotum and the vas deferens are also part of the reproductive system. However, the uterus and the cervix are part of the female reproductive system, so those answers are incorrect. Which phenomenon begins with red blood cells releasing oxygen to the other cells in the body? Is it air conduction, cellular respiration, internal respiration, or pulmonary ventilation? So the correct answer here is C, internal respiration. Before we talk about why internal respiration is the correct answer, I do want to make a point that on your TEAS exam, you should be prepared to study cellular respiration, cellular reproduction are all things that you should study as they may show up on the biology questions of your exam. So, internal respiration is the process where oxygen is released from the red blood cells into the tissues and the cells of the body. So, this occurs in the capillaries where oxygen moves from the blood to the cells and carbon dioxide moves from the cells into the blood to be carried away for exhalation. This is a crucial part of how the body gets oxygen to the cells and removes waste gases. So air conduction refers to the movement of air through the respiratory system, such as like through the nose and through the trachea, but it does not directly involve the exchange of oxygen between blood and the body cells. Cellular respiration is the process by which cells use oxygen to produce energy, also known as ATP, and release carbohydrate as a waste product. But this process happens inside of cells, and it's not really about the release of oxygen from red blood cells, like this question is asking. And pulmonary ventilation is the process of basically breathing in or inhaling and breathing out. And it involves the movement of air into and out of the lungs, but it does not directly involve the exchange of gases between the blood and the body tissues. So that is why internal respiration is correct, because it is the exchange of gases like oxygen between the blood and the body's cells. The correct answer is D, the cardiovascular system. So hematopoiesis is the process by which blood cells, such as red blood cells, are produced, and it occurs in the bone marrow of the skeletal system. So once these blood cells are produced, they enter the bloodstream, which is then part of the cardiovascular system. The blood cells are then transported throughout the body via blood vessels, playing crucial roles in oxygen transport, immune defense, and clotting. The other systems, such as the urinary, digestive, and muscular system, they just don't play a direct role in the production or the transportation of blood cells. So the urethra is the final structure through which urine travels to exit the body. When it's time to urinate, the urine moves from the bladder through the urethra, and then it is expelled from the body. Why did it take many years for the cell theory to be developed? Advancements in microscopy took place slowly. Cells were difficult to isolate for experimental analysis. Researchers believed a cell formed from pre-existing cells, or scientists already proved that cells were essential for life. Okay, the correct answer here is advancements in microscopy took place slowly. And before I dive a little deeper into why this is the correct answer, I do also want to say that this is cell theory as well as microscopy is going to be something that you should expect at least 1 to 2 questions on your exam. It's really important to understand pretty much everything there is to know about cells from a biology subject matter context. So cell type, cell function, plant cell versus animal cell, cellular respiration, and cellular reproduction, as I mentioned earlier. In addition, you want to know microscopy in terms of the different types of popular microscopes that you would use in a scientific lab setting. And you also want to know things like the different types of like glass containers, different types of scales and things like that. And you want to understand the advantages and you want to understand the advantages as well as the disadvantages of different types of microscopes. So as a refresher, the cell theory states that all living things are made up of cells and that cells are the basic unit of structure and function in living things. But it took a really long time for this idea to develop because microscopic technology, which is the tools you use to actually see the cells, it really took a while to improve and develop over time. Early microscopes were not powerful enough to observe the small details of cells, and scientists really could not make accurate conclusions about cells until the microscopes got better. Which term describes complex carbohydrate molecules consisting of numerous monosaccharide units? Is it monomers, disaccharides, polysaccharides, or oligosaccharides? So this is one of those questions that I was alluding to in the beginning of the video when we first had that question about enzymes that help digest proteins. And I was saying that it's really important to have a good understanding of macromolecules because you will see questions on it kind of in an A and P context. And then you're going to see questions on macromolecules in more of a biology context, which is going to be just a little bit more detailed than what you would see in an A and P setting. So this is a prime example of that. And the correct answer here is polysaccharides. So polysaccharides is a complex carbohydrate made up of many monosaccharide units, which is basically what this question is asking. Monosaccharide is a simple sugar and it's linked together. Polysaccharides can be very large molecules and include substances like starch, glycerin, and cellulose, which are important for energy storage and structural support in organisms. So let's talk about why the other options are not correct here. So a monomer is a single molecule that can bind to other molecules to form a polymer. In this case, the monosaccharides are the monomers that make up larger carbohydrates, but monomers by themselves are not complex carbohydrates, which is specifically described in this question. So if you said answer choice A, I can understand why. A disaccharide is a carbohydrate composed of two monosaccharide units. This question specifically asked for several or many. So that is why this answer isn't correct. Oligosaccharides are carbohydrates made up of a few monosaccharides, usually somewhere between like 3 and 10. And so while they are larger than disaccharides, they are not as large or as complex as polysaccharides, which have many more of those units. So polysaccharides are large, complex carbohydrates made up of many monosaccharide units. They have more than any of the other options listed on here, which is why polysaccharides is the correct answer. Which of the following organelles is not separated from the cytoplasm due to the presence of its own membrane? The mitochondrion, the nucleus, the ribosome, or the vacuole? So the correct answer here is C, the ribosome. So the question is asking, organelles is not separated from the cytoplasm due to the presence of its own membrane. So as a refresher, the ribosomes are a small structure in cells that make proteins. What makes them unique is that they do not have a membrane around them. This means that they are directly in the cytoplasm, which is the jelly-like substance that fills the cell. I'm going to add a picture of it here so you can see it. So let's talk about the other answer choices here. So the mitochondrion is the part of the cell that makes the energy. It actually has a double membrane, which means it has two layers of membrane, and that separates it from the cytoplasm. Then we've got the nucleus, which holds all of the cell's DNA. The nucleus is surrounded by nuclear membrane, which separates it from the cytoplasm. And then lastly, we've got the vacuole, which is the storage organelles within the cells, and they hold things like water and nutrients, and they have a membrane around them to keep their contents separate from the cytoplasm. So that is why the ribosome is correct because it's the only organelle of these answer choices that does not have a membrane, and it is the only one that is directly in the cytoplasm. Which of the following is a primary use of microscopy in healthcare? Another microscope question. Administering treatments for chronic diseases, diagnosing infections, performing surgical procedures, or prescribing medications. Okay, the correct answer is B, diagnosing infections. So microscopy is a crucial tool in healthcare because it allows medical professionals to examine tiny organisms, things like bacteria and viruses up close, or any cells that might be abnormal that might be causing an infection or a disease. So by using a microscope, doctors can identify pathogens in samples such as from blood or urine or tissues, which helps them diagnose infections as well as other conditions or diseases. In a DNA double helix, adenine is a nucleotide base that pairs with which of the following? The correct answer here is thymine. Okay, so in a DNA double helix, the nucleotide bases pair up in a very specific way to form the structure of the DNA molecule. And the base pairing follows essentially these rules. So we've got adenine always pairs with thymine. That's our correct answer. And then we have cytosine always pairs with guanine. And this is because of the very specific chemical bonds that form between the bases. Specifically, adenine and thymine form 2 hydrogen bonds with each other, and cytosine and guanine formed 3 hydrogen bonds. So this complementary base pairing is crucial for DNA replication and maintaining the structure of genetic code. And so when you are studying for your TEAS exam, you should definitely be prepared to see questions just like this. You're going to be asked questions on genetics and DNA, and you're also going to potentially see questions on Punnett squares. So brush up on your information regarding genetics and DNA. A patient's medication prescription is for 75 milligrams of a drug. If the tablets come in 25 milligram doses, which of the following indicates how many tablets should the patient take? 1, 2, 3, or 4? So the answer here is 3 tablets, because 3 times 25 would equal 75 milligram. Which of the following is the primary advantage of using a light microscope? It provides higher resolution and magnification than electron microscopes. It allows for the observation of live microorganisms in real time. It can visualize viruses and subcellular organelles. It is more complex and expensive than electron microscopes. So the answer here is B. It allows for the observation of live microorganisms in real time. Now, don't say I didn't tell you that you would not have questions on microscopes. So you definitely want to make sure that you know light microscopes as well as electron microscopes. So the primary advantage of a light microscope is that it is easier to use, it's more affordable, and it allows for the observation of live specimen. In contrast, an electron microscope offers much higher magnification and resolution, and it allows for a super detailed examination of structures, but it's really more of like at a molecular or an anatomic level, and it requires specimens to be non-living and often prepared in very specific ways. So that is why light microscopes are awesome. Which of the following ions from a base react with hydrogen ions in a neutralization reaction? Okay, the answer is going to be B, hydroxide. So in a neutralization reaction, a base reacts with an acid to produce water and a salt. The key to this reaction is the interaction between hydroxide ions from the base and the hydrogen ions from the acid. So the hydroxic ions from the base react with the hydrogen ions from the acid to form water, which then neutralizes the solution. Which of the following is classified as a type of acid-base reaction that produces a salt? Combination, decomposition, hydrolysis, or neutralization? So the answer here is neutralization. So in a neutralization reaction, an acid reacts with a base to produce a salt and water. So for example, when a hydrochloric acid reacts with sodium hydroxide, it forms sodium chloride, which is a salt and water. This is the classic acid-base reaction that produces as a salt as a product. This is the classic acid-base reaction that produces a salt as a product. So let's touch upon why the other options are not correct. So a combination reaction involves two or more substances combining to form a single product, but it doesn't specifically produce a salt from an acid and a base. A decomposition reaction involves a single compound breaking down into two or more simpler substances. This is not an acid-base reaction, and it does not produce a salt. And lastly, hydrolysis involves the breakdown of a compound by water simply to form ions or molecules. It is not an acid-base reaction, and it does not produce a salt. So in addition to your A&P questions, your scientific reasoning questions, and your biology questions, as you see here, you are going to be tested on your chemistry knowledge and comprehension, which seems scary for a lot of people, especially if you just have not taken a chemistry class as recently as maybe you took your A&P classes. So for the chemistry questions on the TEAS exam, you're going to need to know things like acids and bases, the trends of the periodic table, the types of chemical reactions, the type of chemical bonds. You're going to need to know about chemical solutions, formulas, and equations, things like calculating moles, molarity, molality, and things like that. So if it's been a hot minute and chemistry scares you, or really just preparing for the TEAS in general scares you and seems overwhelming, I highly recommend that you check out our TEAS online course. It has everything that you need to study in one single place for your TEAS exam, not only for science, but also for reading, English, and math. But specifically, students love our science study materials because it's really short and sweet and simple to understand study lessons, but they also include lots of videos, lots of PDFs, as well as interactive practice questions and flashcards. So people really find those beneficial, especially visual learners or people that are on the go. So definitely check out the TEAS online course. Open up a new tab right now and go to www.smarteditionacademy.com. Okay, let's get into the next question now. Which of the following methods helps to eliminate bias in an experiment? So the correct answer here is a random assignment of participants to experimental groups. So this is our second question on eliminating bias, and random assignment of participants to experimental groups is going to be the best way to eliminate bias, because you want the results to be as easy to replicate as possible, and straying away from using people because of a personal preference or specific age groups or a specific environment or geographic location like the previous question had asked. The more random, the better for eliminating bias. And the more you eliminate bias, the easier it is to replicate your experiment. So, which of the following types of bond forms between nitrogen and oxygen, and why? The correct answer here is covalent, because electrons are shared. So a covalent bond forms when two atoms share electrons in order to fill their outer electron shells. In the case of nitrogen and oxygen, both elements need electrons to complete their outer shells, so they share electrons to form a stable bond. This type of bond is called a covalent bond, where electrons are shared between the two atoms. So let's talk about why the other ones are incorrect. So ionic bond, because electrons are shared. So ionic bonds form when electrons are transferred from one atom to another, not shared. The second one, ionic, because electrons are transferred. So while ionic bonds do involve the transfer of electrons, like we just discussed, nitrogen and oxygen form a covalent bond, not an ionic bond. They both have similar electronegativity, ability to attract electrons, so they share electrons rather than transferring them. And lastly, a covalent bond, because electrons are transferred. We've sort of talked about this, but this is incorrect, because in a covalent bond, electrons are shared, not transferred. So when electrons are shared, it forms an ionic bond. So again, it's really important to know what covalent bonds are, what ionic bonds are, what they do, what they don't do, and just really have a deeper understanding of chemistry on that level. So again, if you need a refresher on all of these different chemistry topics, be sure to check out the online course. So which of the following atoms is a cation? Okay, the correct answer here is D, 82 protons, 125 neutrons, and 78 electrons. So a cation is an ion that has a positive charge, which means it has more protons than it has electrons. So when an atom loses electrons, it becomes positively charged, because protons, which are positively charged, outnumber the electrons, which are negatively charged. So with answer choice D, 82 protons, 125 neutrons, 78 electrons, this atom has 82 protons and 78 electrons, which means that it has 4 more protons than electrons, which means it is a positively charged ion, or a cation. The positive charge is because there are more protons than electrons. A spoonful of sugar is added to a hot cup of coffee. All of the sugar dissolves. Which of the following describes the resulting solution? The correct answer here is unsaturated and homogeneous. So let's break this correct answer down into two parts. So a solution is unsaturated when more solute, in this case sugar, can be dissolved in the solvent, which in this case is the tea, at the given temperature. So since the sugar dissolved completely and no solid sugar remains, there is still potential to dissolve more sugar, assuming the solution is not at its maximum capacity. So in simple words, the person making the tea can decide to add even more sugar into the tea. It's not completely saturated. The second part of this answer is the solution is homogeneous because the sugar completely dissolves in the tea and you cannot see any distinct layers of separation. So meaning the tea and the sugar have become completely mixed in a uniform fashion at a molecular level. Once that sugar is in the tea, you really can't take the sugar out of it. It's just, you can add more sugar to it, but you can't take the sugar out of it. Once it's mixed, it's mixed. So that is why the correct answer is C. In the following single replacement reaction, blank replaces blank. Okay, so the correct answer here is chlorine and iodine. So, in a single replacement reaction, one element replaces another in a compound. So, let's break down this reaction. The chlorine reacts with the sodium iodine. The chlorine then displaces the iodine from the sodium iodide, forming sodium chloride and iodine gas. This means that the chlorine replaces the iodine in the compound. So let's talk about some of the other answer choices. So sodium and iodine. This is incorrect because the sodium does not replace iodine in this reaction. The sodium does not change or replace anything in the process. Chlorine and sodium. So this is incorrect because the chlorine does not replace sodium in this reaction. The chlorine replaces the iodine and the sodium remains the same. And then sodium and chlorine. This is incorrect because the sodium is not replacing the chlorine. The chlorine is the element that is replacing iodine in the reaction. What type of reaction is described by the following equation? And if you're taking this test along with me and you're like, man, this feels like a lot of chemistry all of the sudden, I can definitely understand. So as a reminder, when you're taking the real TEAS exam, there's going to be 50 questions. Some of those are going to be unscored, but you should expect 18 A&P questions, 8 chemistry questions, 9 biology questions, and 8 scientific reasoning questions that are actually scored. So sometimes students say, man, my test felt like really heavy one way or the other. It could be that those extra unscored questions were in one particular topic. It could be A&P, or it could be chemistry, or any of the above. But just in case you were feeling like that and thinking like that, that's why. But on the real exam, you will only have 8 scored chemistry questions. You may see more than 8 questions, but only 8 of them will be scored. And no, when you're taking the real test, they're not going to tell you which are scored and which are not. Okay, so the correct answer here is double replacement. So in a double replacement reaction, 2 compounds react and their positive and negative ions basically switch places, forming 2 new compounds. So let's break down this equation a little bit. So the zinc bromide and the potassium hydroxide are basically dissolved in water. The zinc bromide reacts with the potassium hydroxide to form zinc hydroxide, which then becomes a solid. Potassium bromide stays in the solution. So in this reaction, the zinc and the potassium switch places with the bromide and hydroxide, making it a double replacement reaction. So let's talk about why the other options are not correct. So a synthesis reaction occurs when 2 or more simple substances combine to form a more complex substance. That's not what's happening here because 2 compounds are basically breaking apart and forming new compounds. They're not combining. A decomposition reaction occurs when a single compound breaks into 2 or more simpler substances. And so again, in this reaction, we have 2 compounds reacting not one breaking apart. And then in a single replacement reaction, one element replaces another in a compound. So for example, if the zinc replaced the potassium, then it would be a single replacement reaction. However, here, the two compounds are reacting and they're exchanging ions, so it's not a single replacement reaction. Which of the following best illustrates multiple alleles? Blood type in humans with A, B, and O alleles. Height in humans, two alleles blending together to create a mixed phenotype. Or genes inherited from two different chromosomes. Okay, the correct answer here is blood type in humans with A, B, and O alleles. So the reason why answer A is correct is because multiple alleles means that there are more than two possible forms of gene in a population. Okay, remember when I said earlier that you would definitely need to have a good understanding of genetics and DNA for your TEAS test. So this is a great example question of that knowledge coming up. So in the case of the human blood type, there are three different alleles in this variation, A, B, and O, that would determine the blood type. These alleles can combine in various ways to create the blood types we know, such as A, B, AB, and O. So let's talk about really quick why the other ones are incorrect here. So B, height in humans. So height can be influenced by many genes working together rather than one gene with multiple alleles. So this is an example of what's called a polygenic trait, which means many genes affect one trait, not a case of multiple alleles like this question is asking. Two alleles blending together to create a mixed phenotype. So this is describing an incomplete dominance rather than multiple alleles. So when we talk about incomplete dominance, what that means is two alleles blend together to make a mixed phenotype, like red and white flowers creating pink, for example. Multiple alleles involves more than two choices, like the correct answer, A, B, and O blood types, not just blending. And lastly, genes inherited from two different chromosomes. This is not correct because this is completely unrelated to multiple alleles. Multiple alleles refers to different forms of the same gene, not genes on separate chromosomes. Which of the following phase changes will the cohesion between the particles of a substance decrease? So this is pulling in some of that states of matter and properties of matter information that you should also be aware of when prepping for your TEAS exam. So we've got condensation, deposition, freezing, and vaporization. Okay, the correct answer here is D, vaporization. So vaporization is the phase change that talks about a liquid to a gas. So an example of this is when water boils and turns into steam. During this change, the particles move further apart and the cohesion, or say like the attraction between them, decreases significantly because they are moving more freely and they are no longer tightly connected into a liquid form. So condensation is incorrect because condensation is the change from a gas to a liquid. So when steam cools down and then turns back into water. So in this case, particles are moving closer together, which then increases cohesion rather than decreases it. So when you are refreshing your knowledge on states of matter, properties of matter, one of the things that you're going to want to make sure that you have a really good understanding of is what happens in each of the different stages, specifically when it comes to cohesion. Are the particles moving quicker? Are they moving slower? Are the particles slower and further apart, or are they closer together? Are they more dense? So you kind of want to have a good understanding of, during each of these phases, what is happening to the particles. So deposition is not correct because deposition is the change from a gas directly to a solid, something like frost forming on a window. During deposition, particles come closer together and they form a solid, which then increases cohesion. So again, knowing what the particles are doing and if it is increasing or decreasing cohesion. And then lastly, freezing is the phase change from a liquid to a solid. So when water becomes ice, in freezing, particles move closer together and they form a solid structure, again, increasing cohesion instead of decreasing it. Okay, so you are going to see just a little tiny bit of math when you are answering the questions on the science section. This may actually also come up just a little tiny bit on the reading section. Sometimes there's questions about, like, say, recipes, or there's a question about, how much time passed between the time that Bob arrived to the party and Stacy left. So some of that information will be given to you. It's typically pretty simple, straightforward math, so don't stress out too much. But here we've got kind of a math problem, so let's tackle it together. A patient's blood pressure is 140 millimeters of mercury. Convert this pressure to kilopascals, given that 1 mmHg is approximately 0.133 kPa. So while you're working out the math, I do want to remind you that in most cases, conversions are not provided to you. So when you take the math section, the formulas and the conversions are not provided to you. You are expected to have them memorized for the most common conversions. So we're talking things like ounces to cups, cups to gallons, milligrams to grams, kilograms to pound, like your standard metric conversions. But when it comes to something like this that's very specific, like a kilopascal is not something that they're going to expect you to have memorized. So in this case, you're basically just doing a little bit of math to determine what the answer is, given what they have provided you. So the correct answer here is actually A, 18.62 kilopascals. So kilopascals, the way you needed to do here was 140, multiply that by 0.133. This information was provided to you. So when you calculate that with the 4-function calculator that they will provide to you on the screen, you will see 18.62. So this math problem is relatively simple. It's really more so testing your knowledge of how you would calculate it, right? So it wanted to test you to make sure that you knew that you just needed to multiply this and that you didn't need to make it more complicated than that. Okay, so here's another question, very similar to the one that we just answered. In which of the following states of matter are the intermolecular forces between particles in a substance the strongest? Gas, liquid, plasma, or solid? Okay, the correct answer here is going to be a solid. So in a solid, particles are packed very closely together and they vibrate in a very fixed position. The intermolecular forces, which basically is a very fancy way of saying forces that hold the particles together, are the strongest in a solid, which is why solids have a fixed shape and volume. So just remember that solids, they are the densest and they are the strongest. They have the strongest molecular force. And with a plasma, so plasma is very similar to gas. It has a very high energy state. The particles are very far apart and they actually almost have no molecular force at all. Plasmas are actually made of charged particles that move freely, so the intermolecular forces are very, very weak, just like they would be in a gas. Sequence of amino acids in a gene determines which of the following: the primary structure of a codon, the primary structure of a protein, the primary structure of a nucleotide, or the primary structure of a nucleic acid. Okay, the correct answer here is the primary structure of a protein. So the primary structure of a protein is the specific sequence of amino acids that are linked together in a chain. And this sequence is determined by a gene, which provides instructions on the order of the amino acids. So the primary structure is sort of like a blueprint that determines the shape and the function of a protein. So let's talk about why the other answers are incorrect. So a codon is a sequence of 3 nucleotides in an mRNA that codes for a single amino acids. They are not made of amino acids, they are made of nucleotides. So the gene sequence determines the codons, which then helps specify the amino acids, but the final product is the protein. Let's take a look at C. So nucleotides here are the building blocks of DNA and RNA, not proteins. A gene sequence is made up of nucleotides, but it doesn't directly determine the primary structure of a nucleotide. Instead, what it does is it determines the amino acid sequence in a protein. And lastly, we have the primary structure of a nucleic acid. So nucleic acids are chains of nucleotides, not amino acids. This is meant to code for a protein, not to define another nucleic acid's structure. So the right answer here is the primary structure of a protein, because the gene sequence directly determines the sequence of amino acids, which then would form the protein's primary structure. Which of the following is true regarding the urinary system? Select all that apply. So when you're taking your TEAS exam, version 7 does have a few different question types. For the most part, you're mostly still going to see multiple choice questions like the ones we've been answering up until now, but you will see sometimes some select all that apply. You will also see question types that are fill in the blank, and you will also see ordered response. There is also another question type called hotspot, where you will be shown an image and you will basically have to click on the image for the correct answer. You won't see too many of them, just a few. Okay, so for this particular answer, the correct answers here are: kidneys help regulate water balance. Yes. They regulate levels of electrolytes such as sodium and potassium. Also, yes. And they eliminate metabolic waste. What is not true? Kidneys do not make urine. And if you are watching this and you're like, what are you talking about? Of course they make urine. They don't. They don't, and we'll talk about that more in just a moment. They don't make urine in the sense that you might think that they do. They don't make urine. And as a person ages, kidney tissue's infiltration capacity increases. That is also not true. So let's break this down just a little bit more. So let's start with the correct answers. Kidneys help regulate water balance. So yes, the kidneys control the amount of water in the body by adjusting how much water is reabsorbed or excreted in the urine. This helps keep a stable water balance, which is essential for maintaining blood pressure and just overall hydration. Regulates levels of electrolytes such as sodium and potassium. So yes, kidneys definitely play a role in balancing electrolytes. They filter blood and they adjust the levels of these minerals based on the body's needs, which is crucial for functions like muscle contraction and nerve signaling. And then lastly, eliminates metabolic waste. So yes, this is true because the kidneys filter out waste products from the blood, such as urea and creatine, which are byproducts of metabolism. These wastes are then eliminated from the body in urine. Now, before we talk about why the other two answer choices are not correct, I also just want to let you know that on the TEAS exam, there is no such thing as partial credit. So when you've got a question like this that is select all that apply, if you selected 4 instead of 3, you're not going to get like a 50%. If there was 3 correct answers and you only selected 2 of them, you're not getting a 66% on that question. It simply just will not it'll just be straight up wrong. Same with the fill in the blank questions. If you spell the word wrong, you're not getting that question right. So kidneys make urine. So kidneys do play a role in filtering blood, and they play a role in forming urine, but they do not actually make urine in like the simple sense. Instead, kidneys filter out wastes and they adjust water and electrolytes, which is then excreted as urine through other parts of the urinary system. What actually makes urine are things called nephrons, which is what kidneys are actually made up of. And as a reminder, nephrons are basically the functional units of the kidneys where all of the process of urine formation occurs. Each kidney has about 1 million nephrons. And lastly, as a person ages, kidney tissue infiltration capacity increase. So this is incorrect. The statement is actually the opposite. As people age, kidney tissue infiltration capacity tend to decrease, not increase. Aging can lead to reduced kidney function, which makes it harder for the kidneys to filter blood effectively. During the aging process, not all hormone levels decrease. Some actually increase. Which of the following is a hormone that may increase as a person ages? Cortisol, insulin, luteinizing, or thyroid? Okay, the correct answer here is luteinizing. So the luteinizing hormone is a hormone involved in regulating the reproductive system. So as people age, particularly during menopause in women, levels of what's called LH often increase because the body tries to stimulate hormone production from the ovaries, which are becoming less responsive. This increase in LH is a natural part of the aging process in both men and women, though it is typically seen more so in women. So let's talk about why the other three are incorrect. So cortisol is a stress hormone that helps regulate metabolism, blood sugar, and immune responses. And the cortisol levels can fluctuate with age and may be higher during times of stress. #adulting, anybody? Cortisol generally does not increase just as a result of the normal aging process. That's just life. Has nothing to do with aging specifically. Insulin. So insulin is the hormone that helps regulate blood sugar levels, and with age, cells in the body may become less sensitive to insulin, which can lead to higher blood sugar levels, but the actual production of insulin by the pancreas does not typically increase as part of the aging process. And lastly, the thyroid hormone. So the thyroid hormone helps control metabolism, and their levels typically decrease or they stay about the same with age. It really just depends. Some people may develop a thyroid issue as they age, but an increase in the thyroid hormone is not part of the aging process. A science student needs to measure 50 milliliters of water for an experiment. Which of the following measuring instruments should the student use? A 100 milliliter graduated cylinder, a 500 milliliter beaker, a 50 milliliter volumetric flask, or a 250 milliliter Erlenmeyer flask. So we talked about questions like this in the beginning of the video with some of the things that you're going to need to know regarding those 9 scientific reasoning questions. It goes back to scientific measurement, the scientific method, how to design an experiment, inductive versus deductive reasoning. So this is an example of that kind of question. It's important for you to be able to differentiate when you need to measure something in a scientific lab. What is appropriate? Is a cylinder appropriate? Is a beaker appropriate? Or is a flask appropriate? And there's pros and cons, and there's do's and don'ts when measuring for scientific purposes. So again, brushing up on that knowledge, using something like the T7 online course to brush up on everything related to your scientific and reasoning, your A&P, your chemistry, and your biology is going to help you out quite a bit. So the correct answer here is a 100 milliliter graduated cylinder. So a graduated cylinder is actually specifically designed for measuring liquid volumes accurately, and it is an acceptable device to be used for measuring specifically in scientific settings. 100 milliliter graduated cylinder will have clear markings that will allow the student to measure exactly 50 milliliters of water, making it the best choice for precise measurement. So let's talk about the other things here. We've got a beaker, we've got a volumetric flask, and then we have a Erlenmeyer flask. So let's start with a beaker. So a beaker is not considered to be as accurate because they have fewer and less precise markings. It just wouldn't be the appropriate thing to grab. So let's talk about the volumetric flasks. Okay, so volumetric flasks are accurate and they are designed to be used in a scientific setting. However, they're typically used for making solutions rather than measuring out various amounts of a liquid. And then we've got the 250 milliliter Erlenmeyer flasks. So Erlenmeyer flasks are actually typically used for mixing or for holding liquids. They're not used for accurate measurements. And so they're kind of like beakers in that they just have a few markings, but they're not really designed for precise volume measurement. So again, the cylinder is the only thing that was listed here as an answer choice that is widely accepted for accurate and adjustable measurement. And then all of the other options either lacked precision or they were just not intended to be used for measurements in a scientific setting. So really important to, again, know the different types of microscopes, know the different kinds of scales, know the different type of glassware. All of that is going to come up on your TEAS exam. Which of the following phases is the cell cycle part of? Interphase, metaphase, prophase, or telophase? The correct answer is interphase. So interphase is the phase of the cell cycle where the cell spends the majority of its time. So during the interphase, the cell is growing, it performs all of its normal functions, and then it prepares for division by duplicating its DNA. So interphase has 3 stages. As a reminder, that is G1, which is growth. You have the S phase, which is where the DNA synthesizes, and then G2 is preparation for division. And interphase is the phase where really all of the essential cell activities happen before actual division begins. So let's talk about these other phases, what they are and why they're not correct. So we've got metaphase, which is just one of the stages in mitosis. This is a specific part of cell division, but it's not the entire cell cycle. In metaphase, chromosomes basically line up in the center of the cell before being separated. Then we've got prophase. So prophase is also a stage in mitosis, but again, it's not the entire cell cycle. What happens in prophase is that the chromosomes condense and then the nuclear membrane starts to break down. But this is, again, it's only one part of cell division. It's not the cell cycle, which is why it's not correct. And then telophase is another stage inside of mitosis. During telophase, the cell finishes dividing its chromosomes and begins to form 2 new nuclei. But like the other stages, this is just one step in the cell division, and it's not a separate phase of the entire cell cycle. In which of the following states of matter do the particles of iron have the lowest amount of cohesion? Solid iron particles have the lowest amount of cohesion. Liquid iron particles have the lowest amount of cohesion. Gaseous iron particles have the lowest amount of cohesion, or the particles have the same amount of cohesion in all states of matter. So this question is very simple. It sounds harder because it's basically trying to add a false sense of difficulty by having you think that iron might be different than anything else. So iron is no different from water. So the correct answer here is actually going to be C. The correct answer is actually going to be C. The gaseous iron particles have the lowest amount of cohesion, and that's because all gas particles have the lowest amount of cohesion. That's not specific to iron. That's just specific to gas particles. A person is diagnosed as having acidosis, a condition in which the blood pH is below 7.45. Which of the following does the doctor most likely conclude? There is too much carbon dioxide is found in the blood. Highly oxygenated blood circulates through the body. A blockage prevents blood from leaving the pulmonary artery, or the nasal cavity is having a difficult time clearing particles from the air. Okay, and so the correct answer here is A. Too much carbon dioxide is found in the blood. So, as the question stated, acidosis refers to a condition where the blood becomes too acidic, which means that the blood pH is below 7.45. So when CO2 combines with water in the blood to form a carbonic acid, which lowers the pH, which then makes the blood more acidic. So this condition can happen when the body has trouble expelling CO2 through breathing, leading to what's called respiratory acidosis. So let's talk about why the other three answer choices are incorrect. So oxygenated blood. Again, oxygenated blood refers to blood that is rich in oxygen, and acidosis is related to an imbalance in CO2 levels, not oxygen levels. If the blood is highly oxygenated, it would not cause acidosis. A blockage prevents blood from leaving the pulmonary artery. So a blockage in the pulmonary artery is actually called a pulmonary embolism, and that would affect blood flow and oxygen level, but it would not cause acidosis. And then the nasal cavity has a difficult time clearing particles from the air. So this one is more so related to a respiratory issue, but it wouldn't explain acidosis. The point where the small and large intestine meet. The point where the small intestine and large intestine meet is which of the following? The anus, the appendix, the cecum, or the colon? The correct answer is the cecum. So the cecum is the first part of the large intestine, and it is located where the small intestine meets the large intestine. It's like this pouch-like structure that marks the beginning of the colon, and the small intestine empties its contents into the cecum, which then leads into the rest of the large intestine. So let's talk about why the other three are incorrect. So the anus is at the opening at the end of the digestive tract. I'm going to put a picture here so we can take a look at the entirety of the digestive tract together. And this is where waste is eliminated from the body. The appendix is a small tube-like structure that is attached to the cecum, but it is not where the small and large intestine meet. The colon is the main part of the large intestine, but it's further along after the cecum, and the colon is divided into several parts, including the ascending, the transverse, and the descending. Also, it's really important as I say those words, this reminds me to remind you that it's important to really have a good understanding of anatomical position and the different planes in the body. So, language like ascending, transverse, descending, lateral, all of those words are really important for you to know as you prepare to take this exam. So, like I was saying, the colon is divided into several parts, and the small intestine meets the large intestine, not at the colon, it's at the cecum. Which of the following processes involves the addition of water molecules to break down covalent bonds within macromolecules? The dehydration synthesis, the condensation synthesis, the hydrolysis, or the photosynthesis? So this is such a great question because I feel like it sounds like a really hard question, and I feel like it's because it's sort of it overlaps a lot of different concepts. So we're talking about macromolecules, we're talking about water molecules, and then we're talking about covalent bonds. So this just feels like a question loaded with some chemistry and some biology. So the correct answer here is actually going to be hydrolysis. And so hydrolysis is the process where water molecules are added to break down covalent bonds within molecules and within macromolecules like proteins, fats, carbohydrates, etc. During hydrolysis, the addition of water splits the large molecule into smaller molecules. So, for example, in digestion, enzymes break down food by adding water to split macromolecules, like breaking down starch into glucose. So let's talk about these other three answer choices. Dehydration synthesis, which is also another word for condensation synthesis, which is, of course, one of our answer choices here. So both of them are the same, is the opposite of hydrolysis. So in dehydration synthesis, also known as condensation synthesis, two smaller molecules combine to form a larger molecule, and then water is then removed, not added. So this happens, for example, when two amino acids bond to form a protein, water is released. And lastly, photosynthesis. Photosynthesis really has nothing to do with it. Photosynthesis, of course, is the process by which plants use light energy to convert carbon dioxide and water into glucose and oxygen. So hydrolysis is the correct answer. Which of the following liquids typically forms a convex meniscus when placed in a container? Water, mercury, salt water, or alcohol? And the correct answer here is mercury. So mercury forms a convex meniscus when placed in a container because it has really strong cohesive forces, which basically an attraction between mercury molecules, and it has weak adhesive forces, attraction between mercury and then the container surface. This causes the mercury to basically stick to itself more than to the sides of the container, which is where that curve happens. That's called the convex at all of the edges. So again, this is something that you're going to see when you study scientific reasoning. You're going to learn the difference between a convex and a concave meniscus. It may appear on your test. Water, salt water, and alcohol all act like one another when they're placed in a container. They form what's called a concave meniscus, and that basically means that it curves down at the edges. What that means is that their adhesive forces with the container surface are stronger than their actual cohesive forces with themselves, with their molecules. Before we answer the next set of practice questions, I want to give you a reminder that if you've got your T7 exam coming up in just a few weeks or in just a few months, that it's never too late to start studying with an online course. The online course is intended for you to ditch the boring study guides and to study using a very simple and easy to understand structured system that's guaranteed to help you pass. This online course will give you everything that you need to know and to relearn so that you can feel confident not only on test day, but as you get ready to go into your program. So if you're ready to simplify studying for your T7 exam and you don't want to spend a bunch of money on test prep, know that the T7 online course has your back. Check it out at www.smartadditionacademy.com. Which of the following best describes the primary reproductive mechanism of bacterial cells? Binary fission, sexual reproduction, budding, or spore formation. This is a great example of why it's important to not just focus on just memorizing definitions and really having a good understanding of the content that you are studying. This question is not only asking you about cellular reproduction, it's also asking you to pull in your knowledge of what you know about microorganisms, in this case, specifically bacteria. So being able to know a little bit about how bacteria works, knowing how to pull in information on how cellular reproduction work will allow you to answer this question correctly. So for this question, the correct answer is actually A, binary fission. So binary fission is the main way that bacteria reproduce. What happens in binary fission is a bacterial cell copies its DNA and then it splits in half, creating two identical cells. This process is a type of asexual reproduction, meaning it does not involve combining DNA from two parents. It is quick and it allows for bacteria to multiply rapidly. So sexual reproduction is not correct because it involves the combination of genetic material from two parents to create an offspring with a mix of both parents' DNA. Budding is a type of asexual reproduction seen in organisms like yeast. In budding, a new organism grows off the side of the parent and eventually separates. And spore formation. So spore formation is a survival mechanism some bacteria use in harsh conditions to protect themselves, but is not a primary method of reproduction. So when it comes to studying microorganisms, you're going to want to make sure that you have a very good understanding of things like bacteria, viruses, parasites, fungi. How do they move? What are their characteristics? What are some examples of them? How do they reproduce? And things like that. What kind of diseases do they cause? Which of the following is an example of polygenic trait? ABO blood type, flower color in snapdragons, skin color in humans, or eye color in fruit flags? So the correct answer is skin color in humans. So polygenic trait. This basically means it is a trait that is influenced by multiple genes working together. And skin color is a polygenic trait. This combination of genes results in a range of possible skin colors rather than a simple one gene, one trait outcome. Because many genes contribute, polygenic traits like skin color show a wide variety of appearances. So let's talk about the other three answer choices. We have ABO blood type. The ABO blood type system is controlled by a single gene with multiple alleles. This is an example of multiple alleles like we discussed earlier in this practice question. Flower color and snapdragons are determined by a single gene that shows incomplete dominance. In this case, crossing a red flower plant with a white flower plant would produce pink flowers. This is an example of incomplete dominance, not polygenic trait. Eye color in fruit flies is also controlled by a single gene with a simple inheritance pattern, not multiple genes. The cerebellum helps blank. The correct answer is B, coordinate body movements. So the cerebellum is the part of the brain responsible for coordinating voluntary movements. That's things like balance, posture, and fine motor skills. It helps make movements smooth and accurate. So for example, the cerebellum allows us to walk straight or allows us to reach for objects without losing balance. Body pressure regulation is managed by other systems, specifically the autonomic nervous system and parts of the brain like the medulla, which help control heart rate and blood pressure. Breathing mechanics are controlled by the brainstem, specifically, again, the medulla and the pons, which regulate respiratory rate and depth. Language processing and the interpretation of sounds occurs in areas of the brain that are located in the cerebral cortex, and the cerebellum is not involved with language interpretation. Making coordinating body movements the correct answer. All right, and then our last question is going to be an A and P question. The B cells do not directly attack pathogens or infected cells. Instead, they mark the pathogens for destruction by macrophages and B cells. They mark the antibodies for destruction by B cells and natural killer cells. They mark the antibodies for destruction by macrophages and killer T cells. They mark the pathogens for destruction by macrophages and natural killer cells. Okay, and the correct answer is D. Mark the pathogens for destruction by macrophages and natural killers. So B cells produce antibodies, which are proteins that bind to specific pathogens like bacteria or viruses. And by attaching to these pathogens, the antibodies mark them so that other immune cells, macrophages, which basically eat invaders, and natural killer cells, which help destroy infected or harmful cells, can recognize and destroy them. The B cells don't directly attack, but they rather tag or identify the pathogen so that the other cells can eliminate it. So just a few reasons why the other answer choices are not correct. So B cells, they do not destroy pathogens directly. Instead, they just produce antibodies. Macrophages are the ones that handle the actual destruction of the pathogens. Antibodies are the markers that B cells produce and are not themselves marked for destruction. Instead, antibodies attach to pathogens, marking the pathogens for destruction. Okay, and that wraps up our last question. So if you've stuck in with me throughout this entire video, this entire test, amazing job.
Let's get started on this practice test about the English language and usage section. Okay, so here we are with question 1 of our practice English test for the TEAS 7. Let's get started. Read the passage below and answer the following question. You know what I hate? Businesses that rely on contract workers and freelancers instead of regular employees. Don't hit me with arguments about greater freedom for workers. Freedom isn't free if you're bleeding out in the street. Sound the alarm, people. Workers are suffering. No benefits means you're out of luck if you get sick and can't do your job. Plus, studies show freelancers don't make as much money as regular employees. The text above was most likely taken from which of the following? A freelance employment contract, a personal blog, a study in an economic journal, or a master's thesis? So what type of question are we looking at here? That's what we're going to talk about now. Maybe that's not the first thing you'll think about on the test, but when you're studying, it's a good thing to kind of think about, what is this testing? So here we have different types of things. Sometimes I think of this as like a genre question, not genre like fiction, nonfiction, but kind of what type of document did this come from? But I think in this case, it's really a question about formal versus informal language, which is something that's tested on the ELU. So if we look at at these options. Okay, employment contract. That's a legal document. So that's going to have some really formal language. If we look at a personal blog, the second answer choice, that's going to have some informal language. It could depend on how the person writes, but because we hear personal, it's possible to have some informal language in there. The next option, a study in an economic journal. Again, like number one, this definitely has to be formal language. And then the master's thesis, again, it's an academic, something you're writing that's academic. Anything connected to like your employment or your education should really be in formal language. So those three we're actually going to rule out as saying a freelance employment contract, a study in an economic journal, and a master's thesis. So, how did I decide that this is really a question about formal and informal language? Well, as I was reading, I kind of looked at what they were saying. And the formal and informal language, in this case, informal language, gave me a clue that that's what they're really using to decide between these answers. So as I was reading, I really looked at what they were saying. There's some phrases here that are really casual, they're really informal. So don't hit me with arguments about greater freedom. We see a contraction in the word don't, and then it's very casual. You're out of luck is really informal saying. So you're out of luck. If it were formal, it would say, oh, you are at a disadvantage or you are in a difficult situation. That would be formal. Here it's informal language. And when we look at the answer choices, there's only one that could possibly be informal in an appropriate way, and that's a personal blog. On to question number 2 of our English practice test. Which of the following prefixes means with? Okay, so of course, this is a question about prefix, suffix, root. So this is one section. If you're part of our online TEAS 7 course, we have a breakdown of content like articles about different topics. So the topic this would correspond to is prefix, suffix, root words. So the parts that make up a word. And they test this because it can be helpful about learning new vocabulary. It's really helpful in the medical field. So this is something that we see on the test. We'll see a few questions on this actually. Prefix, so that's the beginning of the word. So when I look at a prefix question, I like to go through the answers and try to brainstorm a few words that I know that start with each prefix. And then after that, I can decide because it's really hard to memorize every single prefix, suffix, root word out there. You can definitely memorize a few important ones as you study. You might not know the ones you see on the test. So let's do some brainstorming about words. So the first one is bio. Okay, so let's brainstorm. What do we know with bio? Okay, biology, that's a study of living things, animals, plants, people. It's not the study of rocks or anything else that aren't alive. And then we have biography, so that's talking about someone's life. So bio's more, it probably means life, not with. Next, we go to per. So per, I kind of think of person, percent. It's actually not those. So sometimes it can be hard to brainstorm. You're not going to have a guarantee that what you brainstorm is correct, but I think the more words you come up with, maybe you'll get to the real meaning. And when you brainstorm for all of them, you should be able to rule out a few at least. So per is actually means through. If you think about like pervasive means it soaks through everywhere, or perforate is to like make a hole, punch a hole in a paper, or like permit, like to let someone through. He permitted me to enter the club or whatever. So per means through. This, for me, that's a more difficult one compared to bio. I don't know about for you, but this might be one I say, oh, I don't know, person, percent, I don't know. And then I go on to the next one. So con, okay, so con, connection, contact, conference, convention. Okay, so all these cons are really people coming together and being with each other. So that's a really good option. I can think of a few that really make sense as with. Okay, we connected, we're in contact, we're at the conference, we're at the convention. So all of those could mean with. And then we have trans, which means to go across. So if we think of like a transatlantic or a transcontinental railroad is like crossing. So, that one doesn't mean with. So we're going to go with con. I think these can be a little difficult. As I said, for me with per, I didn't remember all of those at first. So it might be one where you get down to 50-50, or if you can eliminate a few, that's a great process as well. But brainstorming as many words as you can is great for these prefix questions. So let's go with con. Select the context clue from the following sentence that helps you define the word emulate. Felicia always tried to emulate her big sister, so she would often imitate the way she spoke, moved, and how she dressed. So, what category of question are we looking at? It's really a vocabulary in context type of question. And be careful with these because this question is not asking us the definition, really. It's asking us the context clue that helps us find the definition. But you could see questions of either type. Some of them ask, what is the definition of this word? Some ask, what's the clue in the sentence that helps you? So we're looking for our context clue. This one actually has a really good way to find the context clue. Some of these sentences have a parallel structure that helps us find the clue. And here I do see that. So basically, Felicia always tried to emulate her big sister. She would often imitate the way she spoke, moved, and how she dressed. So these are kind of parallels here. We have Felicia and we have she. We have the thing that she was doing, the action. And then we have her big sister is kind of parallel to the way her big sister moved, to the way her big sister spoke, moved, and how she dressed. So that's a parallel there. And then we're actually going to have these two verbs are parallel. So she always tried to emulate. What did she do? What was the action that she did? Imitate. In this case, it happens to be that the context clue is actually really parallel and really similar to the definition of the word that we're looking for, but we are looking for that clue. And here, because it has kind of the same position, she always tried to do this, so she did this. It's kind of those two actions she did that are parallel in this case. So imitate is the clue. Which of the following spellings is correct? Okay, so this is obviously a spelling question. We do have a spelling section if you're part of our online TEAS course. Some other ways to study spelling, it's difficult because it's about memorization. And as we'll see in this question, the way words sound in English is not always the way they are spelled. So I would recommend searching for some commonly misspelled words in American English. There's a lot of lists online, like American English, commonly misspelled words. So a lot of those are kind of tricky words. So maybe they will come up on the test, or maybe they're more difficult words that you need to practice. So focusing on a list of words that are commonly misspelled could be a good approach. Trying to memorize the spelling of every word in the world, we don't have the time. So we'll focus on the difficult ones. Let's take a look at this. Which of the following spellings is correct? Dependent, 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 dependent. Okay, so honestly, if I was just hearing the word, okay, I say dependent. I say dependent, honestly, as an American English speaker. So should I choose number 2? No, unfortunately, the correct spelling is the last one. So, what happens sometimes in American English, we have a strong stress on one syllable. So, we say dependent. And the small syllables will often become what we call schwa sounds, like eh. Because they're not the most important syllable of the word, they become this little sound. But that doesn't always mean that we write or eh. It doesn't mean we write in or It just sounds like that when we pronounce it. So that's a little explanation of why English words don't always sound like what they look like. But again, it's a lot of memorization, unfortunately. Select a verb that correctly completes the following sentence. Blank, not worry about it. So here we're looking at a question category that's a little bit of subject-verb agreement, or maybe verb tense could come into there, maybe more subject-verb agreement. So we see the verb worry, and what are we going to match it with? So we need some kind of subject in the sentence. Who is doing the worrying or not doing the worrying in this case? Let's try these. Let's place these in the sentence and see which sounds good and why. Is not worry about it. Okay, so 2 problems here. We don't have a subject. So John is not worry about it. Amy is not worry about it. We don't know who's not worrying. Also, if we have is, we need to have the adjective form worried. She is not worried. For those 2 reasons, it doesn't work. Let's go to the next one. Next one is interesting, and this is a little bit challenging, but I'll explain. Do not worry about it. So you might say that's the same thing. We're missing the subject. Is it you? Is it me? Is it John? Is it Sarah? Who is it not worrying? Actually, because this is what's called the imperative, so I think of it as like the bossy tense. So do not worry about it, or do not touch my stuff, or do not go behind that door. So when you say something like that, because you're bossing someone around, we understand that the subject is you. So it's basically like saying, you, do not worry about it. Do not worry about it, you. And because we know this imperative tense, we know that it sounds like an order. We understand that it's you. So even though we don't have a subject written in the sentence, the subject is kind of this invisible you without exactly saying you. And that does work. We can say, do not go there, do not worry about it. That is correct. Let's go down to the next option. You not worry about it. Okay. You not worry. No, no, no. We'd have to change the sentence to say you don't worry because this doesn't work just like this. No, when we make a negative version of a verb, except if it's the verb to be, that's a bit different. But we say you do not work, you do not sing, you do not play. The only exception we have the verb to be, we would say you are not Italian, something like that. But in this case, we have the verb worry. So if we want to make a negative with you, we would have to say you do not worry. We're missing that do, so we can't use the you. Okay. And the next one was not worry. Again, just like is, we're missing who is the person. It's not a direct order, so it's not speaking to you. We don't know who we're talking about. The subject is missing. So let's go with do. Which of the following are spelled correctly? Select all that apply. All right, so another spelling question, of course, a lot of memorization. This spelling question also has to do with a topic within spelling, which is irregular plurals. So let's look at these options. Child's, children, children's, babies, babies. I think this question might be a bit easier if you grew up speaking English as your main language. If you didn't, then irregular plurals might be something to study more than average, or study until you're comfortable with them. So for example, we don't say childs in English. One is a child, but two are children. And it's a strange plural because it doesn't have the S. A regular plural has a S, one dog, two dogs. We don't say children's though. We do say babies, and it is IES because we changed the consonant Y to the IES, but we don't use an apostrophe in the plural babies. No, 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 no. The apostrophe is for possession. It's not for plural. No, no, no. So we're going to go with these two as correct. Which word in the following sentence is an adverb? Okay, so now we're on to, I don't think we've seen this topic yet. It's a parts of speech question. So parts of speech, noun, verb, adjective, adverb, pronouns, all these things. So if you find this particular question difficult, that's the topic you need to study, parts of speech. So we should go outside. Well, we is a pronoun. It replaces, instead of saying John and I, we say we, so it's a pronoun. Should is a verb that's called a modal verb. It's kind of a helping verb that helps modify something. Instead of saying you smoke, I say you should not smoke. It makes it into a recommendation. So it is a type of verb. Go is definitely a verb. Go is the main verb. And then all we have left is outside. So that's the adverb. So an adverb is something that modifies a verb. So here when we say you should go, I should go where or how should I do this going? Outside. How or where are you doing that verb? Okay, outside. So this is modifying the verb to go. Identify the independent clause in the following sentence. You need to call your mother as soon as you get home. All right, so we're on to clauses. We're on to sentence structure and clauses. So an independent clause is a part of a sentence that could potentially stand on its own as its own sentence. So one of my YouTube videos, I have a little joke. You can kind of play the independent women song in your head. If you know that Destiny's Child song, all the clauses who are independent can form their own sentence. I won't sing it because my singing voice is bad, but we're looking for something that could potentially be a sentence. First option, you need to call your mother. Okay, that looks good. Yeah. As soon as you get home. No, see the difference here, this is what's called a dependent clause. So when we say as soon as you get home, we're waiting for the rest of it. But if you just say you need to call your mother, we're not waiting for the rest of it. It's independent clause. If we say you get home, this could be a sentence, but the problem is that in this sentence, we've really chopped it into two clauses. You need to call your mother as soon as you get home. So those are really our only two options because they're the real clauses in the sentence. So you get home, you need to call are not complete clauses within this particular sentence. So we're going to go with number one. Which of the following spellings is correct? So again, spelling. I actually get a little nervous when I look at these because I'm so reliant on spell check and on autocorrect and all these things. Maybe it's the same for you. So if that's a problem for you, it's great to review words like this. Actually, this word is what I call a double trouble word. There's some words where it has double letters, but not all the letters are doubled. So you have to remember which ones are doubled, which ones are not. So in this case, we have, let me read carefully. So we have a double S in possibility. That's what makes it a S sound. Sometimes if the S is by itself in certain words like pose, strike a pose, pose would be more a Z sound. But when we have the double S, it's often a S sound instead. So let's look for that double S. And then we only have one L. Yes, so it's going to be the second one. These make me nervous though, because the double letters are double trouble. So study some double letter words. Select the meaning of the underlined word in the sentence based on the context clues. All right, so once again, we have a vocabulary in context type question. In this case, the last one we looked at, we were looking for the clue. And here we're actually looking for the meaning, the definition of the underlined words. We're looking for the definition of that using the clues, but the answer will be the definition. If you wake up outside in your pajamas in the middle of the night, you may be a somnambulist. I hope I pronounced that right. Somnambulist. Our options: explorer, magician, insomniac, sleepwalker. So let's go through and let's explore each option in terms of what we know from the sentence. They give us a full sentence for a reason. Use the sentence, use the context. They wrote this sentence specifically for the test, giving you little hints in it, so use them, please. Explorer. Okay, so do we see anything in here that indicates explorer? Well, they're outside. Maybe being outside in the middle of the night is adventurous, but if we think of explorers like people who climb up Mount Everest, something like that, I don't really think of them in their pajamas. So why would they have the word pajamas in there? Okay, so I don't think explorer. What about magician? Okay, you could kind of say, oh, it's like a magic trick. You wake up outside in your pajamas in the middle of the night. But a magician doing tricks, usually they're not like asleep when they begin the trick. So I find that a little bit strange. Also, middle of the night. I mean, if it's a performing magician, probably they would want people to be around. Yeah, so waking up, I don't know if a magician would put themselves to sleep. I don't know if that's the best option. Next one, insomniac. So insomniac is someone who can't sleep. They have trouble sleeping. So are there any clues? Well, some words here connect to sleep for sure. Middle of the night, waking up, pajamas. But why would they give us that word outside then? So if you have trouble sleeping, also the fact that you wake up, well, then you were asleep. So maybe you don't have trouble sleeping, although some insomniacs actually do wake up, go to sleep, wake up, go to sleep. But the outside is what's troubling me about that, because why would they put the word, specifically the test is writing this for a reason, why would they put the word outside if it's about not being able to sleep? So we're back to sleepwalker is the last option. But yeah, so we see these words associated with sleep, middle of the night, wake up, pajamas, but we also have this word associated with like going somewhere, because outside, because you walked outside. It's not about being in your pajamas in the middle of the night in the bed. It's outside, so that means you left your bedroom where you were sleeping. Which is the sentence with the correct use of punctuation? So here we're testing punctuation. This is an important topic. It's good to be comfortable with different types of punctuation, like apostrophe. How do we end a sentence? Is it a period? Is it an exclamation mark? Is it a question mark? It's good to know when to use a comma, when not to use a comma, colon, comma, semicolon, all these things. If those are still confusing for you, that's a topic to review. Or if this question is challenging, punctuation is a topic to review. First option, I cooked so I could eat dinner. Next, I cooked so I could eat dinner. I cooked so I could eat dinner. I cooked so I could eat dinner. Okay, so the difference here, of course, is the comma placement. So what we have here, we have independent clauses. I cooked, I could eat dinner. Remember, we saw the independent clauses with Destiny's Child. They could form their own sentence. So we see independent clauses and they're actually connected with something, one of our fanboys. So if you've seen my other videos, you know, fanboys, this is not my concept. It's a wider trick in grammar to memorize, but there's connecting words, conjunctions that start with the letters of fanboys. For and nor, but, or yet so. So when you see these words, those words I just listed in the fanboys group, and they connect independent clauses, this is what's called a compound sentence. And we're going to need a comma before the fanboy. So that's a rule of connecting this type of sentence. So the first one, you know, when you read it, it doesn't sound bad because the pause, okay, I maybe put in the pause by accident, but we're missing the comma before the fanboy connecting word so. So we'll rule out that one. The next one, the comma is coming after the fanboy here. That's not the way we want to do it. The next one we have, so I, comma, could eat dinner. No, that looks very unnatural to break up the I and the could, the subject and the verb here. That doesn't look good. So we're going to go with the last one. We see comma, fanboy. So that's something to remember about these fanboy connecting words, for and nor, but, or yet so. If we're using them in a compound sentence, we want to have a comma before the fanboy. Which strategy is recommended during the drafting phase? Okay, we're on to a new topic here. This one I don't think, no, we haven't seen it yet in this practice test. So, what we're talking about here is the writing process. I actually think it's not a bad topic to study, but it is something you have to review if you haven't seen it in a while. So, here we're talking about the steps of writing an essay. Like, for example, you brainstorm towards the beginning, you edit and proofread towards the end. But there's a few other steps in there, for example, like looping, peer editing, mind mapping. So it could be good to review those. They're not difficult. It's just about rereading about them, memorizing them. So, which strategy is recommending during the drafting phase? Well, if you know the term first draft, that's what we're talking about here, or rough draft is, you know, it's not the final version, it's an early version of an essay or paper. So, what strategy do you think we use? One, list all ideas that come to mind without worrying whether they're good or on topic. You would do this early, but I would do this even earlier. This would be like in a brainstorming type before you start writing the first draft. That's when the brainstorming is, because the first draft is not just listing things. It's you're writing the first version of the essay. It's a rough version, but it's not a brainstormy list. So let's cross that out. Don't worry about noting where you got your information. Save that step for the end. No, well, this answer is not really correct because if you just get to the end and you have like a final essay, but you don't remember what the sources were, where you got the information, that's not good. You should be keeping track of that along the way. So saying, don't worry about remembering the sources your information came from, that's not a good recommendation. So no. Next, stop writing frequently to look up grammar rules and words you don't know how to spell. So here again, we're talking about a first draft. We're talking about a rough draft. First drafts and rough drafts, they're rough because the grammar and the spelling are not perfect. We're going to save perfect grammar and spelling for editing, proofreading. That's for turning the draft into a final version. So this would be more in the editing or proofreading. That would be a later stage, not drafting. And next, get the ideas down on paper, even if some sentences sound awkward or contain errors. Yes, that's what drafting is. We're writing a version of the essay, and there could be some mistake. There definitely will be some mistakes, but it's an early version. So that's our question about writing process. So if you found that one difficult or you didn't remember these terms like drafting and brainstorming and editing and proofreading, that's a topic to check out, writing process, the steps of the writing process you can study. Select the pronoun that could be used in the following sentence. So this is a question about parts of speech. Mrs. Sato, blank, lives down the street, is 99 years old. All right, so let's plug in our different words and see what works. Mrs. Sato, she lives down the street, is 99 years old. No, we don't use she like that. No, so we would just say Mrs. Sato lives down the street, or there's another option we'll see. But Mrs. Sato, she, that sounds really strange. Like Steve Jobs, he founded Apple. No, Steve Jobs founded Apple, or we could add some more information, but that would be something different. Here it's too redundant. It's too unnecessary to have Mrs. Sato and she next to each other. No. Next, we have who. Mrs. Sato, who lives down the street, is 99 years old. This works. This is what's called a relative pronoun. I think of a relative pronoun as kind of like a sticky note that you stick to the sentence and then you write extra information on it. So the relative pronoun is kind of like the sticky part of the note that connects it to the rest of the sentence. And then this information lives down the street is like your extra little note on the sticky note. You can see this in a lot of examples like the company which just made $1 million sells, I don't know, toilet seats, whatever. Yeah. So when you add that little which, who, that, and then you give extra information in between these commas, that's a relative pronoun is the beginning of that. The who, the which, the that. So who works? Yeah. Who lives? Perfect. Next is which lives down the street. Well, I just did an example with the relative pronoun which, but it's not used for people. We could say the company which, or I don't know, the house which was built in 1820, something like that. But the who is better for people. Next, we have whom. Whom can be confusing, but basically whom is the object of a sentence. Here we're looking for the subject. So we want to say who lives, just like we would say he lives, and we wouldn't say him lives. So that's the same reason we don't say whom lives. We say who lives, just like we would say he lives. So who. Which of the following is an example of a complex sentence? Okay, so it's a good thing to review sentence type. That's what we're looking at in this question. If you don't remember what a simple sentence, a complex, a compound complex, that's something to review. I don't think we see that too much in everyday life. So this is something you might not have seen since school, or maybe you didn't even learn it at school. So it can be a tricky topic to look at. So let's look at our options. Timothy got a massage after running. After running, Timothy got a massage. Since Timothy went running, he got a massage. Timothy went running, and then he got a massage. A complex sentence is one that joins an independent clause. We talked about all the clauses who are independent can form their own sentence, and a dependent clause, one that can't stand on its own. So when I see this independent clause, Timothy got a massage, after running is the dependent clause. So that I'm going to put as the complex sentence. Which of the following suffixes means person who practices? So if you remember those prefix, suffix, root word questions, let's just go through and brainstorm as many words as we can think of for each option until we get close to the answer. So the word en, okay, we could say like a golden plate. We could say a wooden box. So I think that's more about like the material of something, not a person. Next, ist. Okay, I just went to the dentist. I have to go to the dermatologist. Okay, these are people. These are people, even like in a band or in an orchestra, rather like a cellist, a violinist. Okay, so those are people. So let's keep that one. What about logy? So I was talking about dermatologist. What about dermatology? Is that a person? No, that's something you study. So it's not a person. Or archaeology, anthropology, all topics that we study, but they're not people. So let's stick with number 2. And then able. So you could say like reliable means we're able to rely on them. It's more like an adjective. So yeah, that's going to form an adjective, something we can rely on. No, so let's go with ist. I could name a bunch of people who are ist, so that one works. Which of the following prefixes means self? Okay, well, we're back to our prefixes, so let's go through and let's list as many as we can. Con, actually useful. We already saw con. We saw connection, convention, contact. That's about being with other people. Man, yeah, so this one's a little bit tricky. This one, I think, this could lead people astray. If you think that this is an option, by all means, keep it and then compare it to the others. But it's really about manufacturing, manual labor, manuscript. It's really about hand kind of things. Like if you do manual labor, you work with your hands. So that's really what man is about as a prefix. But that one's really confusing. So maybe for you, you say, "Oh, I'm not sure, so I'm going to keep that answer." That's fine. We crossed out con. We'll keep man for the moment. Next, auto. Okay, so what about an autobiography? Okay, that's about yourself. You wrote it yourself. We have a word called autodidact, which means you taught yourself things. So auto, some people might say, oh, but automobile, that's like a machinery. But really, it's about when we transitioned from having, big buses, big trains, and everyone got their own transportation, their own mini transportation for themselves. That's when people really called it like an automobile. So auto is self. And then we have post. So if you watch ESPN, post game report is after the game. Post World War II would be after World War II. So get rid of that one. And if for you were taking this test or you took it on our through our link below, you already took it and you took your free practice test and you got down to man and auto. If you got down to 50-50, take a guess. In this case, I explained the answer. So of course you're going to know it. But if you get down to 50-50, that's much better than taking a guess for 1 out of 4. So you can be really proud if you get down to fewer answers and you can just take an educated guess then. So we're going to go with auto. Yes, I have to remember to click my answers, not just explain them. All right, which of the following is an example of a simple sentence? So looking at sentence types again, we already saw a complex sentence. Now we're looking for a simple sentence. So we don't want multiple clauses. We're going to try to look for one subject, one verb. So let's take a look. I don't like termites, but they are industrious. Okay, so we have 2 subject verb combinations, I don't and they are. We also see one of our fanboys, if you remember the fanboys, for and nor, but or yet so. So fanboys are often bringing together independent clauses in a compound sentence, not a simple sentence. Let's look at the second option. The industrious termites gnawed the wooden foundation of the old house. Okay, so do we have a subject and verb? Well, we have termites, gnawed, they chewed. So yeah, we have a subject and verb, and there's no other subject verb combination. So this could be a simple sentence. And one tricky thing, a simple sentence doesn't mean that it's a short sentence. It's a grammatical sentence type. So here we see this is actually the longest sentence, but it is the simple sentence. So don't get tricked into thinking, oh, simple is short, easy, it must be the shortest one. That's not what it's about. No. Next option, the termites gnawed the foundation because it was wooden. So here we see an independent clause, the termites gnawed the foundation, and a dependent clause because it was wooden. That one can't be its own sentence. This one can. Together they form a complex sentence. And we see another complex sentence here. Although most creatures cannot digest wood, termites can. So the only one that's a simple sentence with one real clause with a subject and verb is number 2. Which of the following spellings is correct? Oof, okay, so we're back to our spelling. Whew, this one is extra tricky, and I'll tell you why. This is a judgment. Well, that looks pretty bad to me. Judgment, judgment, judgment. It's a good point because 2 of them are correct, number 2 and number 3. But one of them is correct in America, where we're taking this test, or where we're using American English for this test, and the other in England. So the one in America, we actually drop the E that's at the end of the word judge. Like if we said Judge Judy, of course, there's an E at the end. But in America, we drop that E to add the mint. So we're in judgment with no E. So a really good point as you're studying spelling, make sure any apps you're using or a word of the day email, if you're using that kind of thing, make sure that you're using American English, because UK English or English from different parts of the world can be different. Select the meaning of the underlined word in the sentence. So here we have a vocabulary and context type of question. Jolie has remained intransigent in her stance on the issue. Does that mean stubborn, indefinite, passionate, or outspoken? So this one's actually interesting. It's kind of a combination. It's vocabulary and context, but there's not a ton of context. Like when we saw the one with like the pajamas, outside, wake up, that I had a lot going on in that one. This one, we don't have as much context. So we can kind of consider it also as like a prefix, suffix, root word type of question. So let's approach it that way. So intransigent. Okay. So trans we know is to like cross over. So is she crossing over? Is she changing her mind about her stance on this issue? No. Why? Because the prefix in, it doesn't mean like in the house, inside. If we think about the words visible and invisible, the invisible man, could we see him? No, 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 because in makes something the opposite. So instead of someone who's crossing over in her stance, she's someone who's not crossing over, not changing. And we do see kind of a context clue in the word remained, because that means to stay. So we could look at it like that as well. So intransigent, not crossing over, not changing. So let's look at our options. Stubborn, yeah, that works. Indefinite, no. Indefinite, well, we can see definite, you're very sure. In is the opposite. So indefinite, oh, I don't know, it's not sure, I'm not sure. That doesn't work with this kind of sentence. Passionate, passionate, probably if she's not changing her mind, she is passionate, but that's kind of a jump that I'm making, saying, oh, well, she didn't change her mind, so she must be passionate about this issue. I'm kind of making that jump that's not really there in the prefix, in the root word, in the context of the sentence. And then outspoken, again, part of my mind wants to jump and say, okay, someone who's keeping on the same side of an issue for a long time, they're probably passionate and outspoken. But be careful about what you're taking from the text they give you and what you're kind of making an association from your experience of life. Keep it to the sentence, to the word. So let's stick with stubborn, not crossing over. Remained could be your context clue, or you could use the in is not and the trans is crossing over. So two different ways to approach that. With vocabulary, it might be about the context of the sentence, or the prefix, suffix, root word, the parts of the word that make it up. All right, select the correct verbs to complete the following sentence. Neither my brother nor my sister blank been to Australia, but I blank already traveled there 3 times before I blank to Sydney in 2010. Then we have some has had, moved, have moved, has moved, has moved. Okay. So we're looking here, we're talking about verb tenses and also a bit of subject verb agreement. Those can go hand in hand. So we're talking about the past, we're talking about 2010. So we know there's some kind of past tense involved. So let's take a look and see if we can fill in some blanks here. I'm actually going to start with the last one. You can kind of take a look if there's multiple blanks. What seems easiest to you? So I'm saying I blank to Sydney in 2010. Well, 2010 is finished. It's in the past. So if I choose between moved or move is present simple. That means like a repeated action or something that's true today. If I say I am American or I drink coffee every morning, that's present simple. But if I'm talking about 2010, I need to be in the past tense. So we're going to say I moved to Sydney in 2010. So that allows us to eliminate. Let's cross out number 3 and number 4. Let's eliminate those. All right, now we have to choose between has, had, moved, and have moved. Okay, so let's see. Maybe I'll actually go to, let's see. I'll go to the second one. Actually, I'm kind of jumping around, but I'm trying to see what's easiest for me, so you can always do that. So I blank already traveled there 3 times before I moved to Sydney in 2010. So we said the move to Sydney was 2010. That's the past. And then we had something that happened before the move. So the past before the past. And that's something that's called the past perfect tense. And that's actually when we're going to use had. So if I say, before I learned to drive, I had already tried once with my dad in the car and he let me drive. So that was before the past perfect. So we need to use had. But we could make the decision now. Okay, we know it's this one. But there's another aspect that I want to go over. The good thing to know, if you don't know this last aspect, which I think is a little more difficult, you've already eliminated wrong answers and you've already chosen the correct one because you've eliminated 3 out of 4. So no worries. Sometimes on the test, you don't have to know 100% of everything. You can eliminate things. So let's look at this. Neither my brother nor my sister. Okay, so my brother, my sister, those are 2 people. So we would say like they have been to Australia, right? They have, not they has. Problem here, we're using neither and nor. And when we use neither nor, we conjugate for the second person after the nor, or the second group. If it's a group, we'll conjugate for the group, but we focus on this, my sister. So with neither nor, we're actually going to conjugate for this last part here. My sister has. So my sister has. We're going to use that one. And that's why that's correct. It's a little quirky grammar rule that you have to memorize. So that one's a bit more difficult. But hey, we already got it before we knew that information. So that would be more about subject-verb agreement. If you found that last part difficult, you can study subject-verb agreement. Which of the following sentences is correct? I asked Scott, how was your day? Scott said it was awesome. He claimed my history presentation was great. I said, that's wonderful. So here, as we can see, they sound okay when I read them. The difference then is punctuation. So this is a punctuation question. If you find this difficult, punctuation is the topic to review. So I asked Scott, how was your day? I'm missing here because I'm saying exactly what I said to Scott, but I'm missing quotation marks. So number 1, no. Scott said it was awesome. I'm missing quotation marks. We also need to capitalize it after we put in quotation marks, but let's cross that out. Okay, finally, number 3 looks good. He claimed comma, quotation marks with the capital my history presentation was great. Great. I said that's wonderful. We're missing the punctuation, the quotation marks in the last one. So it's number 3. Which of the following sentences uses the most formal language? So we're back to actually our first question of this practice test was formal versus informal language. To err is human. Errors are not a big deal. Don't worry about making mistakes. Mistakes are inevitable. So let's look for 2 of the clues that tell us formal versus informal. One is contractions. So contractions are smushed together words. They're so normal for us. I say all the time, I'm okay, it's raining. I don't say, I am okay, it is raining. That's a little bizarre to me. But in informal language, we use contractions all the time, smushed together words with an apostrophe. I see one here. That means that's informal. It's not formal for the purposes of this test. Next, I want to look for phrases that are kind of everyday phrases that are really casual phrases, any slang or phrases like that. So a big deal is kind of a way of saying it's not that serious, but a big deal is a very casual type of word. So I'm going to cross out that one because it has a casual phrase. I'm going to cross out number 3 because it has a contraction. And I'm down to 2. To err is human and mistakes are inevitable. Some people might look and say, oh, inevitable, that's a long word. So sometimes long words can be formal. It really depends. But my test is always, what's the strangest thing to say to your roommate? What thing do you say to your roommate that they say, oh, okay, why are you talking to me like that? What? So if I said to my roommate says, oops, I spilled your water bottle. And I say, to err is human. Or I say mistakes are inevitable. They're both a bit strange to say. I think the top one is really abnormal. It's not an everyday thing we say to friends or family. So that one's even stranger. And one reason it's strange is because in English, unlike a lot of other languages, it's really unusual to start a sentence with a an infinitive like this and then conjugate the verb for the infinitive. So if we say, to make friends is a noble pursuit. No, you would say like making friends is awesome, something like that. We often use that ing form instead. Exercising is great. To exercise is wonderful for your health. That sounds strange. Some sentences we use the infinitive in the way that we're saying the reason we do something, like to learn Spanish, you need to watch a lot of Spanish TV. But it's not to learn Spanish is. So here, when we're using that infinitive of the verb as a subject, that's pretty bizarre in everyday English. And that's what makes it formal. It's a little bit bizarre to our everyday ears. There's no contractions, there's no slang. What is the sentence with the correct use of punctuation? Off-campus apartments are nicer. Off-campus apartments are nicer. Off-campus apartments are nicer. Off-campus apartments are nicer. I feel like Bart Simpson in the opening, he used to like write the same phrase. Here, it's not the same phrase because the punctuation is different. If you find this one difficult, study your punctuation. That's our topic we're on right here. So what we have is apartments, that's the noun, and then we have a description before. So we have something that's acting as an adjective before. And in English, if we have a multi-part adjective, an adjective made up of multiple words, we need to connect those words with our little hyphen, dash, hyphen. Yes, hyphen. So we need to use that hyphen, but only within the adjective words, only within those descriptive words. So we're going to go with number 3. Off-campus apartments are nicer. We don't go with number 4 because we use the hyphen within the adjective, but we don't use it to connect the adjective to the noun. No. So this might be something you see more commonly, like a 4-year-old girl, something like that. It's a descriptive, it's an adjective that comes before the noun girl, and we do see those little hyphens in there. For example, 4-year-old or state of the art, something like that. Okay, so we've got our one connecting hyphen there, and that's appropriate. We don't, in the case of off campus, we don't put those words together. Why is it not recommended to edit while you write your first draft? So here, once again, we're back to our writing process, those steps of the writing process, the brainstorming, the drafting, the editing, the proofreading, all those kind of steps. And here, it's actually a great question because it's not about just memorizing, but understanding why the steps go in a certain order. So I said before, it's pretty easy to memorize. Well, you also have to understand it, of course. So why is it not recommended to edit while you write your first draft? It is pre-writing. No, first draft is not actually pre-writing. First draft is writing. When you write your first draft, that's writing. Pre-writing are things like brainstorming, research, topics that come before you start writing. It wastes effort. Yeah. So if I'm writing my first draft and I'm correcting every little grammar and tiny spelling error, then I handed my first draft to my teacher. And she says, oh, okay, why don't you completely delete paragraph 2 and then change paragraph 3 and paragraph 4 and rewrite paragraph 5 and completely change this sentence. I've edited a bunch of stuff that's now cut out or it's changed. So I'm going to have to edit it, these nitpicky little edits all over again. So it wastes effort. It does. It clouds the judgment. No, well, writing your first draft, no, it doesn't really cloud your judgment. Maybe it's too much multitasking, but it won't cloud your judgment. That's not as good a reason as wasted effort. And then it changes the organization. Well, editing while you write won't change the organization. It's more about editing after you write. You might want to change those paragraphs, but not while you write. So wasted effort because we shouldn't really be nitpicky about sentences that could be rewritten later anyway, or paragraphs that could be eliminated in the next draft anyway. After a consultation with Dr. Mendoza and the nurse, the patient went to the pharmacy with her sister to get the prescription. What is the simple subject in the sentence above? Whew, this one I think is complicated because we have so many people going on. We have a lot of people involved in this one sentence. So what's simple subject? So the subject is the one doing the verb. So it could be a thing or a person or a weather or whatever it is, in this case, a person doing the verb. So what's really the action that's going on here? Okay. Consultation is not a verb in the sentence. It's actually a noun. So we're saying after the consultation, the patient went to the pharmacy. That's really the subject verb here. Now, simple subject, what does that mean? So simple subject is often, but not always, one word. And instead of saying the patient, for the simple subject, we're just going to say patient. So for the simple subject, we eliminate the or her or the. We're going to eliminate those articles and possessives and get it really streamlined down to patient. Interesting note though, if it's a two-part noun that's a subject. So for example, ice cream is delicious. I can't just say ice is delicious. Oh, but it's a really simple subject. No, because ice is something else. So ice cream needs to be together to make sense. And then also Dr. Mendoza, we would also keep together. If that were the correct answer, we would keep Dr. Mendoza together. But for example, her sister, that doesn't work as a simple subject because really simple would be sister. But if it's two parts, that's necessary to be two parts to clarify. Dr. Mendoza, we would keep together. But patient is the simple subject. So the patient is the one doing the verb. The patient went to the pharmacy. And then the simple subject, patient. Which of the following sentences uses punctuation correctly? Select all that apply. So when you're taking a test, you can be prepared for different types of formats. So it could be, a write-in, a check all that apply. There could be multiple right answers on certain questions. So be careful about the question format. And this one, we have kind of the different looking format, which we have seen on this practice test. But just a little warning, be ready. Be ready for anything. Always read all the questions and answers carefully. Which of the following sentences uses punctuation correctly? Select all that apply. The book was amazing, she couldn't put it down. The book was so amazing that she couldn't put it down. The book was amazing, so she couldn't put it down. The book was amazing, so she couldn't put it down. The book was amazing, she couldn't put it down. Okay, I feel like Bart Simpson again, writing on the board repetitively. Let's take a look sentence by sentence. The book was amazing, she couldn't put it down. This is what's called a run-on sentence. We have two independent clauses here. All the clauses that independent could be their own sentence. So they could be their own sentence, and we need something more to connect them. We need connecting word. We need punctuation. That's missing, so we call it a run-on sentence. The next one. The book was so amazing that she couldn't put it down. So this is a type of structure in English where we have so, and then we have an adjective, and then we have the result of that adjective. I was so hungry that I ate a whole pizza. Whatever it is, it's something that we use in English. It is correct. The book was amazing, so she couldn't put it down. So I see our old friend here. I see a fanboy. So for and nor, but or yet so. And remember the fanboys. What comes before a fanboy? The comma. So we have a comma and a fanboy to bring these sentences together, to bring these independent clauses together in a sentence. That's correct. Great. Next, we have our semicolon and then a fanboy after. No, this isn't the way we put sentences together. It's the comma and the fanboy after. This one doesn't look right. No. So that semicolon with fanboy, no, that doesn't look great. So we're not going to choose that option. And then we have the book was amazing, semicolon, she couldn't put it down. So in this case, we have a semicolon instead of a conjunction or conjunction and comma. We use the semicolon. And we always say in school, we always said like semicolons are strong. They're strong punctuation. And that's because they can bring together two related independent clauses and they can bring them together. We couldn't bring them together with a comma. That's not possible without a conjunction. But we can bring them together with a semicolon without a conjunction. And that works as a sentence. What is the correct plural of century? So here we're on a spelling question. Specifically, we're on an irregular plural question. As I said, this could be something to review depending if you spoke English growing up or not. Sometimes people who learned English as adults actually have better grammar and spelling than people like me who grew up in the US, but it could be something that you want to review. So what is the correct plural of century? Centuries, censures, centuries, centuries. This is the same rule we actually saw with the word babies when we have a consonant and y at the end of a word. So here we have ry, a consonant y. We're going to change the spelling. The plural will be ies. So words like centuries, babies, cities, those are typical of this rule. Be careful. It's not for all Y words. So if we say toy and toys, that's a vowel Y. So that's different. Key and keys, vowel Y. That's different. Here we're on a consonant Y. Select the sentence that correctly answers the following question. What were you doing when the thunderstorm started? I mowed the lawn. I am mowing the lawn. I was mowing the lawn. I have mowed the lawn. So here we're on a question about verb tenses. So let's go through the different tenses. I mowed the lawn. So this is past simple. We are looking for something in the past because we hear, oh, when the thunderstorm started. But we're looking for a longer activity. And we get the clue. Actually, the question has a great clue in it. So what were you doing? Kind of what activity was ongoing when the thunderstorm started? So I mowed the lawn when the thunderstorm started. That doesn't sound good, right? I mowed the lawn when the thunderstorm started because they're both kind of short sounding actions. Really, we're looking for a longer action that was happening and then the thunderstorm started. So this past simple doesn't work here. I am mowing the lawn. But I just said we're looking for the past because we have what were you doing when the thunderstorm started? We're in the past. This is the present. It's called the present progressive. Something, for example, I am filming a video right now. I am filming. So this doesn't work because we're looking for something in the past. I was mowing the lawn when the thunderstorm started. Great. So this matches. What were you doing? I was mowing the lawn. So sometimes in the question, you'll kind of have like a clue of a parallel you have to match. What were you doing? I was mowing the lawn. And those match. Often in English and some other languages as well, we have this longer tense and then something. Oh, I was studying for my TEAS 7 exam when my mom brought me a milkshake. That would be nice. Something like that. Yeah. So we have a longer activity broken up by a sudden shorter activity in the past simple. So past progressive, past simple. And that works. I have mowed the lawn. So I have mowed the lawn. That's a bit more complicated. Present perfect. It's something that you maybe on a to-do list you have accomplished and you're kind of, it's a recent accomplishment, or it could be something you have done today or you have done this week. It's basically a connection between the past and the present, but here we're only talking about the past in this sentence. So I was mowing the lawn. What were you doing? I was mowing the lawn when the thunderstorm started. Apparently, in order to achieve success across multiple subjects when learning, a student basically must be aggressive with the amount of time they spend studying. Okay, so that's a little reminder that you should check out all the links in our description below. You should check out our TEAS online course. You should check out our other videos on YouTube. So that's just a little reminder. I don't think you should be aggressive with the amount of time you spend studying. But if you get the study plans that I made for the ELU and the reading sections, actually you can be pretty regular and consistent, but not aggressive. You can study in like actually a nice time frame. So that's our little plug there for how you should study based on this very intense sentence here. Back to the question because we're talking about spelling. Which of the following words are misspelled in the sentence above? Select all that applies. We're looking for misspelled words. Apparently, well, we need to have an E in there, so apparently is incorrect. Achieve, we have in English the spelling rule I before E except after C. It's not 100% rule, but it's kind of about this E sound, I before E except after C. So that violates the rule, so this does not work. Across, that does work. So that is correct. So I won't check it. Yes, I'm looking for misspelled. I have to remind myself and do read the questions carefully. So across and apparently actually are these double trouble words. Remember I said some words are double trouble because across we have two S's at the end. But I remember when I was younger, I was always like, is it ACCROS? Double trouble, study those words if you want to study spelling. Basically, that could be another double trouble word. It does have the double L, but here this looks correct to me. And then we have aggressive. Okay. So aggressive, we actually are going to need two G's there. So we're missing one. So G, yeah, aggressive. I want to thank you for your attentiveness and dedication to advancing your education, the teacher told the class, who were not listening to him because they were too busy arm wrestling and tearing up their textbook pages to make spitballs. Which adjective best describes the teacher's tone in the text above? So, talking about tone, this is actually a topic that you may see in ELU or reading. So, it's a good one to study. Tone is the author's choice of words. So, whether the author chooses more funny language or they're being really serious, their tone is really serious, they take something seriously. So, we'll always have clues in the text about the author's tone by the language they choose. Let's take a look at our options. Furious. Okay. And this one actually a good point because I just reminded myself about this. We're actually talking in this case, and I wasn't clear at all. In this case, we're not talking about the author's tone, but the teacher's tone. So the author did choose the teacher's words, but always be careful with tone questions. Are they asking you about the overall tone of the piece, which is the author's tone, or are they asking you about one character's tone? Because that could be really different. You could have someone writing an article that's very serious and then they quote some dumb politician saying, "Oh, I don't care about the people at all," or something like that. So the politician's tone versus the author or journalist tone is different. Here we have the teacher's tone. So we're going to focus on what the teacher said. I want to thank you for your attentiveness and dedication to advancing your education. So that's what they said. So is the teacher furious? This again is like we make jumps in logic. So I think a lot of people will say, oh, yeah, they must be furious. You say they must be furious. I assume, of course, it's natural that the class is not listening to them. Of course, I assume that the teacher is furious. But remember, don't jump outside of our text. Focus in on our text. What do we have here? Do we have the teacher yelled, the teacher screamed, the teacher? No, we don't have any of that. So the teacher has a reason to be furious, but are they furious? Let's go to hopeless. Hopeless is another one. You could say, oh, I was a teacher or, and every time I just had no hope because these kids weren't listening. And what hope is there for the future if they're not listening to their teacher? This we're getting outside the text. Let's stay focused on the text. I don't really see hopeless in the tone. Disappointed. Again, you could say the teacher must be disappointed. They must be disappointed that the class is behaving this way. But is it here? Do we have proof that we can underline and point and say that makes the disappointed tone clear? The last one, ironic. Okay, so ironic means something that's the opposite of expected. So the teacher says, I want to thank you for your attentiveness and dedication to advancing your education. At the same time, we have the context of the sentence. At the same time, we see the class is not listening. So the teacher said attentive while the class is not listening. The teacher said you're dedicated to your education and they're tearing up their textbooks. That's the exact opposite of what we would expect the teacher to say. Of course, the teacher is being sarcastic or something like that. But we're going to choose ironic because it's the opposite of what we expect. And we can point to those specific examples. So it's not really about you saying, oh, the teacher must be furious. I think so. It's about pointing and saying, okay, attentiveness, not listening. Boom. Those don't match up. That's ironic. Advancing your education, tearing up the textbook. Okay, those don't match up. This is ironic. This is unexpected. That's my proof there. Which term refers to the feelings a text creates in the reader? Tone, irony, mood, or theme? So let's review these. So tone and mood, I know on our online course, we have a section about tone and mood. These are some terms that could come up on reading or ELU, on the English or the reading. So they're great to review. They're also a little bit more, this one's kind of a definition question, but they can be difficult to identify. So some examples, studying some examples can be a great idea. Here we're really looking at definition. So I just talked about tone. Do you remember what I said? Hopefully you were listening and not tearing up your textbook pages. But I said tone is the author's word choice. So the authors or the speaker's word choice, what words they choose. So tone is focused on the author or on the tone of a certain character, not on the reader. That's the difference. That's the difference. Irony, well, as I just said, irony is the opposite of what you expect. Mood. So mood is the one that's focused on the reader. So you could say the mood of the piece is scary. It was a dark and stormy night. You could say, oh, it's a scary mood because as soon as we read that, me, the reader, I'm reading it and I'm scared with my little flashlight in my bed. I'm scared. I'm the reader. So mood more centered around the reader, tone more centered around the author. Then we have theme. Theme is kind of like a message that's explored, like let's think I'm trying to think back, like Catcher in the Rye. One of the themes was like losing childhood or like grief, something like that, if I remember my English class. But theme is really kind of a message or an idea that's explored. Mood is associated with the reader. Which of the following sentences requires a citation in a text? So, onto a new topic, citation. So, citation is really about when you write like a research paper or you write something where you're using sources. How and when do you include a citation? That's something to review if you find this question difficult. As a teacher with 30 years of experience, I know that diversity benefits students. So here, really, the person's using their teaching career as their authority, and then they're saying, "I know." They're making a declaration, but it's not something that requires a citation because, well, we'll see the one that requires a citation. Experts have always advocated for diverse classrooms. I think this one could be a little tough because some people say, well, what's the proof of that? Do you have a citation? But this is really quite general. So and depending on the paper, yeah, this is really too general to need a specific citation. Next, a recent study found correlation between academic achievement and school diversity. Okay, so this one, a recent study. As soon as we hear a recent study, well, what study? Who did it? Where was it? And the purpose of adding a citation for a study like this is to see if it's legitimate. Because when you say, "Oh, a sociological study proved this," okay, but show me who did the research and when, so I can kind of see if it's a legitimate argument. So as soon as I mentioned this study, people reading the paper, seeing this study is a proof that supports your point, they want to see that study and understand who did it, where did they do it, how many people were involved in the study, did it apply to this country, or was it international? Citations are really about supporting and showing the legitimacy of an argument and giving more information about your supporting evidence. So that's why this one, we mentioned that specific study. People become curious, they want a citation for it. The next one, diverse classrooms provide a wide range of perspectives to enrich student learning. Okay, so this one's really an opinion. You can always, do some review about what's a fact and what's an opinion. So provide a wide range of perspectives to enrich student learning. Probably most of us agree, but this one is not really saying, oh, the study found this or 65% of students said this. So here we're talking about enriching student learning. It's a little bit subjective what it means to enrich or what's a wide range of perspective. So when you just make an opinion statement like the best way for students to learn is to go explore the forest, whatever it is. Well, my best way is not your best way. So when you make a statement, even if you believe in it really strongly, that doesn't require a citation because it's a statement from you. So the one that mentions a specific recent study, that one we're going to want a citation for that. Online classes and classroom education are both effective ways for children to learn. Both involve teacher-student interaction. However, a classroom may provide more opportunities for students to make friends and build social skills. On the other hand, online learning can provide easily distracted learners with a calmer environment to focus on their studies. Which term describes the structure of the paragraph above? Is it technical, narrative, cause effect, compare contrast? We're on to a new topic. Actually, we're close to being done with the practice test, but we're on to a new topic of paragraph structure. So we also have actually in here some types of writing as well. So these two are a topic in our online course. I believe they're in the same kind of area. So when we talk about technical writing, that's like a user manual. If you're putting together a piece of furniture and you have the directions, that's technical. How do you use this machine in a factory? That would be technical writing because it gives you very practical instructions. Narrative is storytelling. So when we talk about narrative writing, there's one thing happens first, then there's a twist, and the characters do that. Storytelling, basically. This one is not storytelling. It's not giving us practical directions. So let's eliminate 1 and 2. Cause, effect. Well, cause and effect tells us maybe an event and then the consequences that happened after. A lot of historical, for example, history textbooks, that those might use cause and effect. Oh, the Roman Empire was having these problems, so this politician rose to prominence to address them. So that's not the only one that can use cause and effect, certainly, but it's one example. We don't see that here. This is compare contrast. So when we talk about compare and contrast, compare is usually the similarities, contrast are the differences. So here we have two things, online classes and classroom education, and we look at the similarities and differences. So that's a compare contrast structure in this paragraph. Select the correct verb to complete the following sentence. Our family blank staying home for the holidays this year. So this one is about subject verb agreement. So when we conjugate a verb, we have to really understand who is the subject of the sentence and conjugate properly. So it's kind of also a verb tense question between these two topics. So let's plug in the different answers, see which seems right. Our family is staying home for the holidays this year. So family is, it is, he is, she is. So is goes with singular. So is a family singular? But a family is not just one person. But the word family is singular because when a family or group or band or team comes together, that word, even though the group is made up of multiple people, that word is singular. So for subject verb agreement, our family is, that is correct. It's a little bit tricky because you think, oh, all the members of the family, but members is different than family. Our family be staying home for the holidays this year. Here we're more in an error about the verb tense. So when we say is staying home, we talked about the present progressive. I said I am filming a video. So that's what's happening at the moment. In this case, actually a little bit interesting. We're using that present progressive to talk about something we're planning that will actually happen later, but because we are planning it now, we use the present progressive. So if I say, I am traveling to Italy this summer and it's not the summer yet, I can say that because I am planning it. Basically, that's how we use it. Next, our family am staying home. Well, no, we use am with I. I am staying home. So that's incorrect. Our family are staying home. So some people might choose this. As I said, some people think family is multiple. It's actually a singular subject, even though there's multiple people or pets or whoever in a family. So our family is staying home. Select the correct verbs to complete the following sentences. Where blank everyone, what blank they doing. So we just talked about subject verb agreement. So I hope you're an expert. So what do you think? So everyone, oh, we're talking about so many people, right? Everyone in the world. But the word everyone, the clue is one. The clue is one. So everyone, where is everyone? Yeah, it's a bit strange. Everyone is multiple people, but the word everyone is one, is a singular subject. You can remember that one. And then they is multiple. They are multiple, I guess. Yeah. So what are they doing? They are working. Everyone is working. They are working. So where is everyone? What are they doing? So subject verb can be a little bit tricky. You have to identify the subject and know the verb that matches. So maybe something to review. Which of the following movie titles contains a pronoun? Okay, so pronoun, we're back to a parts of speech question. So rear window. Do we see a pronoun? I see window is a noun, and then rear is really acting as an adjective describing the noun. North by, northwest. So we have some directions, and then we have the preposition. So let's see, north, I guess, as a direction would be a noun, I guess. North by, northwest. But we don't have a pronoun here. We're looking for who, her, he, which, what. Maybe not what. So we're looking for a pronoun here. We're looking for who, which, he, her, him. We don't see it. The trouble with Harry. Okay, so we have a noun of Harry. We have a person, but we don't say the trouble with him. If we had the trouble with him, that would be a pronoun, but nope. Then we have the man who knew too much. There is a pronoun here. So which one is it? Is it man? Is it too? What's the pronoun? Pronoun is who. So remember I talked about those sticky notes? That's what I call the relative pronoun. It's a sticky note. So if we just say the man, okay, the man or that man. But which man? Okay, let's give a little detail. Let's stick on the sticky note. We're going to use who is the sticky part, who knew too much. Just like before, we could say, oh, Steve Jobs, who founded Apple, something like that. We add this little bit of information or we clarify who the person is with this extra information. So who is that relative pronoun? Select the correct words to complete the following sentence. I have blank due tomorrow. Is it many homework, many homeworks, a lot of homework, a lot of homeworks? So this one, I'm trying to think of the category this would be. This is really a subcategory, I guess, called like countable and uncountable nouns. So yeah, I guess this would be in the parts of speech, nouns. So if we look at certain words are countable, what does that mean? I have one pen. I have two pens. I just have one actually, but I could say I have one pen, two pens, three pens, totally normal. But what if I come to you and I say, oh, I have one money, two monies, three monies? That doesn't sound good, right? Because it's uncountable. We could say $1, $2, $3. That's countable. But suddenly money, no. And then do we say I have one homework, two homeworks, three homeworks? No, we could say homework assignments, something like that, but homework is uncountable. And so we're going to keep it in the singular. We're not going to say homeworks. We're going to say either one or three. But because it's an uncountable noun, we don't use many. We don't say I have many money. You could say I have many pens because it's countable, but we're not going to say many homework. We're going to say I have a lot of homework due tomorrow. And that's about being countable, uncountable. So we've actually come to the end of the test section here. So I won't click that because I've had to restart. So as I said, the test is timed when you take it yourself on the site. And it's great to take a timed practice test because you can kind of test your knowledge and see, how much you know, how comfortable you are with the timing. But for the purposes of this video, of course, we wanted more time to go into the explanations and the topics. You did it! So one section down, just 3 more to go, but you should be so proud that you completed this practice test with me today. I think we learned a lot, and I think even if you found it difficult, that's actually really great because you understand which questions were difficult, why they were difficult, how you can guess the answer even if you're not 100% sure about all the answer choices. So now that you've completed this ELU section with me, why don't you head over using the link below and take the other practice tests, the other free practice tests to start. You'll get your score report, which is diagnostic and tells you where your strengths and weaknesses are. I think the score report is so important because it helps you decide what to prioritize, especially if you have a limited time to study. You really need to pick and choose, okay, these topics, they really challenge me. I need to spend some time on these topics. The others I'm comfortable with. So head on over to that link, click that link in the description below, head on over to smartadditionacademy.com, check out the free practice test, all the sections, get your score report, get those study plans, and definitely check out and consider our online TEAS 7 course. So that comes with a mobile app and it comes with 8 practice tests. So that's a lot of practice, a lot of working on your weak points and your challenging sections to get that score higher. So head on over to smartadditionacademy.com. But first, you can, of course, take a break, reward yourself with something for getting through this practice test with me. And we have plenty of videos coming, so we'll see you in the next one.